CZ City, 11 o'clock in the middle of the night, Chen's home. Today is May 18th. It has been almost a year since scientists detected the meteorite. 3 days ago, astronauts landed on the meteorite to blast it. However, they misjudged the hardness of the meteorite and carried an insufficient number of nuclear warheads. They could only blast the interior of the meteorite. The structure was damaged, but the meteorite could not disintegrate, but the remaining time was not enough to launch astronauts to blast on site again. The United Nations decided to evacuate people into shelters within 3 days and launched the Starbreaker plan, which planned to launch nuclear bombs to destroy meteorites in the atmosphere. Although it will cause a large amount of radiation to be produced globally, the success of the plan will ensure that Earth's civilization survives. Wish us good luck. Chen looked at the content on the TV and thought, "Fortunately, I have built a shelter in advance. I can go to the shelter to avoid the impact. However, if it is not broken or is not completely broken, it is probably difficult to hide in the shelter. It looks like I have to leave my fate as an escapee to fate." Suddenly a light shone outside the window, and before Chen could react, it hit Chen. Chen immediately fell to the ground, unconscious. At 11:30 in the middle of the night, I saw Chen lying on the ground in the room, with a hole in his clothes. From the hole, you could see a wound on his chest that was healing rapidly. The scene was very strange. Suddenly, Chen opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and sat up suddenly. He checked his body and found that there was a big hole in the clothes on his chest, but he touched his chest and found that it was intact. Suddenly, a burst of information came to my mind, and I realized that I was lucky. It turns out that what hit Chen was the nano core, a technological product of an advanced civilization. The nano core can swallow matter and produce nanoworm swarms. The nanoworm swarm can analyze objects and copy them. It can also strengthen human body functions and increase brain calculation speed. The nanocore that hit Chen had mutated. When it hit Chen, it had bound DNA information to identify its owner. However, because it hit Chen's heart, Chen's life was in danger. The nanocore detected that the host was in a critical condition. In danger, Chen's heart was repaired and mutated at the same time. He could condense a nano storage device and import it into the blueprint, and then after absorbing the storage device, it could be manufactured according to the blueprint. I feel like there's smoke coming out of my ancestral grave. This is the legendary survival of a catastrophic person who will be blessed later. Now I don't have to worry about my future survival. I can eat delicious food and drink spicy food in the future. And although some organic substances cannot be produced, but I can make equipment to replace it, hee. Chen was also very arrogant. He had just experienced life and death, but he acted like a normal person. There's still 3 days left until the Broken Star plan starts tomorrow. I originally planned to spend 3 days checking and filling the gaps to see if there are any neglected equipment and facilities that have not been purchased. Now the plan can be modified. Chen was going to revise his original plan and calculated the supplies that still needed to be collected. Currently, some sand, gravel, cement, and steel bars have been collected. I was planning to buy another batch, but as the meteorite is about to land, almost no one is doing business. Now that we have the nano core, we can use energy to create nano insect nests instead, which can be used for later expansion. It's alloy material. However, we need to increase the collection of special alloys. Just collect a few samples of each type. However, we may not be able to collect them domestically by then. We can devour some regular items first, and then go abroad to look for them later. We can also copy all the equipment in the shelter later. Come down, and if it breaks, you can repair or replace it. Chen then thought of, now that some supplies and equipment can be saved, some other things can be added. This will make the conditions of the shelter better. Think about what other equipment can be added. Chen suddenly thought that after having the nano core, many equipment could be eliminated. After all, you can still build it yourself by downloading the blueprints online. Moreover, domestic materials are now under control and can only be exchanged from the official through barter. Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom system, it ensures that there is no chaos in the country. Unlike foreign countries, there have been large-scale riots at this time, and crime incidents have increased significantly, such as robberies, shootings, and other incidents. However, in China, because the government's credibility is very high, people believe that the government will lead everyone out of the predicament. Therefore, after entering the state of control, residents' lives have not been greatly disturbed, and production activities have also maintained normal operation. It is an official refuge. The construction provides strong backing. First of all, the equipment already in the shelter can be replaced with better ones. My generator is just an ordinary diesel generator, and the battery pack can also be replaced with more efficient power storage equipment. I will check online later. What good equipment is there? After all, many equipments use electricity, and the power supply must be ensured first. The first thing Chen thought of was that the energy supply must be stable, otherwise many equipment would not be able to be used. The second is the water source system. After energy is guaranteed, water and food necessary for survival must be ensured. Now, there is a water tank in the shelter, which is designed to store 15 tons of water, plus a simple water collection device. But we can only collect and filter rainwater on rainy days, and this needs to be modified. Chen checked the information online. My place is in the south, and there are many underground water systems. We can use nano cores to build a well below, and then add a water pump to pump it up to ensure daily drinking water. By the way, the official shelter may also use underground water. In order to prevent collapse, the underground of the shelter must be reinforced with nanoworms. It doesn't matter if other places collapse. I can't let the bottom collapse here. Chen suddenly thought that he had seen someone say that using too much groundwater would cause the ground to collapse. Although he didn't know if it was true, it was better to reinforce it just in case. It didn't cost much material anyway. Water and energy have been solved, and below is the food. The supplies I have stored are probably enough for one person to use for a year. They are all easy-to-storage foods, but fresh vegetables and fruits are not something I need to think about for the time being. Then the plant cultivation room also needs to be improved. According to the previous design, the plant cultivated can only extend my survival time for another half a year, but now I can expand the area of the cultivation room. Chen suddenly thought that if hybrid rice is bred to the next generation, traits will segregate, resulting in a decrease in yield. So more seeds must be prepared, and more vegetable seeds must be prepared. After all, many of the next generations of hybrid rice are not good. The current yield of rice per moo is about 800 kilograms. A normal adult consumes only about 400 to 500 kilograms of rice a year. With a threshing rate of 70%, it takes 1 moo. But I have other food, so it only takes half an acre of land to be temporarily opened, and rice can be grown using hydroponics, which can save more space. Vegetables can be grown using hydroponics in the original place. Moreover, the breeding room can be closed and controlled, and the internal temperature and humidity can be adjusted to ensure 2 crops a year. In this way, I can use the limited space to obtain more food, but meat is not easy to obtain, so only I can ensure my body's daily consumption by consuming a lot of rice and vegetables. Chen thought that meat would not be easy to come by in the future, so he could only make sure that he was not hungry and had enough food and clothing before considering additional meals. Chen recorded the areas where he needed to improve in his notebook. Now he has thought of ways to improve water, food, and energy. The next step is safety. After Chen solved the basic problems of survival, he began to think about his own safety. Although the current environment is very safe due to government control, he must not have the intention of harming others and must be on guard against others. Everything has been done, consider the worst-case scenario. The first is the structural problem. My shelter is an ordinary reinforced concrete structure, so the internal structural steel bars need to be replaced. Then I need to purchase advanced anti-radiation paint, replace the low-quality paint inside the shelter, and the ventilation system also needs to be repaired. The renovation will ensure that harmful gases will not be inhaled, and the water source is prepared to use underground water, so there is no problem with safety for the time being. Chen thought about it again. The door leading out of the shelter also needs to be replaced with an alloy door, and one door is not very safe. You could add another door. This way you can install defensive weapons between the two doors and give yourself time to react. In addition, a garage can be built on the ground floor, and a lifting platform can be installed in the garage so that large or heavy materials can be transported down. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning, but Chen didn't feel sleepy at all now, and his interest was completely aroused. In this case, protective facilities need to be installed on the ground, and a lifting platform needs to be built, preferably above the warehouse. A hydraulic freight trolley is needed to facilitate the transportation of goods. Chen continued to write. The internal and external monitoring facilities also need to be modified. Wireless and wired connections are used externally to prevent others from being able to see the outside after cutting the transmission line short. The internal connection can be connected with a network cable. The other two security doors can only be equipped with automatic crossbows. Although you can't buy them, you can make one with nano cores. This will be added later. Now let's get the survival ones done. After all, it's not that messy at the beginning, and you can see it later. See if you can get a gun, or you can make one yourself based on the information on the internet. Suddenly, Chen thought, if you need to make a gun, just rely on my plastic 3D printer is probably useless, and using nanocore to make it is a bit uneconomical. You can just copy a small machining center and expand the workshop. But in this case, we would have to equip the workshop with a transformer, which is far-fetched. Chen smiled bitterly and stopped himself from thinking. Chen then thought that an ordinary 3D printer would definitely not work now. So he checked the information on the internet and found that there was already a domestic metal 3D printer on the market, which could be used for excessive use. It just so happens that I can use this printer for transition. Although 3D printers are good, the current technology still has many shortcomings. It can be used in conjunction with a machining center. Now that we have a plan for survival and safety, we will add the rest later. These plans will be used as backup for now. After all, we don't know whether the meteorite can be broken. If it is broken, then there will be no need for such trouble. After Chen finished writing this, he then thought, there's still some materials that need to be purchased. In the past, we had to give up because of limited funds. Now with the nanocore, we can save a lot. In this way, we can consider adding several more equipment and materials. Chen then wrote in his notebook, we also need to add some high-strength alloys and a lot of basic materials. After all, even if we know the formula of the special alloy, there is no way to manufacture the nanocore without the basic materials. Chen thought about it and realized that with his current ability, he could only take into account so much for the time being, and the rest could only be filled in later. Forget it. It's getting late, and I'm a little sleepy. Let's go to bed first and start implementing the plan tomorrow. Until now, Chen's excitement about getting the golden finger slowly subsided, and the corresponding sleepiness began to hit him, and he finally fell into bed and fell asleep. A night of silence. The next day, Chen woke up to the sound of the alarm again. The first thing he did when he woke up was to confirm whether the nanocore was there. He breathed a sigh of relief when he found out that the information was true. Fortunately, it wasn't a dream. Chen patted his chest. Let's go out and exchange materials today. You can also go to any equipment manufacturers to see if you can go in and secretly copy some equipment. Chen separated a piece of wind from the nanocore and made a hard drive. He inserted it into the computer desk and started downloading data. Then he was about to go out and start buying materials. Suddenly, Chen thought of something. Coupled with the national mineral distribution map, if we run out of materials or cannot trade them, we can still go mining. Then Chen went out and started to get busy. Bringing some temporarily unused materials that I collected in the early stage, I came to the official shelter and exchanged a batch of steel and seeds. Now that you have bought rice, let's buy some wheat seeds. And since we plan to plant these, we have to prepare a threshing machine later. There's a long way to go. Forget it. Let's renovate the inside of the shelter when the things arrive. At least the power system must be renovated, and the rest can be put away later. Chen considered that the nanocore needs energy, so he decided to take advantage of the fact that the power supply is not cut off yet. First, modify the power system inside the shelter so that if a situation goes bad and the external power is interrupted, the normal power supply of the shelter can be guaranteed. The easiest power generation device that Chen thought of was solar power generation. However, these devices were outside and were easily damaged by others, so after checking the information online, he prepared to use a geothermal generator. However, after using the geothermal generator, the battery pack becomes a backup power source, which can save a fortune. Chen felt quite happy when he thought of this. Then Chen checked online and found that although there were geothermal generators in China, even the smallest of his own shelters couldn't fit in them. He had no choice but to download the information first and then go back and use nanocores to make them. Thinking of this, Chen decided to only choose these things for now. Anyway, it can be exchanged now. Many things can only be used later. I can exchange things for things. With such an artifact, I will never starve to death. Then Chen took a taxi back home and checked that the information was almost downloaded. Everything is ready now. We just have to wait for the results in 3 days. Then Chen thought again. Now I'm just waiting for the things to arrive. Let's start studying if I have nothing to do for now. No matter what, it's still right to learn more knowledge. Now, after the transformation of the nano core, my body and brain have been developed, although I don't have a photographic memory. Skills, but not much different. What you master is your own. Chen thought that it was not a problem to wait. So he began to browse the information downloaded into the nanocore and began to study. At least if something went wrong with the nanocore that day, there would be a way to protect himself. 2 days later, with the sound of a horn, a large truck stopped in front of Chen's house. Chen opened the door and found that the metal raw materials he ordered had arrived, and then went out to receive the goods. After Chen went out, he got into the car and checked it. After confirming that it was correct, he took the goods. After the driver left, he used a hydraulic truck to transport the raw materials into his home. The last batch of goods has been collected. The Broken Star project will start soon. Let's see what the result is. After receiving the goods, Chen stood at the door and looked at the sky. In an hour or two, the Broken Star project would begin and everything would come to fruition. While there is still time, let's put the last batch of goods into the warehouse first. It's just about time to finish and start. After exchanging some raw materials and equipment on the first day, Chen successively received the materials and equipment he exchanged in the next 2 days. Taking advantage of these 2 days, Chen used nanocores to create 2 lifts. The platform can be accessed from the warehouse or living room on the ground floor. A hydraulic forklift is also built to transport goods to the warehouse easily. After more than an hour of hard work, after Chen transported all the supplies into the shelter, there were only 10 minutes left in the Broken Star project. Chen turned on the TV and watched the reports on the scene. Friend in the audience, this is a reporter from a national channel broadcasting live for you on the spot. Behind me is the Chinese missile force. Dozens of missile launch vehicles have been prepared on site. In 5 minutes, these missiles will be launched. I believe these soared in the sky will bring us good news. Let us wait for the results together. Chen looked at the time. It was about to start. He couldn't help but feel proud. This is the strength of our country and the power of a great country. Friends in the audience, the launch will take place in 2 minutes. Let us wait and see. 10 seconds countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Emission. Following the order, dozens of missiles soared into the sky. At the same time, in various places around the world, long swords soared into the sky, running towards their goals together. Chen looked out the window. The plumes of smoke in the sky were unusually eye-catching. Chen looked outside again and prayed that the Broken Star project would succeed. In the Space Agency Hall, researchers are paying attention to the real-time situation of the missile. Report to the Commander-in-Chief. The missile is still 30 seconds away from the target. Following the report, everyone became nervous and stared at the screen, waiting for the result. Report, the missile has hit the target and the target has been shattered. Everyone shouted as the researchers reported. Success, success, we succeeded. Everyone cheered immediately. Suddenly, with a report, Everyone stopped cheering. Reporting to the commander-in-chief, the Broken Star project was not completely successful. Among the shattered meteorites, two large meteorites still pose a considerable threat to the Earth. After calculation, the two meteorites will fall on the extinct volcanoes of the Kingdom of the Sun. The above in Yellowstone National Park and Stars and Stripes may cause large-scale eruptions of volcanoes around the world, and a large number of scattered meteorites will fall in every corner of the world. After hearing this report, the commander-in-chief was stunned for a moment and immediately issued an order. Immediately calculate the locations of the meteorites that fell into our country and assess the degree of harm to our country and the losses that have been caused. After determining the location, the communications department immediately sent text messages to all employees to inform the people in these areas to take protective measures, and at the same time issued the first-level combat readiness orders the Army to be ready for rescue at any time. The commander-in-chief issued orders in an orderly manner. In addition, informed scientists and scholars to assess what will happen if a large-scale global volcano erupts and see what preparations are needed. The commander-in-chief thought for a while and then said. On the other side, Chen watched the situation during the live broadcast and couldn't help but lament that the plan could not keep up with changes. Suddenly, Chen felt a little light outside, got up, and went to the window to look outside. I saw a large fireball approaching in the sky. At the same time, a text message came from Chen's mobile phone, reminding people in the area to take protective measures in advance. Chen didn't have time to think too much and immediately ran to the shelter. Just before closing the door, Chen glanced at the sky and just wanted to curse. Chen entered the shelter, ran directly to the bedroom, used nano cores to create a coffin-like safety chamber, and then fixed it on the ground. He lay down in it, immediately closed the hatch, and waited for the impact. At the same time, at the underground command post, the commander-in-chief was listening to the scientists' reports and analysis. After conducting simulation calculations on a supercomputer, we came to the conclusion that the impact of the meteorite on two volcanoes will cause the magma activity in the core of the Earth to intensify, leading to large-scale eruptions of global volcanoes in a short period of time, much like the situation during the dinosaur era. This will cause the world to be shrouded in volcanic ash for at least 10 years. The consequences are that the global light will become less, vegetation will die on a large scale, the global temperature will begin to decrease, and the oxygen content will decrease. This will cause people to be very poor, even in plain areas. It is prone to altitude sickness, and the volcanic ash in the air will paralyze a large number of cars and make them unusable. After hearing this, the commander-in-chief said, "Generally speaking, our country's grain reserves are enough for the people of the country for 10 years. Even if there is some loss, they can still last for 7 or 8 years. Now the ground is no longer suitable for human survival, so now we can take advantage of the situation. The temperature has not dropped yet. Speed up the evacuation of people and ensure that no one is missed. At the same time, if those in individual shelters cannot hold on, they can send a distress signal to the nearest shelter for rescue. However, accordingly, the internal materials need to be handed over. At the same time, illegal and criminal activities will be strictly monitored. In troubled times, heavy penalties should be used. If they're found together, they will be attacked. If they fall together, we will never tolerate it." Yes, Commander-in-Chief. After hearing this, the people around him immediately began to issue orders. "Commander-in-Chief, this is a researcher from the observatory. He also has something to report to you. I saw a person standing next to the Dean of the Academy of Sciences." The Commander-in-Chief looked at him and asked, "What do you have to report?" Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, "We recently discovered in cosmic observations that there is a special area in the direction of the solar system. There are a large number of inert particles in this area. The most direct result is a direct reduction of light, which will reflect 50% of the light from the sun to the Earth. The most direct consequence is that the light intensity will decrease, and coupled with the obstruction of volcanic ash, the global temperature will further decrease, which will last for dozens or even hundreds of years. After listening to the researchers' report, the commander-in-chief was silent for a while and said, "No matter what, we humans will not fall. We have overcome many difficulties. I believe that these difficulties will not trouble us. We are now notifying you and ordering the Academy of Sciences to do all it can to research Ice Age-related technologies, with survival and development as the primary goal, and at the same time announce the relevant results and inform every public that the country is confident in leading everyone through the difficulties. Please rest assured and do not abandon or give up, and at the same time increase the collection of supplies to overcome the difficulties together." Immediately, staff from various departments began to get busy. Chen hid in the safety cabin. With a violent vibration, the entire safety cabin was shaking violently, as if it was going to crack at the next moment. Chen could hear the sound of the metal brackets breaking. After what felt like a long time, the shaking finally stopped. Chen quickly came out of the safety cabin, breathing heavily. "I feel like I was almost suffocated to death. This needs to be improved, and oxygen supply needs to be added later, because it was a temporary safety warehouse, even a large iron box fixed on the ground. I almost suffocated myself to death." After Chen calmed down for a while, he found that the power inside the shelter had been cut off, and it was pitch dark. Chen walked to the bedroom in the dark, took out the flashlight from the bedside table, and started to walk to the power generation room, preparing to switch the power supply and restart the power generation equipment. Chen walked to the power generation room, first disconnected the external power supply equipment, and then started the battery pack to provide power. First, he turned on the lighting facilities inside the shelter. After turning it on, Chen found that the situation was worse than he thought. Because a meteorite struck nearby, causing strong vibrations, part of the power distribution room collapsed. The generator was buried by the landslide just on the side, and it is estimated that it cannot be used. I didn't expect it to be like this. Since it's like this, it's better to do it all at once, directly replace it with geothermal power generation units, and manufacture large-scale power storage equipment. Chen looked at the power generation room in front of him, which was 1/3 smaller. He felt that since this was already the case, he could directly use nanocores to create geothermal power generation in one go. Afterwards, Chen went to the warehouse, took out the nanocore, entered the manufacturing interface, and started manufacturing equipment. Name: Small Geothermal Power Generation Unit. Manufacturing requirements: 200 energy points, 500 kilograms iron, 100 kilograms copper, 10 kilograms rubber. Performance: generate 200 kilowatts per hour. Explanation: the small geothermal steam turbine generator set optimized using nanocore is inefficient, but after being manufactured with nanocore, maintenance requirements are greatly reduced. Name: small and high-efficiency solid-state power storage equipment. Manufacturing requirements: 100 energy points, 200 kilograms iron, 50 kilograms copper, 3 kilograms lithium. Performance: can store 1 million kWh. Explanation: although I am young, I can eat it. The most efficient solid-state power storage equipment, although it is also a low-level facility, is better than liquid lithium batteries. Chen found these two power generation and storage devices in the nanocore. He ran to the warehouse and used the nanocore to create 2 nano insect nests. Then he took the nano insect nests and walked to the power generation room. One was placed in the original generator. On the other side, the other one is placed directly on the power storage facility. Chen prioritized the activation of the geothermal nano insect hive. After activation, the center was the origin, and the nano insect hive began to expand. At the same time, the buried generator began to be swallowed up and exposed. At the same time, the nano insect hive stretched out a probe arm and began to drill holes into the ground, and silver liquid continued to extend downward. After about half an hour, the nano insect hive ended its expansion, and a small geothermal generator appeared in front of Chen. Then Chen activated the power storage nanohive, which expanded and swallowed the original power storage device. A larger device than before appeared in its place. Lu Chen started the generator. In an instant, all the equipment inside the shelter started running. The excess power flowed to the power storage equipment. The charging light on the power storage equipment began to flash, indicating that it was in a charging state. After seeing that the power system was back to normal, Lu Chen began to check the conditions of other facilities inside the shelter. After inspection, Lu Chen found that the condition of his shelter was a bit bad. First, the ventilation ducts were damaged and needed to be repaired. Then there were many landslides that required re-excavation and reinforcement. In addition, after inspection, he found that the main structure of the shelter had also been damaged a lot. Major damage. If left unchecked, another shock will probably disable the entire shelter. Lu Chen then used the nano core to create 2 nano insect nests. One was used to repair the main structure of the shelter, and the other was used to repair the ventilation system. However, due to exhaustion of energy, he could no longer create nano insect nests. Lu Chen put one insect nest into the ventilation system and the other into the wall. After Lu Chen's nanoworm nest was operating on its own, he was ready to go out and take a look. After all, a meteorite fell nearby, so he had to see what happened. Lu Chen opened the door and found that the sky was gray. The edge of the city in the distance had turned into a big pit, and the edge was still burning. However, the sound of fire trucks could be heard in the distance. It was probably the fire brigade in the city starting to put out the fire. But many places in the city are burning, and it is a doomsday scene. It is estimated that the fire brigade is only a drop in the bucket. At this time, Lu Chen's phone rang. It was an official text message. The general content was, due to the impact of meteorites, global volcanic eruptions, and the density of particles in the universe, which reduces sunlight, the Earth will usher in an ice age of tens to hundreds of years. The general public is reminded to rush to shelters in time. At the same time, personal and corporate shelters should be increase the collection of supplies to ensure that you can survive better. Lu Chen looked at the gray sky, turned around, and entered the shelter, closing the door. Lu Chen came to the workroom, looked at the 3D printer in front of him, and fell into deep thought. Now that the nanocore has entered a dormant state, it could have slowly restored energy by irradiating the sun, but now due to the obstruction of volcanic ash, the nanocore can only absorb free dark energy in the air to replenish it every day. The efficiency is too slow, and many things can wait. Lu Chen looked at the nanocore. Nanocore. Energy, 0. Recovery rate, 10/H. Function. According to user needs, select the corresponding drawings, use energy and materials to manufacture nanonests, and after unfolding in the open space, relevant equipment can be formed. This process is irreversible. Lu Chen looked at this interface and calculated that it was 240 points of energy a day. The 360 points of energy stored before were all used up. If he wanted to do other things, he had to wait until tomorrow. The power generation and storage equipment were 300 points, plus 20 points for repairing ventilation equipment, and 40 points for repairing and reinforcing the main structure. All of them were used up, but now many equipment need to be upgraded or modified. It is not realistic to rely solely on nanocores. After all, energy recovery is too slow and can only be used on some key facilities. Maybe I can modify the 3D printing equipment so that I can print parts and assemble many equipment by myself. Although it is not as good as the one made with nanocores, it is convenient and good for emergency or trading. Considering that after the 3D printer is modified, many things do not need to be made with nanocores, which can save a lot of energy and only electricity is needed. Although it still consumes materials, energy points are hard to come by, so we should consume as little as possible. Lu Chen looked at the printer's transformation conditions. Industrial 3D metal printer. Printing range, metal. Power, 10 kilowatts. Transformation direction. Industrial 3D printer composite, 3D printer. Attributes after transformation. Printing range, metal polymer. Power, 15 kilowatts. Transformation consumption, 100 energy points. Looking at this consumption, Lu Chen said that it was still acceptable. After all, it reduced energy consumption and expanded the printing range so that many things can be printed out. Chen also thought that frequent volcanic eruptions in the future would probably lead to frequent earthquakes, so the main structure of the shelter still had to be reinforced to prevent the situation like today from happening again. After a while, Chen found a way to reinforce the main body. Special nano insect nest. Manufacturing consumption. 100 energy points, 1,000 kilograms metal. Description: the specially manufactured nano insect nest can enter the wall and foundation after the range is set and transform the steel bars in the wall and foundation from the nano level, strengthen the density, strength, and toughness of the steel bars, and at the same time strengthen the wall solidity and increase the wall hardness. Chen felt that this could meet the requirements for now. When the energy is sufficient, he could add another layer of alloy wall inside. 100 points for printer modification and 100 points for special insect nest. There's a total gap of 200 points. We can only wait until tomorrow. Chen looked at the glaring zero above and thought helplessly. Forget it. Let's log into the forum to see how they are doing. Chen had joined a local forum before and communicated with a group of people who built personal shelters. Fruit farmer. A meteorite just fell nearby. Is everyone okay? Those who are still there, please make a bubble. Mechanic. I'm far away and it's okay. Is everyone else okay? Infrastructure maniac. I'm a little closer, but I built it with high strength when I built it, so it's not a big problem. Little transparent. Thank your ancestors for blessing me. I almost died. Now the shelter is almost destroyed. I have asked for help from the official. I will go to the official shelter later. See you all later. The forum user went offline not long after posting, probably to pack up his things. Chen replied in the forum. Struggling parasite. I'm doing okay, just a little bit of loss, but I've dealt with it. Chen started chatting with a group of people in the forum. Suddenly, the infrastructure madman said, I heard from the official that we are about to enter the ice age and the global temperature will drop. Have you prepared heating equipment? Who has extra equipment? I have a lot of building materials here and can exchange with him. Everyone in the forum was silent after seeing the words of the infrastructure madman. Fruit farmer. I don't have any here. I can also exchange. I have a lot of fruits here, and I can exchange with them with fruits. Mechanic. Although I have heating equipment, I bought it before, which is only enough for my own family. Moreover, the heating equipment consumes a lot of electricity. You have to think about whether you have enough electricity. Chen saw this and looked for it in the nano core and saw such a heating equipment. Small heater. Manufacturing requirements. 50 energy points, 10 kilograms metal. Power, 5 kilowatts. Applicable space, 100. Description. Small heating equipment. Don't expect it to bring you much warmth. It can only guarantee that you won't freeze to death. Chen was a little speechless after seeing the above introduction, but this is also a more practical device at this stage. Putting two at home can also ensure that the winter that lasts for decades is no longer cold. Chen saw this and replied on the forum, I can make a simple heating device here, but the power is not high, and the maximum temperature can only guarantee 100 square meters, but the comfort level is not very good. Generally, it can be placed in the bedroom to ensure that it is at a comfortable temperature for a human body. Chen just sent this sentence and received private messages from fruit farmers and infrastructure enthusiasts. Fruit farmers. Rice worm, I can exchange fruit with you here. I will exchange 100 kilograms of fruit for 1 inch. Infrastructure enthusiasts. Rice worm, I still have a lot of infrastructure materials and metal raw materials here. See how you can exchange them. Chen looked at these private messages, thought about it, and replied, Fruit farmer, I agree to your exchange terms, but you need to come here yourself. I don't have transportation, so I can't go to your place. Infrastructure madman, I need 500 kilograms of metal raw materials here, and I need you to transport them to trade. I can't go now. The infrastructure madman saw the reply and thought about it, and replied to Chen, I will give 1 ton of metal raw materials. I want to exchange for 2 units. The fruit farmer replied in a similar way and was also ready to exchange for 2 units. At this time, the mechanic found Chen. I want 3 units here. I have a second-hand pickup truck, which is 80% new. Can you take a look? Chen agreed immediately after seeing this. After all, it was still very inconvenient for him to have no transportation, so he agreed to the transaction. Chen replied to them one by one in private messages. I can only start manufacturing heating equipment tomorrow, and I can manufacture about 3 units a day. So fruit farmers, you come to pick it up tomorrow morning. Infrastructure madman, you come to pick it up the day after tomorrow morning, and mechanics can only wait until the day after tomorrow. Looking at Chen's reply, everyone was quite satisfied. After chatting for a few words, Chen went offline. Chen looked at the time. It was already 6 or 7 in the evening. Chen ate something, studied for a while, and then went to bed. On May 22nd, the second day after the meteorite fell, Chen got up in the morning and started preparing materials to make a heater. However, it would be a bit of loss to use the nano core directly, so Chen planned to upgrade the 3D printer in the workshop first. Chen looked at the upgrade interface. Industrial 3D metal printer. Printing range metal. Power 10 kilowatts. Transformation direction. Industrial 3D printer composite 3D printer. Attributes after transformation. Printing range metal polymer. Power 15 kilowatts. Transformation consumption 100 energy points. After Chen selected it, he confirmed the manufacturing, and soon a nano insect nest was manufactured. Then Chen came to the workshop and put the nano insect nest on the printer. The silvery white nano insect nest suddenly turned into flowing water and began to merge into the printer. When it was fully covered, the nano insect nest began to extend, and soon it occupied half of the size of the workshop. After a while, the shape stabilized, and then the silvery white liquid began to gradually turn into a solid. Chen looked at it and estimated that there was still half an hour left, so he went out to wash up and come back to see. After half an hour, Chen came to the workshop and found that the printer had been transformed. What appeared in front of him was a closed processing equipment with a sense of science fiction, just like a small processing center, but there were not as many equipment in the processing center. Chen looked at the processing equipment in front of him, thinking that it was worthy of being the creation of an advanced civilization. It was awesome. Then he opened the manufacturing interface and prepared to see what he could make, but found that the manufacturing interface was blank. Chen saw this and thought about it, and found that he had to import the drawings. Chen then took out the USB drive to import the blueprint and checked the manufacturing interface. He found that it would take about 50 kilograms of metal materials to make a small heater. As long as the metal materials were put into the raw material inlet, the printer could dissolve them into metal powder by itself, and then read the blueprint for manufacturing. Then Chen did some research and found that the printer could only hold 100 kilograms of raw materials at most, so items over 100 kilograms could not be manufactured for the time being. However, the shelter was not large at the moment, so small equipment was enough and could be upgraded later. Then Chen brought 100 kilograms of metal raw materials from a warehouse, put them into the printer, and then chose to make a small heater. The printer showed that it would take 4 hours to make it. After Chen set it to make 2 pieces, he began to check how to reinforce the shelter. There are many manufacturing blueprints in the nano core, but these blueprints were optimized after Chen got the nano core and used the nano core to download the scientific and technological information on the internet. They still belong to the technology on the planet. Most of the blueprints can be manufactured by the technology on Earth, but they are not as good as those made directly by the nano core. After all, it is nano-level processing, and the processing accuracy is different. For example, the processing accuracy of gears is different, and the service life and usage accuracy will also be different. Now Chen wants to reinforce the shelter. After all, the volcano has been erupting frequently due to meteorites recently, and there will be aftershocks from time to time, so it is imperative to improve the earthquake resistance of the shelter. After all, if even the shelter is destroyed by the earthquake, then it is useless to say anything else. Special nano insect nest manufacturing consumption 100 energy points, metal 1,000 kilograms. Description: Specially manufactured nano insect nests, after setting the range, can enter the wall and foundation, transform the steel bars in the wall and foundation from the nano level, strengthen the steel density, strength and toughness, and at the same time strengthen the wall solidity and increase the wall hardness. Seeing that there is enough energy, Chen chose to manufacture, and then after the manufacturing is completed, put the nano insect nest on the ground. After starting, only silver water flows continuously in the shelter. When it covers all the walls, ceilings, and floors, it gradually sinks into the interior until it disappears. Then Chen takes the nano core to scan the entire shelter, showing that it is being reinforced, and the estimated completion time is 1 hour. After finishing all these, it was almost noon. Then Chen thought about it and found that there were many things he couldn't do for the time being, so he went to study first. At the same time, the netizens on the forum who were ready to trade with Chen began to prepare to trade materials. In a group of mountains, there's a hidden shelter at the foot of the mountain. The internal space is much larger than Chen's shelter. There's also a small plantation inside. At the same time, there's an orchard in a small valley on the mountain. This is the original home of the fruit farmer. Originally, the fruit farmer had an orchard at home. When the disaster came, he opened a shelter at the foot of the mountain. Because he was a grower, he still had some assets, so he built a bigger one. And considering that the orchard was outside for safety, he also opened a small plantation inside, just in case. At this time, fruit farmer Li Ji left the shelter and began to collect fruits in the orchard. After filling 3 sacks, he loaded them into a wooling car and prepared to trade them in the afternoon. However, Chen had not given him the address yet, so he could not go for the time being. However, Li Ji also sent a private message to Chen on the forum and waited for Chen's reply. In a large courtyard, there were building materials everywhere, and there were cameras all around the courtyard wall. There was also a large warehouse in the courtyard. This was the home of the infrastructure maniac. Infrastructure maniac Su Jian's family was in the building materials business. They had a rich family background and did not want to suffer in the official shelter, so they also spent most of their property to build a shelter located below the warehouse. At the same time, adequate safety facilities were installed, including a large number of surveillance cameras and infrared alarm devices in the courtyard. A half-meter-high high-voltage power grid was set up on the courtyard wall. And because we had money, we built solar panels on the top of the warehouse and in empty spaces in the courtyard to generate electricity. And 2 wind turbines have also been set up, so there is no need to worry about electricity, and a high-voltage power grid can be established. At this time, Su Jian and his father were loading some building materials and metal ingots into a small truck, which were also used for trading with Chen. After Su Jian loaded all the things into the car, he said to his father, "Dad, you can go and have a rest after putting this batch of supplies in the car. I will go down and contact Meteor later to see when the transaction can be made tomorrow. I will drive there by then. You are at home. Anyone can don't open the door when you come, even if you are an acquaintance." Su Guoli replied, "I understand. I'll go down first. Your mother's food is probably ready soon. You can come down to eat when you're done with your work later. You can also confirm the trading location with your friend in the evening. Don't worry if you trade early." "I got it, Dad. Get down quickly," Su Jian replied, and then watched his father walk into the shelter and began to check the vehicle to ensure that it could be used normally tomorrow. There is a 2-story house next to the highway with a signboard, Wang Cine Vehicle Repair Center, hanging on it. This is the home of mechanic Wang Cine. The upstairs is a residential home, and the lower floor is for repairing vehicles. There is a small yard at the back with a small parking lot. There are several cars, including an SUV and a small parking lot, an off-road vehicle, a pickup truck, and an accident tow truck. Wang Cine is a car mechanic and a master of modification. Many rich second-generation car owners like to come to him to modify their cars, so he also has a lot of wealth. As expected, private shelters are not affordable for ordinary people. Therefore, he spent a lot of money to build a shelter under his home. The interior extends to the yard, so the space is still very large. At least these 3 netizens are richer than Chen. When disaster strikes, Wang Sini chose to be with his wife and children, and since he was far away from the city, he had nothing to lose. Now Wang Sini is repairing a pickup truck in the yard. This pickup truck was used to pull goods. It was bought not long ago and cost only tens of thousands of yuan. Unexpectedly, disaster struck after a few uses, and it was left idle. Now that I'm at home, I think it's worth it to exchange this little used car for 3 heaters. After all, after a disaster strikes, many cars will be abandoned on the road. You can just pull a few cars back and assemble them to make a car. But you don't know how to make the heater yourself. It's okay to repair it. If you make it yourself, there are no drawings and no processing equipment, so I would like to exchange it with something I have at my fingertips. After all, heaters will be a hot commodity in another month. After the heater is replaced, we will put one on the first floor of the second floor in the underground shelter to ensure that it does not get cold. Moreover, we can also exchange other equipment with Chen later. He can manufacture these sophisticated things. It shows that he is engaged in the manufacturing industry and is probably a leader in the industry. After Wang Sini inspected the car, he got up and sat next to him to rest. He thought that Chen probably had a lot of manufacturing capabilities. Now he had established a good relationship with Chen. If he needed any equipment later, he could exchange it with Chen. It's impossible to say that Chen can even make guns. Thinking of Chen's manufacturing ability, Wang Sini couldn't help but think about this. I stood by the car and thought for a while, then put 4 brand new tires, an automatic air pump, and some fuel into the car body. When I was preparing to trade the day after tomorrow, I asked if I could trade another heater. After all, I had an extra spare. Is also good. After waiting for the alarm clock set by Chen to ring, Chen got up from the computer and went to the workroom to take a look. 2 heaters have been processed. After taking off the 2 heaters, Chen took out 100 kilograms of metal from the warehouse, put the raw materials into the printer, and let it continue to work. Then contact the fruit farmer on the forum and send the address privately to the fruit farmer so that he can come and trade. After receiving the message, the fruit farmer here looked at the time. It was already around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He looked at the address and found that it would take half an hour to drive to Chen's place and an hour to go back and forth, plus the half hour required for the transaction. I arrived home when it was almost dark. After saying hello to my family and asking my family to take care of the house, I drove off. After Chen and the fruit farmer confirmed the transaction, he pulled a trolley to transport the 2 small heaters to the entrance of the shelter and then went to the workshop. Chen looked at the half-empty workpiece and the printer working nearby and thought for a moment. It's a pity to keep this half of the space. We have to build another processing equipment. Otherwise, if we encounter an emergency and need to manufacture something and the printer happens to be working, it will be difficult. Chen then opened the nano core interface and searched for a while, but could not find the suitable device. At the same time, Chen also discovered that as his knowledge increased, more and more drawings were designed, and the difficulty of finding the drawings also increased. He thought that he would have to trade later, so Chen decided not to look for the drawings for the time being, and first collected all the drawings. Classify the drawings. Chen opened a nano core and operated in the nano core. He divided into several categories, namely manufacturing equipment drawings, collection equipment drawings, energy equipment drawings, security equipment drawings, and medical equipment drawings and other major sub-items. There are also some small sub-items below. Then I used my self-study knowledge to build a database and a simple search program in the nano core according to the source code of the internet search engine. In this way, I can directly search for the device I want to manufacture. If there is one, I can directly manufacture it. If not, I can directly manufacture it. Redesigning saves time. After all, in this situation, time is sometimes important even if it is not important. It is better than nothing. As Chen finished all this, more than half the time had passed, and he disappeared. Chen got up and moved his body. Before Chen could ask if the fruit farmer had arrived, there was a sound of horns outside the shelter. Chen guessed that the fruit farmer had arrived. Through the surveillance, he saw a van parked at the door of the house on the ground floor. Then he saw a person coming down, came to the door, and pressed the doorbell. Chen heard the doorbell and then asked through the intercom at the door. "Which one? Is it me Chong's family? I'm a fruit farmer, and I'm here to trade. I'm rice insect." "Hello, fruit farmer. Please wait a moment. I'll be out right away." Lu Chen saw on the surveillance camera that the fruit farmer was the only one, and there was no one else in the car. He casually took a wrench and put it behind him, pushing the cart out of the shelter. Then the fruit farmer saw Lu Chen and stopped 5 meters away from Lu Chen. "Hello, I'm a fruit farmer on the forum. My name is Li Ji." Li Ji looked at Lu Chen and spoke first. "Hello, my name is Lu Chen. Meet Chen on the forum. The 2 heaters you want have been prepared." Lu Chen immediately replied, "In that case, let's start trading. It's getting late. Just wait for me, and I'll go unload the fruits." After hearing Lu Chen's answer, Li Ji spoke to him, then walked to the back of the van and carried 2 bags of fruit to Lu Chen. Lu Chen also handed the 2 heaters to Li Ji and explained them to Li Ji. How to use and simple troubleshooting methods. "Lu Chen, it's a pleasure to cooperate with you. Thank you this time. Since the transaction is over, I will go back first. It's dark and the road is difficult to walk, so I won't disturb you. I'll contact you often." Li Ji put the 2 heaters in the car, said goodbye to Lu Chen, and drove back. Lu Chen watched Li Ji's car go away, then put the 2 bags of fruit on the trolley and entered the shelter. Now the temperature outside has begun to drop. It was not very hot in May, and the highest temperature was only about 30 degrees. After these few days, the sun cannot reach the ground, and the temperature has begun to drop. Now the highest temperature during the day is it can only reach 20 degrees. Because there is no sunlight during the day, the surface cannot store heat, and the temperature drops below 5 degrees at night. In such weather, it is easy to catch a cold and get sick if you don't keep yourself warm while sleeping at night. It would be very troublesome to get sick under the current situation. That's why they were so eager to trade with Lu Chen when they knew that Lu Chen could make a small heater. At least a suitable temperature can be maintained in the shelter to prevent family members from catching cold and getting sick. After more than half an hour's drive, Li Ji returned home and connected the 2 heaters according to Lu Chen's method. Then he felt that the temperature of the shelter began to rise. Then Li Ji set the temperature to 24 degrees. From the bedroom to the entire shelter, the temperature began to rise. Then Li Ji put another heater into the small plantation. Control the temperature to ensure normal growth of fruit trees. In the past 2 days, Li Ji planned to collect fruits from the orchards outside with his father and then cultivate some fruit seedlings to ensure the normal operation of the plantation in the shelter. After Lu Chen transported the fruits to the shelter, the problem of how to preserve them arose. The previous refrigerator was already full of meat, so Lu Chen planned to build another large refrigerator. However, Lu Chen did not plan to directly use nanocores to make it. Go outside and look for a large refrigerator. If it works, that would be best. If it doesn't work, find a few more and repair it. But I guess this will have to wait until the vehicle is traded. The fruit will be fine for a few days. Then Lu Chen came to the workshop, opened the nanocore, and prepared to redesign a multifunctional processing platform that can process some small parts. 3 hours later, after Lu Chen continued to operate the nanocore, a small multifunctional processing platform was designed. This processing platform is similar to a machining center and can process a variety of complex parts. After Lu Chen finalized the design, Nanocore began to generate processing drawings. Small multifunctional manufacturing platform. Energy required, 200 points. Required materials, 1,000 kilograms metal raw materials, 20 kilograms rubber. Manufacturing time, 1H. Occupied area, 2 m long, 1.5 m wide, 2.3 m high. Description: a multifunctional manufacturing platform transformed from a machining center. After retaining some of the advantages of a machining center, it has increased the processing capacity of complex parts and increased the manufacturing speed. Power: 30 kW. Processing size: 1,000 millimeters. Lu Chen nodded at the data, then looked at the energy of the nano core, which had collected 150 points of energy. It would take another 5 hours. Then Lu Chen looked at the manufacturing progress of the small heater and found that one had been manufactured. Lu Chen took one out and asked it to continue manufacturing. Then Lu Chen ate something and continued to study. It's around 9 o'clock in the evening now. I'll study until 12 o'clock in the evening, then wash up, add some materials to the printer, and go to bed. Then Lu Chen entered the learning state. The only sounds of the machines in the processing room and the power generation room were heard in the entire shelter. Lu Chen could let the equipment made by the nanocore run on its own without any worries. After all, it was made of nano insect nests and could repair itself. There was no such thing as natural damage. It could only be damaged by humans or expired. At midnight on May 24th, the alarm clock rang, and Lu Chen left the learning state. Then Lu Chen found that the printer had completed its work, took out the heater, and added materials again. He calculated that he could make 2 more by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, so he would have 4 in stock. By 12 noon tomorrow, all the needs for the transaction would be completed. In addition, he could add another piece of equipment after waking up from a sleep, and the functions of a shelter became more and more diverse. Thinking of this, Lu Chen was still very happy. He ran to the bathroom to wash up, and then went to the bedroom to sleep. At 8 o'clock in the morning on May 24th, Lu Chen got up and added raw materials to the printer. He took out the 2 printed heaters and put them at the door. There were now 4. You can first contact the infrastructure maniac and ask him to come over in the morning to trade, and then contact the mechanic to come over in the afternoon. The transaction will be completed within 1 day, and you can save energy for a few days to expand the shelter. Lu Chen has been eating quick frozen food for several days in a row and is planning to start improving the living environment after the transaction is completed and the supplies are received. Moreover, Lu Chen discovered that the water system has not been renovated. Although there is a supply from the water plant, after the ice and snow later, even if the water plant can continue to supply water. However, the water pipes on the road are probably unusable, so if we modify them before the temperature drops much, we can be prepared. And now I am planning to expand the plant cultivation room into a vegetable garden. I have enough rice reserves to use for a year. And I also checked the information. If the temperature and humidity are suitable, rice can be harvested twice a year. In addition, I bought so many rice seeds, which can be used for a long time, so the plantation does not need to be so big. Lu Chen was washing and thinking about his future plans. After washing up, Lu Chen went to the workshop after breakfast, opened the nanocore, prepared to manufacture the multifunctional processing platform, and then saw if there was any equipment that could ensure the supply of water. Energy required for small multifunctional manufacturing platform, 200 points. Materials required, 1,000 kilograms of metal raw materials, 20 kilograms of rubber. Manufacturing time, 1H. Area, 2 m long, 1.5 m wide, 2.3 m high. Description, a multifunctional manufacturing platform modified from machining center, while retaining some of the advantages of the machining center, increases the processing capacity of complex parts and increases the manufacturing speed. Power, 30 kW. Processing size, 1,000 millimeters. Expansion time, 1H. Lu Chen looked at the nanocore. After a night of accumulation, the energy had reached 270 points. Lu Chen looked at the time and saw that it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. Then he clicked on manufacturing and looked at the working nanocore. Lu Chen left the processing room and then went to the bedroom to contact the remaining 2 traders to confirm the transaction time. An hour later, following the connection with the nanocore, Lu Chen knew that the multifunctional manufacturing platform nano nest had been completed. Lu Chen came to the nanocore, took out the silver-white spherical nano insect nest, came to the open spaces side, activated the nano insect nest, and threw it on the ground. And then the nano insect nest began to expand. Lu Chen looked at the time. Anyway, it would take an hour to fully unfold and take shape. In addition, the infrastructure maniac would be arriving later, so he could prepare to trade items. Half an hour later, Lu Chen watched the infrastructure construction drive away outside the shelter, thinking that when the transaction in the afternoon was completed, I would be able to own a car and travel around. Lu Chen spent a lot of time transporting metal and building materials into the shelter. Then Lu Chen lay on the sofa in the living room and thought, if he had to carry it all by himself every time, there would be some large materials that he would not be able to transport by himself. So when Lu Chen was lying on the sofa and resting, he was thinking about ways to do it. The best way is to use nanocore to build a robot. Because of the connection with myself, I can command it directly in my mind. However, this would consume a lot of energy, and many facilities in the shelter now need to be renovated. Only 240 energy points can be collected in a day. The energy gap is huge, so we will not consider it for the time being and put it into the alternative. Secondly, you can use the knowledge you have learned to process the parts yourself to make the robot. In this case, only a small amount of energy is needed to manufacture key equipment to manufacture the corresponding parts. They can be manufactured in batches. The advantage is that there is no shortage of manpower later. However, there are also disadvantages. Energy consumption is expected to increase. The power generated by the small geothermal generator in the shelter is expected to be insufficient, so more power generation equipment will have to be added and supporting programs will have to be entered. However, a micro-nano can be produced. Insect nest to assist control. However, my current knowledge reserve is insufficient and I cannot build a robot for the time being. With my current learning progress, if I only focus on robot knowledge, I can build a simple robot to assist my work in about a month. When Lu Chen thought about this, he suddenly remembered that he had seen in the news that there was a simple exoskeleton device in the army, which could greatly increase the strength of the human body and carry heavy materials. At that time, I saw it said that after putting it on, one box originally required 4 people, but now only 2 people were needed. Thinking of this, Lu Chen thought it would be good to use this method first. Lu Chen sat on the sofa and opened the nanocore and started designing. First of all, the driving method can use hydraulic pressure and motor, but I plan to put a high-energy battery on the back so that it can be driven by motor and the power can be stronger. The second is the support component, which is made of high-strength alloy, and then the control program uses micro-nano nest control. Then Lu Chen remembered that he had heard about graphene batteries before, and then he found some information and looked at it. He found that with the ability of nanocores, graphene batteries could be made. However, we still have to find an efficient power storage structure. In this way, by taking advantage of graphene's fast charge and discharge characteristics and large capacity power storage structure, we don't have to worry about the exoskeleton's short battery life. Moreover, this kind of battery can be used to create vehicles with ultra-long driving range, which can also be used in other equipment. Then Lu Chen began to search for information on large-capacity batteries on the internet and found that most new battery technologies only contain theoretical data and no specific experimental data. Lu Chen searched online for a while and found nothing new. He could only use the battery technology in his own distribution room. Although the battery pack in his own distribution room had high energy storage, it occupied a large area. Finally, after Lu Chen thought about it for a while, he decided to use the structure of an ordinary battery first, and then added graphene technology to give it the ability to charge and discharge quickly. But we're not in a hurry to make it now. We have to wait a few days to renovate the old house before we can do this. After Lu Chen made a memo, he checked that the time was not too early. It was almost 12 o'clock, so he walked to the processing room to take a look. Finding that another heater had been manufactured and the remaining materials were being used to make the last one, Lu Chen took out the manufactured heater and placed it next to the 2 heaters he had made before, and then ran to the kitchen to cook. After eating, it was almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon. After getting in touch with the machinist and confirming the arrival time, Lu Chen came to the multifunctional processing platform and prepared the materials. He started making the parts of the crossbow. After almost 2 hours, Lu Chen finished making all the parts and 30 crossbow arrows, and then came to the edge of the assembly table and started assembling the crossbow. After the crossbow was assembled, Lu Chen took a few crossbow arrows to the outside of the shelter, aimed at a tree 10 meters away, and fired. After the crossbow arrow hit the tree, it penetrated nearly 5 or 6 centimeters deep. Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction when he saw the effect. Then Lu Chen placed the crossbow in the warehouse at the shelter today. After all, he was not needed for the time being. Then, at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, The mechanic also came, driving a trailer with a second-hand pickup truck to be traded to Chen. Then the two got to know each other and completed the transaction. Watching Wang Xingyi drive away, Chen drove the pickup truck into the garage. Then Chen took out a miniature nanoworm nest and placed it on the car. After starting, the nanoworm nest began to reinforce the car body, improve the strength of the car body, and check whether there was any problem with the vehicle. After all, it is necessary to be on guard against others. After completing the inspection, Chen roughly knew the specific performance of the current car. The load capacity has been increased from 0.5 tons to 1.5 tons, and the fuel consumption has been increased from 12 liters per 100 kilometers to 15 liters per 100 kilometers. The tires have been transformed into run-flat tires, and the vehicle's operability, power, and comfort have been improved, which is equivalent to the entire vehicle being optimized. However, the focus is still on the load capacity and power. After all, Chen is planning to drive it to find supplies, so the comfort level is about the same. This is consistent with the optimization direction set at the beginning. Chen calculated the fuel consumption of 15 liters per 100 kilometers with a full load. The diesel he had prepared to use for the diesel generator was more than 400 liters. It could still be used for a long time to search for supplies in this city. Chen then closed the door and entered the shelter, planning to design and see how to modify the water system. After all, the government is now providing water supply, but after the cold weather, the pipes are either broken or blocked by ice. We will go there then. If you try to find a way to get water, you've already eaten it. Let's change it now, so that if something happens later, we won't be passive. Chen looked at some cases of water collection systems on the internet for a while. Based on the actual situation of the shelter, he prepared to drill a well, then prepare a 10-ton water tank, prepare a smaller water collector, and connect the pipes go outside. When it rains, rainwater can be collected, and later the rainwater can be used to provide moisture to the plant cultivation room, which can save domestic water. So Chen planned to spend the last few days planning and renovating the shelter. Afterwards, after dinner, Chen went to the bedroom and started planning the tasks for the next few days. First, water resources. Because I am located in the south, there are quite a lot of underground water systems. I can dig a well. At the same time, in order to avoid unexpected situations, I need a water tank and pipes to the kitchen, bathroom, and other places. Upper filter device. Second, after the source of the water is solved, security needs to be strengthened. The main structure of the shelter itself has been reinforced. Now that there is sufficient material, the door can also be reinforced. The houses on the ground must also be reinforced to strengthen the safety of the houses on the ground and install additional heating facilities. The third is the plant cultivation room, which must be expanded for future survival and quality of life. Now I live alone here. The people around me have either been demolished and moved away or have entered official shelters. I can go to the surrounding places. Expand. If other functions are needed later, you can expand further. Fruits can be exchanged for materials and liege. So I need at least 1 acre of area to grow crops here, which translates into about 666 square meters. However, I have high-yielding rice seeds. The yield per mu is as high as about 1,600 kilograms. Even if the yield is reduced, I can still guarantee an output of 1,200 kilograms, so about 600 square meters is enough, divided into half, plant rice in half, and plant vegetables in the other half. In addition, by controlling the temperature and humidity, you don't have to consider the season. I also checked online. If an adult consumes 500 to 600 kilograms of rice a year, the right amount is enough. The rest can be used to exchange for fruits, meat, and other supplies. Chen thought for a while and continued writing in his notebook. The fourth aspect is safety when going out. It's not too cold outside now, but in a month the temperature outside will definitely drop below 0, so we need to consider making some cold-proof clothing. Also, although the country has 0 tolerance for illegal crimes, there are still some things that cannot be taken into account in this situation. I also have to prepare some self-defense weapons. The crossbow I made before is still a bit lacking. It can only fire 1 crossbow arrow at a time, and its firepower is a bit weak. It's weak. You can only find information about the repeating crossbow online, but the specific manufacturing process is still relatively difficult to find. Thinking of this, Chen felt it was a pity. If the nano core had been obtained earlier, then many devices would not have to be purchased. Instead, one could just find a way to copy them, master their structure, and then manufacture them directly. If you only have drawings, the consumption will be much greater, and for many devices you cannot find drawings on the internet. You can only deduce them based on theoretical knowledge, which will consume a lot of energy and a lot of time. Perhaps it is because the nano core can independently gather energy after being bound to itself. Recently, Chen discovered another function in the core, that is, if there is theoretical support, then the core will consume different energy to create corresponding items based on the completeness of the theory. For example, the high-performance energy storage battery that Chen wants most, the lithium-ion battery and sodium-ion battery that have been talked about on the internet, if Chen inputs the theory after knowledge. According to the completeness of the theory, the nanocore consumes different energy and deduces the night theory. After it is perfected, it can consume energy to make items, or it can consume energy again to deduce the equipment to make batteries. However, if there is a complete physical object, then it can be consumed directly. It can be made with energy, so Chen felt a little regretful. Since we are going to use repeating crossbows, it is better to directly produce thermal weapons in one step. Although the most advanced firearms only know the structure and do not have detailed drawings, the drawings of bolt-action rifles and semi-automatic rifles decades ago have been declassified. You can find blueprints by searching online, so you might as well just make a gun. But guns need bullets. Although I don't have that much copper, our country uses steel core bullets, which are plated with a layer of copper on the outside, so the bullet casing is yes, but what about gunpowder? Chen got a headache again thinking about this. After going around and around, he still returned to the starting point. If thermal weapons are used, materials and processes are lacking. Although energy can be consumed for deduction, there's also a lack of energy in other places, so in the end he can only choose to go first. Make cold weapons. Actually, I don't need to make gunpowder weapons. Chen suddenly had an idea. If he could make a high-energy battery, could he make an electromagnetic gun based on the electromagnetic principle? Then Chen smiled bitterly. It was all energy. It was so lacking. Think about what you should do now. As for self-defense weapons, let's use crossbows for the time being. I'll see if I can find the design of a repeating crossbow online later. The fifth point is to go out and collect supplies. I already have a pickup truck, but the pickup itself has a small load capacity and limited space. So I still have to prepare a vehicle with a large load, which I will talk about later. However, after the pickup truck was modified and its horsepower became stronger, I can make a simple hanging body to hang on the back of the pickup truck, and then install a small boom on the back of the pickup truck. It can at least drop and move items weighing a ton. In this way, heavy items can be transferred directly to the truck body hanging at the back, and light items can be carried by myself, especially those building materials, which can save a lot of effort and time. After writing this, Chen could only consider these aspects for the time being. We would talk about it later if there were special circumstances. Then Chen looked at the time, studied for a while, and then went to rest. While Chen was still planning his own nest, the authorities had already started to take action, collecting supplies and rescuing people from all over the place. After the meteorite fell and the volcano erupted, some people were trapped in their homes. Some of the roads were broken by the meteorite, and the vehicles could not be used due to the influence of volcanic ash. In addition, the distance to the shelter was too far, and they had to cross half of the city. Some of them lived in high-rise buildings, and they were hit by the downstairs and could not get out. In short, after 3 days of rescue, these people have been rescued to the official shelter, but this is only the case in Longwa. Although there are many foreign shelters, the losses are also the most serious. After all, there will be defensive weapons set up around the official shelters. Those meteorites that will directly threaten the shelters will be directly shattered, but many human shelters do not have such conditions. In an office in the official underground shelter of the capital of Longwa, the commander-in-chief of Longwa is listening to the progress of various things. Ministry of Agriculture. Commander-in-Chief, thanks to the previous food reserve strategy, our country's food reserves have been increasing. As of a month ago, the National Grain Reserve Warehouse has been fully military-controlled and a military blockade has been established to ensure food security. At the same time, the food reserves have been counted, which is enough for the people of the country to use for 3 years. At the same time, the Ministry of Agriculture and Lonka Institute cooperated to establish a large number of indoor hydroponic planting sites to ensure the most basic survival guarantee for the people of the country. Lonka Institute. Commander-in-Chief, our Lonka Institute has been fully researching the technology under the Ice Age, including low-temperature planting technology, nuclear fusion technology, aerospace technology, quantum communication technology, etc. According to our research, due to the impact of global volcanoes, volcanic ash has blocked satellite communications, so current communications can only rely on wired or ground-based stations for the time being. Our department is fully researching new communication technologies and will increase research on quantum technologies. In addition, due to energy problems caused by temperature problems, we have successfully broken through the nuclear power miniaturization technology in the past year and applied it in official shelters across the country. In addition, through observation, it was found that due to the impact of volcanic ash, algae in the global ocean and plants on land will die on a large scale. We have researched and manufactured a batch of large-scale oxygen production equipment and sent them to shelters in various places. Ministry of Civil Affairs. Commander-in-Chief. After a rough statistics, the personal shelters in many places have been affected by the attack of meteorite fragments and can no longer be used. Although most of the personnel were only injured, a large amount of supplies were buried. Buried need to be excavated again. Some other meteorite fragments fell into the offshore and triggered a tsunami, causing coastal cities to be submerged by the tsunami and the shelters to become ineffective. The number of people affected has reached hundreds of thousands. These people have arranged for people to move to inland shelters. As of yesterday, preliminary statistics show that my country's current population loss is not large, still maintaining at around 1 billion. Military. Commander-in-Chief, the current military combat power remains intact. The Army is in an organized state and has entered the second-level combat readiness. According to the collection of intelligence departments, the situation of countries around the world for this meteorite is not optimistic. After several other departments reported their work, the military also reported on the recent work situation. Affected by volcanic ash, many weapons that require precision guidance are temporarily unusable, waiting for the Lonka Academy and the equipment department to provide solutions. The commander-in-chief listened to the reports of various departments for a while and found that the situation was not optimistic. After thinking for a while, he ordered, "The situation in various countries is not optimistic now, but what makes us better than them is that we have a strong cohesion. We have come through so many disasters and are not afraid of this time. So we need to carry forward the spirit of hard struggle and do not abandon or give up. In addition, the comrades of Lonka Academy need to work harder to achieve breakthroughs in related technologies as soon as possible. At the same time, I would like to emphasize here with the Ministry of Public Security that we must resolutely crack down on illegal and criminal activities and ensure the safety of people's lives and property. The Army must do a good job in resisting foreign enemies and resolutely safeguard the integrity of national territorial sovereignty. Although we are now underground, the land on the ground still belongs to our Longwa. We must fight for every inch of land." After the meeting, various departments began to mobilize and began to enter the city to collect supplies under the escort of the Army. At the same time, they began to mobilize manpower and material resources to transform the original railway network into one that can be used on ice and snow. Special cold-resistant trains were built in various places, and 8 horizontal and 8 vertical arteries were constructed across the country to connect official shelters in various places. In terms of agriculture, the Ministry of Agriculture and Lonka Academy The construction corps began to build large planting bases around shelters in various places to ensure the supply of staple food, as well as large earthworm breeding bases and large breeding bases to ensure meat consumption. In addition, the Lonka Institute sent technicians to shelters in various places to guide the construction of geothermal generators and wind turbines, striving to ensure the normal power supply of shelters and planting and breeding bases. Due to the good protection of the country, there is basically no population loss in Longwa. After ensuring so many people, there is a huge pressure to survive. Although the national grain reserves can guarantee the expenses of 1 billion people for 3 years, the current population of more than 900 million can last longer. However, after all, it is unknown when there will be a major breakthrough in science and technology. Therefore, in order to ensure that the planting and breeding bases can be built up and self-sufficient in the later stage, restrictions need to be imposed in the early stage. Subsequently, the Ministry of Information issued a notice to individuals and corporate shelters outside, informing these people that the city's water supply will stop in about half a month. Please build your own water treatment system or use supplies to purchase water purification devices from official shelters. In return, list the materials required for water purifiers of different sizes. The exchange for a small water purifier requires 100 kilograms of metal or 100 kilograms of rice. The exchange for a medium-sized water purifier requires 1,000 kilograms of metal or 1,000 kilograms of rice. The exchange for a large water purifier requires 5 tons of metal or 5,000 kilograms of rice. Small water purifiers can filter domestic water for 5 people per day, medium-sized water purifiers for 50 people, and large-sized water purifiers for 500 people. Generally, small ones are used by individuals. Medium-sized ones are mostly used by several families or small business shelters, and large ones are only used by large enterprises. Soon, these water purifiers were sold out within 2 days. Chen also went to exchange for a small one. Although it could supply the domestic water for 5 people, it could only guarantee the amount for 1 person to wash and drink, about 20 liters. If it is a shelter based on family units, a small one is fine. The country has taken this situation into consideration, but if there are other places with large water consumption, then a small water purifier is still not enough. A family, the living water supply for 3 people plus parents can still be guaranteed. For example, growing vegetables requires a lot of water. Finally, the country announced that mines in various regions have entered a state of restriction. All minerals will be given priority for supply and construction, and the official will purchase them at market prices. At the same time, a series of measures, such as recruiting experienced and technical personnel with seabed prospecting and mining, will strengthen the development and acquisition of resources and increase construction efforts. In terms of aerospace, satellites cannot be launched for the time being due to volcanic ash, but the Dragon Academy of Sciences is already studying methods to disperse volcanic ash, and it is expected that the results will be achieved soon. As the government begins to exert its efforts, large-scale construction is taking place everywhere. Everyone is full of hope for the future and believes that the future can be expected. At 8 o'clock in the morning on May 25th, Chen got up on time. He checked the nano core and found that the energy had been collected to 300 points. He estimated that it could be used to make a water collection device. Just when Chen finished washing and was preparing to modify the water collection device, he suddenly received a text message and found that it was from the official. The content was similar to the previous article, and it also marked the location of the official shelter, as well as the exchange of supplies for water purifiers. This made Chen stop what he was doing. Perhaps I should check out this official water purifier, replace it with another one, and modify it to meet my needs. After Chen looked at the text message and thought for a while, he took out a 50 kilograms bag of rice from the warehouse and put it in the car. Then he found the crossbow in the warehouse, took the equipment, and went out. Half an hour later, Chen arrived at the Tingcheng shelter and saw that the shelter's External Affairs Committee had set up a protective net. There were already many cars parked on the side, including many large trucks. Chen estimated that these trucks belonged to shelters established by large companies. But Chen just looked at them, then locked the truck and walked to the protective net door with 100 kilograms of rice. The guards checked that there was no contraband. Just let go. Chen passed through the protective net and came to a trading desk. After explaining his purpose to the staff, he handed the water purifier to Chen after checking that the rice was okay. What Chen held in his hand was a rectangular object about the same size as a small printer. It was 1 meter high and about 50 centimeters wide. It had a water inlet and a water outlet. It also came with an instruction manual and a pack of granular objects. Chen put the water purifier in the car and started to go home. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, Chen returned home, drove his car into the garage, and then put the water purifier and an electric car on the lift to prepare to enter the shelter. Chen saw the electric car on the road and found that the keys were hanging on it. He looked around and saw no buildings or people, so he brought it back together and planned to take out the motor and battery and make copy. After Chen returned to the shelter, he first put the battery card in the warehouse, then carried the water purifier to the living room, opened the manual, and checked the specific parameters. Chen looked at it for a while. This water purifier is really a water purifier. It only has the function of purifying water quality, and it requires the use of specially prepared purification materials. Even the particles in the small package that are sent together have a special opening. The pipes on both sides enter the sewage on one side and clean water on the other side. And the purification effect is very good. Basically, domestic wastewater can be directly filtered into drinking water. Moreover, the instructions also say that if the power is turned on, special electric ions will be generated inside, and industrial-grade wastewater can be directly processed into ordinary wastewater. Although the water cannot be drunk directly, it can be used for washing clothes and farming. There is no need to worry about excessive heavy metals. Chen looked at the above introduction and couldn't help but lament that the country's heritage was beyond what an individual could compare with. It had only been a few days since he had come up with such a small black technology. Chen then used the nano core to replicate this structure and then used a multifunctional manufacturing platform to manufacture 2 more, which were connected to the kitchen, bathroom, and power generation room. As mentioned earlier, Chen used a geothermal generator. This generator conducts heat energy from the ground through deep underground pipes, and then sends the gas into the steam turbine through the steam water separation device to drive the rotation to generate electrical energy. At the same time, the separated heat the water can then flow back into the ground, or it can be cooled by a cooling tower and then used by itself. But at that time, the space was limited and the nanocore energy was insufficient, so Chen could only let the hot water flow back underground. But now with this water purification device, this part of the water can be used, and pipes can be laid underground in the shelter to allow hot water flows through to form floor heating. This saves the need for a heater and can also use a purification device to purify the water into domestic water after it flows through the shelter and flow into the water tank. I can build 2 water tanks on the ground and then install a water pump at the outlet of the separated water of the geothermal generator to send hot water into the number 1 water tank, and then set up 2 water outlets in the number 1 water tank, one connected to the floor heating. Another one plus a water purifier connects the pipes to the bathroom and kitchen. On the number 2 water tank, install a water purifier at the water inlet. The water source is connected to the floor heating water. Then make 2 water outlets, one connected to the bathroom and one connected to the kitchen. Then the sewage from the kitchen and bathroom is discharged into the biogas pool. Since there is no shortage of water, it is better not to purify these 2 types of water, but to add an overflow port so that excess water can flow back into the ground. We also need to build a biogas digester, which can also be used to generate electricity. After all, the initial geothermal generator power is a bit small. It can only generate 200 kilowatt hours of electricity per day. Now use the biogas to build a biogas generator and add some power generation. After all, when high-energy batteries are developed, it will probably not be enough. After Chen planned it on his notebook, he entered his ideas into the nano core, and then based on Chen's ideas, he came up with a manufacturing plan for a nano insect nest. Nano Hive, the shelter water extraction, recycling, and reuse version. Consumes 300 energy points. Manufacturing time, 1 hour. Consumable materials, steel 2,000 kilograms, copper 100 kilograms, rubber 10 kilograms, plastic 20 kilograms, wood 10 kilograms, cotton 5 kilograms. Expansion time, 2 hours. Description: a water resources extraction, recycling, and reuse system designed by user Chen with a geothermal generator as the core. Using hot water, a byproduct of geothermal power generation, to provide heating for the shelter and domestic water is a feasible solution. However, the user does not seem to have considered the heating and load-bearing issues of building a water tank in the ground room during the design. Chen couldn't help wiping cold sweat when he saw the prompt given by Nano Core. Fortunately, he pointed out, otherwise, if the water tank was full and collapsed after it was built, wouldn't he be buried in it? Then Chen modified the plan. Nano Hive, the shelter water extraction, recycling, and reuse version. Consumes 350 energy points. Manufacturing time, 1 hour. Consumable materials, steel 2,000 kilograms, copper 100 kilograms, rubber 10 kilograms, plastic 20 kilograms, wood 10 kilograms, cotton 20 kilograms, cement 100 kilograms. Expansion time, 2 hours. Description: a water resources extraction, recycling, and reuse system designed by the user Chen with a geothermal generator as the core, using hot water, a byproduct of geothermal power generation, to provide heating for the shelter. It is a feasible solution for domestic water use. After adding insulation and reinforcement measures to the water tank, there is no problem with the plan, although the efficiency is low. Chen checked the energy of the nano core and found that the energy had been collected to 340 points. He looked at the time and saw that it was already 12 o'clock. He decided to make a meal first, and then he could start making it. After eating, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen saw that the energy was sufficient. After replenishing the required materials, he started to build a nanoworm nest. An hour later, the nanocore spit out a nanoworm nest. After starting, the nanoworm nest sank into the ground. Then, through monitoring, Chen saw that in the ground room, 2 water tanks were being formed little by little, placed side by side. At the same time, the bottom ground and soil layer began to be reinforced, and the corresponding pipes began to form and submerge into the ground. At the same time, the water tanks on the ground and the exposed pipes begin to form insulation devices to ensure that there is no ice in the pipes. At the same time, the space in the power generation room began to expand, and a new biogas generator, water pump, and valve pipeline were added. A heating control valve also appeared in the corner of the living room. If you do not want to heat, you can close this valve, and then the hot water will directly enter the domestic water tank. Finally, next to the growing room, a biogas pool was built. Domestic sewage will be discharged here in the future. After fermentation, it can be used as fertilizer in the growing room. The whole process took 2 hours to complete. Chen could only pass monitoring revealed surface changes, and some pipes entered the ground and could not be seen. Chen came to the power distribution room, opened the switching valve, and heard the hot water that was going to flow back into the ground began to flow into the pipes. He turned on a water pump, and the number 1 water tank began to inject hot water. After a while, the water began to flow through the water outlet pipe. After waiting for another hour, Chen felt that the temperature inside the shelter began to rise. Before, the temperature in the shelter was only about 10 degrees, but now the temperature has begun to rise. Chen felt that the heater, you don't have to use it. It's not a bad idea to trade with others instead. Chen looked at the time. It was already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Now that the energy had been used up, he could only do it tomorrow. Chen went to the kitchen and made some dinner. After eating, he continued to study. At 9 o'clock in the morning on May 26th, Chen slept until he woke up naturally. He no longer had to wake up from the cold like he did a few nights ago without covering the quilt properly. After measuring the temperature inside the shelter has reached 20 degrees, which is a more suitable temperature for the human body. It neither feels hot nor cold. Lu Chen got up and took a look. After one night, the nano core had gathered another 200 points of energy. Now he was considering whether to upgrade the defense or the plant cultivation room first. After thinking for a while, Lu Chen decided to upgrade the plant cultivation room first to a small planting base of 500 square meters, of which 100 square meters will be used to grow vegetables and 400 square meters will be used to grow hybrid rice. However, the current area of my cultivation room is only 100 square meters, and I still need to expand the space to 400 square meters, which is estimated to consume a lot of energy and materials. Then Lu Chen did some design calculations in the nano core and found that 5 tons of sand and gravel materials, 1 ton of cement, and 2 tons of steel were needed. Lu Chen calculated his inventory and found that it was not enough. Now, he felt a little uncomfortable. Finally, he found that he only had enough materials to widen the area by 100 square meters. After thinking for a while, Lu Chen decided to expand the space by 100 square meters first, and then use the 200 square meters of space to grow vegetables. Last time he went to exchange for water purifiers, he saw the official shelter purchasing various supplies, including vegetables and fruits. The value is still relatively high. At present, my rations are still sufficient, so I can use the 200 square meters of space to plant a batch of vegetables. Chinese cabbage and lettuce can be matured and harvested in 1 month. This way, I can trade once a month without going out frequently. And you can also get a lot of supplies, which is generally good. Lu Chen started to create a nano hive. He spent 100 energy points and some materials to expand the growing room to 200 square meters, and then began to design a transformation plan for the growing room. First, use ordinary soil for cultivation. If you use soilless cultivation, you can save a lot of space. However, I don't have a formula for the nutrient solution now. I have included it as an alternative. The soil can be planted outside before frozen soil has formed, so hurry up. After excavation and the extra soil from the expansion is probably only necessary to replenish 1/3 of the soil. Secondly, growing vegetables requires a lot of water, and if planted for a long time, the fertility will decrease, so you have to look for fertilizer outside. There happens to be a fertilizer factory in a nearby town. You can check it out later. For water, you can spray it from the sky, so you can open the valve from time to time to water. Finally, there's the issue of lighting. Plants need photosynthesis, so the 1 sun lamp prepared before is not enough, and several more have to be made. Finally, we can calculate the yield and estimate how many kilograms of lettuce can be harvested from planting 200 square meters of cabbage or lettuce. Currently, I only have a pickup truck with a load capacity of about 1.5 tons, and I plan to plant half of it with cabbage and half with lettuce. In this case, the output of cabbage is about 400 kilograms and lettuce is about 100 kilograms. If a batch matures every month, then I can exchange building materials every month. In this way, my growing room can be expanded once a month. The plan is to expand it to 500 square meters. However, if there are more materials in the later stage, just add 200 square meters. In this way, 400 square meters can be used to grow staple crops, and there will be a big surplus for 2 crops a year. 300 square meters can be used to grow vegetables, so that you can ensure your own consumption while still being able to trade. I can plant grapes in the remaining 100 square meters. There is no big requirement on the height, so that I can eat fruits. As for meat, I also bought a lot of canned pork and beef. I will eat it with it for the time being. I will see if it can be mixed with it later. Officially redeemed. After Lu Chen completed the planning, he used the nano core to spend 100 points of energy to create a nano insect nest according to the settings in his mind. Then he took the insect nest and entered the planting room to start it. Then Lu Chen left here and started digging soil outside the shelter. After spending a few hours, Lu Chen dug enough soil and sent it back to the shelter. Only then did Lu Chen have time to look. A look at the changes to the grow room. I saw that the construction of the planting room has been completed, and the indoor height is about 3 meters. There are more than 10 solar lamps distributed at the top for photosynthesis. There are several rows of pipes below the solar lamps, and there are nozzles at regular intervals. Make sure there are no blind spots when spraying water. On the ground, The field ridges made of steel divided 4 open spaces, and each open space has been paved with soil. Chen took out his shovel and dug up a spot and found that the soil layer was not very deep. Then Chen poured the collected soil evenly into the 4 open spaces until it was almost as high as the field ridges. Chen estimated that the thickness of the soil layer was almost 1 meter. In this way, there would be no problem in growing vegetables, rice, and wheat. Then Chen took a shovel and tidied up each piece of land, and then left the planting room and opened the valve. Make the land moist. Afterwards, he checked the time and saw that it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Chen put on his equipment and left the shelter, planning to drive to the fertilizer factory to see if any fish had slipped through the net and get some fertilizer back. Half an hour later, Chen arrived at the door of the fertilizer factory. As soon as he got off the car, the smell of urea came over him. After making sure that he was looking for the right place, he opened the door and found that it was empty. It took Chen 10 minutes to go in and find the warehouse where the fertilizers were stored. Fortunately, there were still a few bags of urea and compound fertilizers in the corner that had not been transported away. Chen left the factory door, drove in, put the fertilizer into the car, and then went to other places to see if there was any harvest. Chen came to a production workshop and opened the door. It was dark inside. Chen turned on a flashlight and walked in. After looking around, he found that there was still a lot of fertilizer at the outlet of the production line, but they were all in the discharge barrel without packaging. Chen looked around and found some plastic bags scattered around. Chen took the plastic bags and put them in the discharge port and started to manually fill them. However, this discharge, there wasn't a lot of fertilizer in the bucket. I only put 2 bags in it and it was gone. Chen looked at the plastic bag. It said Qingtian Fertilizer Factory and the words 25 kilograms below it. 2 bags were almost 100 kilograms. The warehouse used to have such small packaging. Chen estimated that it was missed because of the small packaging. After all, the big ones were more conspicuous and difficult to miss. Then Chen found 2 more production workshops. The harvest from these 2 workshops was quite rich. A total of 200 kilograms of fertilizer was collected and transported all to the car. Chen stood by the car and looked at it, and there was probably no harvest. Got in the car and left. Chen was driving on the road when he suddenly saw a private gas station on the roadside. It was a very small one with only a front room. However, Chen found that the front room was open and there was no one inside. It was probably for the whole family. It was an official shelter. Chen pulled over and parked the car, ready to go in and take a look. Chen entered the front room and looked around. He found that the oil tank inside must have been removed. Then he found that there was a door inside, which should lead to the backyard. Chen opened the door and went in, and found that there were 2 more doors in the backyard. There were 2 large oil tanks, one with diesel and the other with gasoline. Chen walked to the side and checked, and was disappointed to find that there was no oil in it. Then Chen checked again in the backyard. After searching for a long time, he finally found it again. An oil drum was found in the utility room. It was covered with dust and contained about 100 liters of diesel oil. Chen was pleasantly surprised, but looking at this oil drum was a bit confusing. 1 liter of diesel weighs about 0.86 kilograms, and 100 liters is 86 kilograms, which translates to 170 kilograms. It is so heavy. Chen couldn't move it for the time being. After all, the exoskeleton booster he planned to build had not yet been manufactured, and the crane he planned to build on top of the pickup truck had not yet been built because of energy issues, so it was so heavy. Chen really couldn't do anything about the oil barrel. Chen thought for a while and decided to find something to pull out the oil first. He took some out and put it in the car. It happened that the car didn't have much oil left. Then Chen found a smaller plastic oil drum marked 20 liters. Using the siphon principle, he pumped a full bucket of oil, then walked to the car and started filling it with oil. After filling it, Chen found a few 20-liter plastic oil drums and pumped out all the diesel in the iron oil drums. After getting out, he put the diesel in the car and found a few empty diesel barrels to put in the car. Chen drove back with satisfaction. 10 minutes later, Chen returned to the shelter. After putting all the harvest in the warehouse, Chen took the cabbage seeds and fertilizer to the planting room and planted the seeds. After applying fertilizer, Chen took a bucket and watered every place. Then he went outside the door of the planting room to set the on and off time of the sun lamp, and then set the changes inside the planting room and the shelter. Number of breaths. This will ensure that photosynthesis can proceed normally, and with regular water spraying to ensure moisture, Chen estimates that it will grow well. After finishing all these things, it was almost 8 o'clock in the evening. Chen finished his meal happily and checked the situation online. He found that there were news everywhere in the country that officials were sending troops to collect supplies and build bases. Then Chen used the computer skills he learned to go abroad and saw chaos abroad. There were shootings and robberies everywhere. Many shelters were attacked and plundered by bandits. Official shelters abroad were also unable to suppress them due to lack of manpower. The worst among them is the Kingdom of the Sun and the Kingdom of Stars and Stripes, because one of the two largest meteorite fragments fell on the holy mountain of the Kingdom of the Sun, and the other fell in the volcano park of the Kingdom of Stars and Stripes. It was these two volcanoes that were erupted by the impact, leading to global volcanic eruptions. So, a large number of shelters in the two countries were destroyed, and more than 50% of people and materials were lost. And because it is right on the edge of the volcano, volcanic ash is everywhere. Surface crops are covered in volcanic ash and die. Some personal shelters with insufficient ventilation facilities are no longer viable. Everyone must wear protective masks when leaving the shelter to avoid inhaling volcanic ash. Officials are already organizing the production of a large number of protective masks, but production lines and resources are insufficient and production capacity is limited. Chen also saw the Sun Kingdom calling on the Dragon Kingdom for support online, hoping that the Dragon Kingdom would uphold humanitarianism and provide assistance to the Sun Kingdom. However, Dragon Kingdom responded that domestic supplies were insufficient and could not provide support. However, as a member of Blue Star, considering the limited production capacity, Sun Country could use materials in exchange. However, because this is a special period, the price may be relatively high. I hope Sun Country can consider it. Whether to trade. Chen smiled knowingly when he saw this and browsed for a while. Among them was a message about a laboratory in a foreign country that was damaged due to an earthquake. However, Chen just looked at it and flipped through it. After a while, Chen was about to log off and rest when he suddenly saw a post from an environmental scholar. It said that the oxygen content of the atmosphere would decrease. It was said that volcanic eruptions caused by meteorite impacts would fill the atmosphere with volcanic ash, blocking sunlight and causing surface vegetation, and massive die-off of marine algae. This will lead to a decrease in photosynthesis, an increase in carbon dioxide, and a decrease in oxygen content. It is also stated that as long as the oxygen content decreases by about 2%, most people will experience plateau reaction and feel suffocated. In the future, the oxygen content will further decrease as time goes by. It is hoped that the government and others will be prepared. Chen also felt that he had to prepare early. No wonder physical labor has been so tiring recently. It turned out that the oxygen content was decreasing. Then Chen thought that it was not only about indoor oxygen production, but also about carrying oxygen when going out. Then he thought of the protective clothing in a science fiction film, The Wandering Planet. It was a good idea, and he could also realize it himself, such as high-energy batteries, mechanical exoskeletons, high-strength protective fibers, and other technologies. And even if the equipment in the shelter cannot be manufactured, it can be manufactured using nanocores. At most, it will cost more energy, and it is not disposable. Then Chen looked at the time, and it was almost 10 o'clock in the evening, so he went offline to wash and go to bed. I will think about the method of indoor oxygen production tomorrow. I'm too tired today. Chen lay on the bed and fell asleep slowly. Tomorrow is a new beginning. This is the only one for today. I have some things to do during the day and don't have time, but I can make another one tonight during the night shift. I'll probably post it before 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. On the morning of May 27th, Chen got up and washed while thinking about what he could do today. First of all, the building materials for the shelter are gone. It will take another month for the vegetables to mature, so I have to go out to look for things like sand, gravel, and cement. This city has been vigorously developing and building in recent years, and the government is also collecting these materials. After these few days, I think they have been collected. I can go and see if there are any fish that have slipped through the net. And I have to start researching high-energy batteries early and go out to collect materials. If there is only a pickup truck, it may not be enough. I have to make an external carriage to carry the materials. And the crane arm prepared before can also be made and installed. There is also a mechanical skeleton main device, and a small cart, and a lot of things need to be prepared. Then Chen looked at the time. As of 10 o'clock in the morning, the nano core had accumulated 350 energy points. Chen used 100 points and 200 kilograms of steel and 10 kilograms of rubber to make a tractor carriage. But it was 4 wheels, and the load was estimated to be about 3 tons. Then he took out 50 points of energy to directly form a crane in the rear compartment of the pickup truck. And then, according to the previous design, he spent 100 points of energy to make the exoskeleton mechanical assist device using the nano core. Finally, he put the shelter's folding cart in the compartment, took a barrel of oil, 20 liters, and set off. The streets of Tingcheng were deserted, and there was still a faint black smoke in the distance. It was the result of the meteorite impact. Chen's shelter was located between the southern city and the town below. In addition, there were no vehicles on the road, so it took Chen 20 minutes to get to the southern city. There was a big pit not far away, and the surrounding communities were knocked down by the meteorite impact. Chen also saw that several buildings on the side had collapsed next to the buildings next to them, and some vehicles parked on the street were damaged. At this time, the meteorite in the big pit had been removed by the authorities, leaving only a big pit. Chen looked at the big pit and found that the surrounding roads had been destroyed. He had to take a detour. However, thanks to the development of the southern city in recent years, the roads were built in all directions, and the detour had no effect. Chen found a community under construction nearby. There was no one in it. Chen drove into the construction site and found that most of the equipment and materials on the construction site had been removed, leaving only some unfinished buildings. After Chen parked the car, he searched the surrounding open space for a while and found 2 bags of cement, some steel bars, and some sand and gravel, but not much. Only some residues on the ground. Chen shoveled them up with a shovel and found a bag to put them in. After Chen put these things in the car, he searched in a building next to it. After more than an hour of searching, he found 5 bags of cement piled in the corner of the building, but not many steel bars nor sand and gravel. After putting these in the car, Chen felt that this efficiency was too slow and he had to think of a good way. Chen got in the car and walked around the construction site first. He found that the community behind had been built, and it seemed that some residents were also decorating. Chen felt that there should be gains here. Then Chen parked the car downstairs of a building and went upstairs to take a look. After searching one floor after another, Chen found that there were 10 households in this building who were renovating, and the doors were all open. Then Chen went in and found that almost every household had materials such as sand, stone, and cement, but the sand was piled together. Chen found the remaining cement bags and packed them up. Finally, after nearly 2 hours of busy work, the building materials of this building were finally moved to the car. Chen counted and found that there was nearly 1 ton of sand, about 500 kilograms of cement, and only a few steel bars found in the open space before. Chen thought about it and found that what he needed was not steel bars but steel, so Chen threw away the steel bars directly and drove to the steel plant. After all, there was still a lot of steel there. Chen found a steel company based on the map and found that the door was open. It should have been collected by the official. Chen drove in and tried his luck. After entering, Chen found that there was also a small construction site at the innermost of the steel plant, but the equipment inside was also dismantled. Chen came to the workshop and found that the workshop was empty. All the equipment inside had been transported away. As for where it was transported, Chen knew without guessing that it was transported to the official shelter. After all, even if you enter the shelter, you can't just wait for the disaster to pass. You must still produce, otherwise many materials will not be enough for everyone. The steel plant's factory building is still very large. Chen came inside and found a pile of scattered iron ingots. It is estimated that they saw that they were scattered and didn't care about it. Chen thought it was a good bargain for me. Then Chen drove the car in and put the iron ingots in. It was estimated that there were 500 kilograms. Then Chen found another workshop, but there was no harvest in this workshop. Afterwards, Chen drove the car to the small construction site inside and found a small room on the side. He approached the window and saw a pile of iron ingots inside. Chen was overjoyed. This was a windfall. In fact, Chen was lucky. The steel plant was planning to build another small warehouse before, but after the news of the meteorite came, the construction site stopped. It happened that there was a batch of iron ingots that had no place to store, so a small room was temporarily built to store them. This time, the official came to collect supplies and just skipped this room, so Chen got a bargain. Chen immediately took out the iron ingots and loaded them into the car. When he saw that the car could not load them, he drove to the shelter. It could be said that he returned home with a full load. 2 hours later, Chen sat on the sofa in the living room of the shelter to rest and began to think about how to use this harvest. After Chen returned to the shelter an hour ago, it took him an hour to transport the harvested materials into the shelter. Now he can feel that he is tired more easily than before. It is not because of his physical failure, but because of his oxygen intake. Not enough, so we need to consider solving this problem first. I originally planned to surround the house, but now let's increase the oxygen level in the shelter. Otherwise, you may suffocate in your sleep one day and you won't even know it. Chen started to search for information on the internet to see what good oxygen production methods were available. After more than an hour of searching, Chen summarized several methods of oxygen production. I won't talk about chemical ones. There are too many methods, and they require the use of many chemicals. The cost is too high. There are two physical methods. One is to separate liquid air, and the other is the adsorption method. The separation of liquid air is based on the different boiling points of nitrogen and oxygen. The air is first compressed and liquefied and then evaporated. The nitrogen is discharged first, and the rest is the oxygen concentration comparison. High liquid air. The adsorption method is similar. The difference is that special materials are used to adsorb nitrogen atoms, and the remaining gas is also a gas with a relatively high oxygen concentration. There is also a biological oxygen production method, which is to cultivate cyanobacteria to produce oxygen through photosynthesizers. Chen thought about it for a while and thought that he could use the liquid air separation method to produce oxygen. After all, he would have to go out later. At that time, the protective clothing would need to be equipped with an oxygen device. If the oxygen production facility in the shelter could directly produce liquid oxygen, then there is no need to build another liquid oxygen production equipment. Chen then started designing an oxygen concentrator in the nano core and was planning to design a large oxygen concentrator with pipes connecting all the rooms in the shelter, thus ensuring sufficient oxygen in all places in the shelter. Chen then modified the industrial oxygen concentrator and the corresponding program he found online and designed an oxygen concentrator. He also designed two interfaces on the side of the oxygen concentrator that can be used to connect gas bottles to hold liquid oxygen. And then Chen got this set of data. Sky-type 3 oxygen concentrator. Manufacturing requirements: 200 energy points, 300 kilograms of steel. Manufacturing time: 30 minutes. Expansion time: 1 hour. Description: a large-scale oxygen generator transformed from ordinary oxygen generating equipment, with built-in automation programs and added pipelines and monitoring systems, can monitor the oxygen concentration in the air, set corresponding concentration requirements, and recompress excess oxygen into stored in liquid form. Chen looked at it and found that the oxygen concentrator could not be used today. It was only around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. After the accumulation of a nanocore during this period, it only had 170 energy points. It would take another 3 hours to use it, but it was already 5 o'clock. You can eat first. After dinner, you can have fun for a while. 3 hours later, Chen started the nanocore. When he saw that the energy reached 200 points, he immediately chose to make it. After half an hour, a nano insect nest was spit out. Chen took the nano insect nest to a utility room. The contents inside have been cleaned out, and the space is enough. After activating the nanocore, the oxygen concentrator began to slowly form. After Chen waited for an hour, the oxygen concentrator was deployed. I saw that the entire oxygen concentrator was about 2 meters high, with many pipes extending out to various parts of the shelter. Then the width and length are about the same, about 1.5 meters. There are many cylindrical tanks inside the oxygen concentrator, and there is a computer embedded on the outer wall of the oxygen concentrator. After Chen started the oxygen concentrator, the computer turned on. Chen started operating. After Chen operated it for a while, he discovered that the oxygen concentrator had been connected to the ventilation system inside the shelter. When the oxygen generator is started, it will suck air from the outside, compress it, and then release the oxygen into the shelter through liquid separation. Its built-in program will discharge part of the gas when it detects that the oxygen content inside the shelter has dropped. At the same time, a part of the oxygen is released to ensure the balance of internal and external pressure differences while ensuring the oxygen content. Afterwards, Chen set the oxygen concentration and started the machine. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Chen found that the air suddenly became fresher and no longer felt dull. And the air in the bedroom and living room feels much better than in other places. Subsequently, Chen came to the workshop and prepared to produce 10 small oxygen bottles. He connected the 3D printer, input the drawings of the small oxygen bottles, put in the materials, and started production. Exactly 100 kilograms of material can produce 10 oxygen bottles. After Chen set it up, he saw that it was getting late. So he took a shower and went to bed. Chen slept particularly soundly that night. The next morning, Chen got up and saw that the basic facilities of the shelter had been completed, so he prepared to further develop the shelter. After all, if there were no accidents, he would survive here for a long time. Survival is not a problem now, so then make yourself comfortable and safe. Now that I have ensured my survival needs, I still have to continue building my own shelter. The first is safety. You need to build a wall around the house on the ground floor of your shelter, and then you can connect it to the power grid, and then add monitoring equipment on the roof. Then you have to prepare weapons and equipment when you go out. Maybe you should research high-energy batteries first, so that many portable devices can be used. Then Chen looked at the nanocore. He had gathered more than 100 points of energy. He input the battery information he had found into the nanocore and found that 200 points of energy were needed to achieve it. Moreover, it was only deduced energy. He could only deduce the drawings and manufacture. If so, you have to pay for energy again. Chen took a look and found that he would not have enough energy until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So Chen took a shovel and left the shelter first and started digging a trench around his home. He planned to dig the trench first and then wait until the energy and supplies were sufficient. Build the wall again. After Chen dug the foundation, it was almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen returned to the shelter, opened the nano core, and began to deduce the high-energy battery using 200 energy points. Afterwards, Chen took a shower and went to rest. At 9 o'clock in the morning on May 29th, Chen woke up, took a look, and found that the high-energy battery would probably have more than a day to complete the deduction. After Chen washed up, he planned to go out to collect supplies before it was too cold. This time, Chen just drove a pickup truck out without adding a bucket, because this time I went out to search for some daily necessities. After all, some items such as toothpaste, toothbrushes, towels, etc. still need to be prepared. Although it can still be manufactured using nanocores, why waste energy when there are ready-made items? Chen drove to the south of the city. The empty streets gave people a faint sense of fear. Chen shook his head and drove to the edge of a supermarket. I saw that this large supermarket had been affected by the meteorite, and the entrance had been buried. Chen looked around and found a parking lot. and then drove inside. Because Lu Chen knew that large supermarkets usually have entrances and exits in the parking lot, as well as unloading passages. However, Lu Chen could not find the unloading passage yet, so he directly found the entrance to the parking lot. Lu Chen got off the car and entered the supermarket. He found that the supermarket was on the second and third floors. On the first floor were some businesses selling clothes and jewelry. Lu Chen looked aside and ignored them. He walked towards it with a flashlight. On the second floor, after Lu Chen arrived at the second floor, he found that it was empty and there was nothing on the shelves. Lu Chen looked around with a flashlight and found nothing. Then he searched again and found the supermarket warehouse. After entering, he found 2 bags of rice, some condiments, and cooking oil. Lu Chen took a shopping cart and put these things in, and then put the cart on the second floor. Go to take a look at the third floor. Lu Chen came to the third floor and found that the third floor was for shopping for department stores and clothing. It could be seen that a lot of things had been moved away, but there were still a lot of leftover things. Lu Chen harvested a lot of things on the third floor, which were all daily necessities, but there were not many things. It was probably because the people who came earlier did not collect them all. Specifically, there were pots and pans, towels, toothbrushes and toothpaste, underwear, toilet paper, etc. Not only that, Lu Chen also saw a lot of towels in the paper towel area that had not been taken away. It was estimated that there were more men out there searching for supplies. Lu Chen also found a warehouse on the edge of the third floor. It was a warehouse for these daily necessities, but it had been emptied. It was probably because they were packaged and easy to take away, so he didn't ask for the ones outside. Lu Chen then loaded all the supplies he collected into the car, and then drove to continue looking for where there were supplies. After driving through a few streets, Lu Chen saw a large shopping mall. Lu Chen took a look and found that the shopping mall had collapsed. It was probably hit directly by a meteorite. Then Lu Chen drove around in the street to try his luck to see if there was anything left. Supplies that can be searched. While Lu Chen was driving and searching, he still gained something. He passed by a hardware store and found some wrenches, pistol drills, cutting machines, and other portable processing equipment. Then Lu Chen also passed by a grain and oil store. After entering, he found 2 bags of rice, 3 bags of flour, plus some cooking oil, seasonings, etc. He also found a home appliance shopping mall, where he found 2 microwave ovens and 1 oven, 3 rice cookers, and other small appliances. Lu Chen even saw a gas station, a place where liquefied gas cans were filled, but there was nothing inside. Lu Chen felt it was a pity. After all, the induction cooker still lacked enough firepower for cooking. Using gas would be like some stir-frying. That's it. After Lu Chen walked around the south of the city all morning, he found that his truck was almost full, so he drove back to unload the goods and came back in the afternoon to take a look. In the afternoon, Lu Chen continued to drive his pickup truck for a walk on the street. As he drove, Lu Chen came to a street. Lu Chen looked around, discovering that the whole street was full of Car 4S shops, as well as shops selling heavy trucks. Lu Chen thought that he could go to the place that sold trucks to see if there was anything he could gain. Then Lu Chen drove to the truck shop and found that there were several trucks in front of him, but there was no truck bed, and he didn't have the key, so he couldn't open the door. Lu Chen felt disappointed. Looks like I'm not very lucky, but since I've come here, I might as well go in and see if there's anything I can use. Lu Chen entered the after-sales maintenance area and found that it was almost empty. However, he probably left in a hurry, and there were still many things that had not been moved. Lu Chen picked and found a lot of screws. He even found 2 barrels of diesel oil in the warehouse, about 100 liters. Lu Chen was overjoyed. It seems that we still have to go to these 4S stores to have a look. The oil in the gas stations is probably taken away by the authorities. These 4S stores must have some oil for test driving, although it is not much. But this street is full of people selling cars, so if you search for them, you will probably get some good results. Then Lu Chen started to search one by one, and sure enough, he found a lot of oil, including diesel and gasoline. He collected a total of 300 liters of gasoline, 500 liters of diesel, and a lot of auto parts. Lu Chen even found something in a warehouse. Got an engine, well packaged. When Lu Chen had almost searched the area, it was almost evening. Lu Chen packed up and drove back to the shelter. After Chen put the search materials into the shelter, he washed up and finished his meal, turned on his computer, and found the mechanic. Chen, mechanic, are you here? Wang Xingyi, here, what's the matter? Chen, do you have many batteries over there? I need 4 or 5 batteries here. I can exchange them with supplies. Wang Xingyi, Chen, I still have batteries here. They're all brand new, but I don't really need the supplies. Do you have oxygen production equipment over there? I have been feeling very bored these 2 days, so I checked online. It was found that it was a problem with the oxygen content of the air. Chen, I can make you a small biological oxygen generator, which should be able to meet your needs, but I want 10 yuan for the battery. Wang Xingyi, it's a deal. You'll see when your side can do it. I'll go to your side to do the deal. Chen, you don't need to come over. I have the car you traded last time. I'll go to your place. I'll search for other supplies, by the way. Today is the 29th. I'll go there on June 1st. I need to be at home tomorrow. Make the oxygen concentrator. Wang Xingyi, okay, let's just say it like this. Chen then chatted with the mechanic, and the mechanic also gave Chen the address of his shelter. The reason why Chen wanted to exchange the battery was to wait until high-energy batteries could be manufactured and then directly transform ordinary batteries into high-energy batteries through nanocores. This not only saves time, but also does not cause too high energy consumption. After all, if high-energy batteries are developed, they will not be able to manufacture them without the corresponding equipment. They can just roll them out with their own hands. Chen said that he was not Iron Man or Steve. Before that, he was just an ordinary person, although he had upgraded his brain and body by binding the nanocore. But I'm still an ordinary person. In terms of physique, I am not as strong as Captain America, and in terms of intelligence, I am not as smart as Iron Man. Therefore, doing what you can do is the most correct choice. And if there is a cheat, why not cheat it? Wouldn't it be nice to just use the nanocore to transform it? Finally, Chen said that once I developed artificial intelligence and combined it with the almost plug-in capabilities of a nanocore, I would take off directly. The most important thing now is stability. Just like this battery, if you want to manufacture it yourself, then you need to get a battery factory, transform the equipment of the battery factory, and then input raw materials, and then produce it. You don't need so much yourself. 10 yuan is enough. It was used, so Chen asked the mechanic for the battery. Afterwards, Chen went offline and continued his learning journey. After all, before he had enough energy, he still had to master technology by himself. On the other side, Wang Xingyi happily told his wife about the transaction with Chen after going offline. The couple was also very grateful to Chen. After all, everyone is staying in the shelter now, and it can be found in any repair shop on the street. Chen could definitely find the battery by himself. But Chen didn't, and instead made a deal with himself. You must know that the oxygen concentrator can only be exchanged for him at Chen, but the battery is not his own, so Wang Xingyi's family is still very grateful to Chen. On the other side, Chen saw that it was getting late and was getting ready to go to bed. Then before going to bed, he habitually thought about what he should do tomorrow. There should be enough energy points tomorrow. We can make a biological oxygen generator first, and then lay the surrounding foundation. In this way, we can research high-energy batteries by evening. When you go to the mechanic the day after tomorrow to complete the transaction, you can start making protective clothing. You can directly add the power-assisted exoskeleton to it, so that you can wear it directly when you go out, whether you're searching for supplies or going out for transactions. Then Chen washed up and went to sleep. On the morning of May 30th, Chen got up and started preparing to build a biological oxygen generator. Different from industrial oxygen production equipment, industrial oxygen production uses physical methods to produce oxygen, while biological oxygen generators use algae to produce oxygen. We know that oxygen on the planet is produced by photosynthesis of plants, and both plants and cyanobacteria can produce oxygen. Tropical rainforests are called the lungs of the planet, but the organic matter produced by tropical rainforests is quickly consumed, producing a large amount of carbon dioxide, so the oxygen output of tropical rainforests is almost equal to consumption. Due to the cold, the organic matter of plants in the cold zone will not be consumed in large quantities, and will release less carbon dioxide and provide us with more oxygen. The ocean occupies 70% of the planet's surface, and algae are distributed in it to provide us with a large amount of oxygen. Therefore, the biological oxygen generator uses the ability of algae to produce oxygen. Personal understanding, if it is wrong, is a parallel world, and the biological laws are different. Later, Chen came to the workshop and first made a large box with a length, width, and height of 1 meter, and then placed 5 layers of partition board inside. Then the partition board was sealed with a piece of glass, and the cover of the water tank was covered with a blower. There's a sun lamp hanging on it. Then Chen left the shelter and went to a river, fetched a basin of water, returned to the shelter and poured into the box, then poured the water inside the shelter, and then closed the cover. There's a pipe on each side of the top. This is used to connect to the ventilation system of the shelter. It takes air in and out at the same time. The outlet section is connected to the air conditioning and ventilation system. The air inside the shelter is sucked in through the blower and sent into the air conditioning system through the pipe and then blown into the shelter, therefore forming an internal small loop. Because you don't have a culture medium, you can only use substances in the water to cultivate algae, so you need to change the water regularly. Chen used the nano core to calculate that if the algae in the biological oxygen generator were completely cultivated, it would be able to ensure the oxygen needs inside a shelter of 10 people. You only need to change the water once a week. If you're able to make the culture medium yourself, you can just add nutrient solution directly to it, and the water does not need to be changed. At the same time, while Chen was making a biological oxygen generator, the authorities were also taking action. With the efforts of manufacturing plants in various places, large-scale equipment was transported to the shelter one after another. The installation began under the guidance of technical personnel. This equipment is a large-scale industrial oxygen production equipment manufactured by the government. After it was transported to the shelter and installed, as long as sufficient power is ensured, one large piece of equipment like this can guarantee the oxygen supply for 50,000 people inside the shelter. After all, the oxygen content in the atmosphere has only dropped a little. There are also plants in the cold zone that are responsible for oxygen supply. While installing this equipment, the officials also used resources to start cultivating cold-resistant plants, preparing to transplant a large number of plants around the shelter after the plants are successfully cultivated. After all, today's daytime is not the kind where you can't see your fingers. It is equivalent to a cloudy day, but much darker than a cloudy day. This results in a much shorter daily daytime, and the photosynthesis of plants is shortened. Coupled with the lowering of temperatures, the death of many tropical plants, and a large-scale forest fires caused by volcanic eruptions, the oxygen content will drop. With the current temperature, cold zone plants can still survive for the time being. Just when the government installed large-scale oxygen-generating equipment, various breeding bases were also equipped with biological oxygen-generating equipment, and they were all large-scale equipment. Some non-toxic and harmless algae were selected for cultivation. Through the cultivation and reproduction of algae, water was provided, and carbon dioxide to produce oxygen. When there is a lot of algae, the excess algae is dried and made into livestock feed for feeding, and the animal excrement can be made into fertilizer to fertilize the planting base, forming a circular chain that ensures the supply of part of the rations and meat. Here, Chen took a look at the finished biological oxygen generator. After plugging in the power, he turned on the sun lamp and let the algae inside reproduce on its own. It was estimated that it would be ready for use on the day of the transaction. Then Chen went to the forum, contacted Su Jian, and asked him if he wanted oxygen-generating equipment. Su Jian had also learned about the drop in oxygen in the past few days and was worried about it. He did not expect that Chen would make oxygen-generating equipment. He was immediately overjoyed and started working with Chen. After some haggling, Su Jian paid 1 ton of sand and gravel, 500 kilograms of cement, and 1 ton of metal in exchange. After confirming the deal, Chen came to the workshop and finished the second biological oxygen generator. Then he looked at the nanocore and found that the high-energy battery deduction had been completed. Lu Chen began to check out the high-energy batteries launched this time and found that the launched graphene lithium battery was added with graphene technology. The charging time is 1,000 times faster than ordinary lithium batteries, and the energy density is also higher than the original lithium-ion battery. 5 times higher. Lu Chen was still a little disappointed when he saw this. After all, he thought that a higher density battery could be derived. Sure enough, when I was told that I only needed 200 points of energy, I should have thought that there wouldn't be such a big improvement. Lu Chen felt that he should be mentally prepared when he started the deduction at only 200 points. However, the graphene battery was enough for now. After all, he was only active in this city. He could continue to study when he had enough energy in the future. Later, Lu Chen looked at the battery manufacturing technology and found that there were a lot of equipment in the introduction below, including the initial input of raw materials to the final battery packaging. The technical principles and equipment were all introduced in detail, including there are also manufacturing technologies for production equipment. Lu Chen continued to read and found that nanocores can be used for manufacturing. If energy is used directly, it will take about 100 energy points to create a battery. Lu Chen looked at the data. Graphene lithium battery. Manufacturing requirements, 100 energy points. Manufacturing time, 15 minutes. Volume, 20 centimeters long, 10 centimeters wide, 5 centimeters thick. Weight, 5 kilograms. Energy density, 100 degrees. Lu Chen found that this density is still acceptable. After all, the battery of an electric car like Tesla has about 60 to 70 kilowatt hours of electricity. This battery has a higher energy density than this, and its volume has also been reduced, and the charging speed is faster. Lu Chen estimated that the power of this single battery would be enough for him to wear protective clothing for more than 5 hours. When the time comes, adding 2 more batteries would be enough for him to carry out activities for a day. Moreover, the weight of the 2 batteries is only 20 kilograms, which is still light compared to the capabilities of the mechanical power assist device in the protective suit. Lu Chen saw that the nanocore had more than 400 energy points and immediately used 100 energy points to create a battery. 15 minutes later, Lu Chen looked at the freshly baked graphene battery in his hand and felt the greatness of technology. It was incredible that such a small battery could store so much power. Then, Lu Chen began to use workshop equipment and nanocore to make protective clothing. He used the mechanical assist device as the skeleton and added high-strength carbon fiber fabric to create the main body of the protective clothing. Then a device was added to the side of the protective suit, which can be used to store small oxygen bottles. A micro-oxygen generator was also added to the back of the protective suit at the waist, which uses physical adsorption to provide oxygen. As long as the battery is adequate supply of oxygen can be ensured. As for the oxygen bottles on the side, they're used as backup measures. If you're unable to return to the shelter in time due to some delay, then these 2 oxygen bottles are life-saving straw to ensure your survival. The battery is located on the back of the protective suit and has a detachable modular design. So if this set of batteries runs out of power, you can directly remove it and install a second set of batteries. Finally, there is the position of the head mask. After Lu Chen made the head mask, he added a night vision function and a display board function. This display board can see the overall status of the protective suit in real time, including the pressure inside the protective suit, oxygen content, temperature, etc. to avoid accidents. In the end, after Lu Chen completed the manufacturing, he spent a total of 150 energy points and several materials, and finally spent 50 energy points to optimize the overall protective suit. What finally appeared in front of Lu Chen was something like the protective suit in Wandering Planet style. However, Lu Chen's is more advanced than the one in the movie. First of all, mechanical assistance allows Lu Chen to lift heavier objects. The ultimate strength reaches 500 kilograms. Secondly, the built-in buffer device greatly reduces the damage caused by falling from height, and the protective fabric is made of high-strength material, so it is difficult for ordinary knives to scratch it. Finally, Lu Chen looked at the remaining 100 points of energy, gritted his teeth, and made another battery. Then he put the 2 batteries on the protective suit. Then Chen put on the protective suit and left the shelter and started walking around the shelter. Performance of experimental protective clothing. I saw a red figure moving quickly on a road, reaching a speed of 50 kilometers per hour and jumping up from time to time, reaching a height of 4 or 5 meters. Sometimes there was a car on the roadside. You can see this figure overturning the car directly, looking extremely relaxed. This figure is our protagonist, Chen. After more than an hour of high-intensity testing, Chen returned to the shelter and saw that the remaining battery power displayed on the protective suit was only 70%. If he used the previous exercise intensity, he would still be able to use for more than 3 hours. Therefore, the power of this protective suit can sustain 10 hours of survival needs under normal conditions. But once it is under high-intensity operation, it can only support 4 hours. So Chen is wondering whether to add 2 more batteries. After all, this battery the size is not big either, and it is no problem to put 4 pieces in the back. Then Chen thought about the test just now. When he was moving quickly, a lot of the surrounding information could not be processed. Sometimes when an obstacle suddenly appeared on the roadside, he would not have time to respond. So he had to have a built-in computer. But not only the protective clothing, but other parts of the shelter can also be controlled by computers, and it would be best to use artificial intelligence. However, with my current knowledge base, I can't come up with artificial intelligence. But there's no problem with general smart programs, and I have a nano core that can make carbon-based chips, and the computing speed will be faster than silicon-based chips. Chen thought of this, looked at the time, and it was getting late, and planned to rest first and start researching again tomorrow. The next morning, after getting up, Chen prepared to write some intelligent programs for some facilities inside the shelter. The goal is to achieve, for example, automatic precipitation in the planting room, self-detection of soil moisture, indoor temperature, etc., and automatic identification and detection of moving objects by monitoring equipment. With Chen's current knowledge reserve, it is not possible to develop artificial intelligence for the time being, so he plans to use intelligent algorithms to write it first. However, there is no server inside the shelter for the time being, so some big data algorithms cannot be implemented for the time being. The next plan is to find a place that sells servers first, and then see if there are any servers that are missed, and then use the nano core to copy them and use the knowledge learned to form an array. Then Chen plans to complete the basic program first, and then build a large-scale intelligent program after finding a server. However, Chen plans to build the wall first. Now, while the temperature outside has not dropped too much, Chen plans to build the wall first. The foundation has been laid a few days ago. Today, Chen plans to build the template of the wall and add steel bars. After the transaction with Su Jian, concrete can be poured. Then Chen came outside the shelter wearing protective clothing. Based on the previous foundation, he used wood to surround the house above the shelter, and then fixed some steel bars between 2 wooden boards. After finishing these, Chen returned to the shelter first because of insufficient materials. After arriving at the shelter, Chen came to the biological oxygen generator, opened the lid, and took a look. He found that the partition had begun to turn green. It is estimated that it will be able to be used normally tomorrow. The oxygen produced now is still insufficient. Then Chen thought about it and had nothing to do for the time being, so he thought about writing the basic program first and doing the preliminary work well. When Chen was writing programs in the underground shelter of the capital, Lonka Institute had developed weak artificial intelligence, which was smarter than AlphaGo, and began to install and test it in the shelter of the capital. If the test is successful, it will save a lot of manpower and material resources and feed more people. At the same time, based on the current environment and survival needs, scientific researchers have begun to study the project of intelligent robots and are ready to give priority to the army and police after the research is successful to maintain national stability. As for some repetitive work, a large number of people are now used, and automation is not considered for the time being, because in this case, it is easy to get into trouble when people are idle, so for safety reasons, no automation technology is used. At the same time, The project on protective clothing is almost completed, and mass production has begun to be equipped to the Army and police departments to ensure normal activities outside the shelter. After a day, Chen completed the basic framework of the automation program of the plantation before going to bed at night. Then Chen looked at the development of algae in the biological oxygen generator before going to bed and found that 2/3 of the partition board was filled with green. Seeing this, Chen went to rest with satisfaction. June, normally this time of year, is already summer, and there will be many beautiful scenery on the streets, but this June is really cold, and the streets of the city are empty and silent. After Chen got up in the morning, he checked the algae growth in the biological oxygen generator again and found that it had reached the previously designed standards. Then he contacted the mechanic and the infrastructure maniac to confirm the transaction time and address. Then Chen loaded one of the oxygen generators into the car, connected the trailer, and drove to Su Jian's shelter. A few hours later, after the transaction with Su Jian, Chen drove back to the shelter with a car full of building materials. After putting these materials in the shelter, Chen finished lunch and rushed to the mechanic's shelter with the last oxygen generator. When Chen arrived at the mechanic's shelter, mechanic Wang Xingyi had been waiting for a long time. After the two completed the transaction, Chen and Wang Xingyi communicated for a while. Chen, "Brother Wang, can you repair a small van?" Wang Xingyi, "Yes, but I don't have many materials and spare parts. I don't have the conditions for repairs for the time being." "What, did you find a van?" Chen, "No, I just asked Brother Wang if I could repair it. Now I feel that there are many heavy things that I can't transport with this pickup truck. Someone see if I can find a van or other trucks so that I can transport some heavy goods." Chen told Wang Xingyi his idea. Wang Xingyi said that if Chen found a truck and provided repair materials and spare parts, he could help him repair it. He had to keep his own things for himself and was unable to provide spare parts for Chen. Chen expressed his understanding. After all, the two were not related. It was good enough for Wang Xingyi to help him repair it. He just needed to prepare the spare parts himself. After the two agreed, Chen set off with 10 batteries and planned to find an internet company on the way to see if there were any servers that had not been moved, copy the server architecture, and then set up a server group in his shelter. Chen drove to the city and drove slowly on a dim street, looking for a place to go. Looking at the shop signs on the side, Chen found that many of them were barbecue restaurants, bakeries, etc. It really deserves to be called a country of foodies. Not long after, Chen found an internet company. The company was not big, but everything inside had been cleared out. There was no choice but to go look for it again. Suddenly, Chen saw a shopping mall. He remembered that he had worked in a shopping mall before and knew that there was a control center inside. There must be servers inside, so Chen went directly into the basement of a shopping mall and started looking for such a control center. It didn't take long for Chen to find this place. After Chen went in, he saw rows of cabinets on the side. He immediately walked over and scanned the architecture with a nano core. In fact, this kind of server architecture in shopping malls is more suitable for shelters. For example, the exhaust system of a shelter needs to exhaust air outside when the carbon dioxide concentration is high, and at the same time, it needs to send fresh outdoor air into the shelter. Similarly, there is a carbon dioxide detection device inside the shopping mall. When there is a large flow of people and the concentration of carbon dioxide rises, the dome exhaust and air conditioning fresh air will be turned on for ventilation. The same is true of the fire protection system. If a fire breaks out inside the shelter and produces thick smoke, the fire smoke exhaust device can automatically remove the smoke and then spray water to extinguish the fire. There are also some internal access control systems, monitoring systems, security systems, etc., which can be applied. Looking at it from another angle, if all the glass doors in the mall are replaced with alloy doors, then it will be a basement with a ground shelter. After Chen came to the control center and scanned the server architecture, he used nano cores to transform 10 batteries into high-energy batteries, then connected the UPS power supply to start the control center system. However, the system was full of fault alarms, which were all caused by on-site equipment losing power and going offline. Chen didn't care about it. Then Chen used his computer technology to invade the system and started to watch and learn the source code. At the same time, he spent 50 energy points to create a 10 terabytes hard drive and then download while studying. It took a few hours to download everything. And then Chen packed up and returned to his shelter. After returning to the shelter, Chen saw that it was still early and planned to build the wall first. After the wall was built, he would start to retreat and upgrade the interior of the shelter to automation to reduce his own labor. Chen transported sand, gravel, cement, and steel bars outside the shelter and started his career as a construction worker. First, Chen fixed the steel bars and the wooden board. Before, he just used a small amount of steel bars to determine the position. Now he took the steel bars and started to increase the density, then softened the cement and sand, stirred and poured it into the wooden board. After everything was done, it was evening. Chen looked at his masterpiece and couldn't help but feel proud. All he had to do was wait for the concrete in the middle of the board to solidify and then remove the board. Chen returned to the shelter, prepared some steel plates, punched them in the air, took them out, and inserted them on the top of the wall. After they solidified, there was no need to drill holes, and they could be directly threaded through barbed wire wires to build a power grid. Just when Chen was finishing his work and preparing to return to the shelter, a loud noise came from the distance. Chen was startled and didn't know what happened. But seeing that it was far away from me, I kept it in mind and didn't think about these things for the time being. However, the loud noise also sounded the alarm for Chen. Although the government has emphasized that all illegal crimes will be severely punished in extraordinary times, those desperados themselves cannot escape death. So these do not have much of a deterrent effect on them. Therefore, the safety of your own shelter still needs to be strengthened. Now high-energy batteries have been developed, and the energy output of batteries made of graphene materials is also high. You can try to see if you can create an electromagnetic rifle. Smokeless gunpowder is currently unavailable, so although firearms can be made, they're just fire sticks without bullets. The electromagnetic rifle can fire steel balls, which is very powerful. I will try it later. Chen knew that he did not have any defensive weapons. Although the protective clothing had certain protective capabilities, it was not as good as a body armor. Nowadays, high-energy batteries are available, and the output power is still very high. Therefore, the kinetic energy of the projectiles of the electromagnetic rifle is still very large, and the energy storage time will also be shortened. Although a battery may only be able to fire 1 or 2 rounds of projectiles, you can make a defensive electromagnetic rifle inside the shelter door, so that coupled with the ammunition supply device and connected to the shelter's power supply, the safety of the shelter can be ensured. Use smart programs to kill someone who breaks in illegally when you are not in the shelter. If you go out, you can add a few batteries to the protective suit and then make the gun larger. With the ability of the protective suit, it is still very easy to pick up. After Chen took a shower, he decided to start working tomorrow. On June 2nd, Chen got up, washed up, and went outside the shelter. After checking the degree of solidification of the wall, it was estimated that it would be solidified in 2 days. At least people could stand on the surface. Chen planned to use the iron sheets above as a basis to start adding barbed wire and wires. Then, after the electricity was turned on, some people could be blocked. If someone wanted to climb over the wall from above, they would at least have to cut the wires. Once cut, an alarm will be sounded inside the shelter. This way you know that something bad is coming. The door is made of alloy. Opening the door by ordinary means will not work. I am going to write a program to open it only with an electronic key, and it will be locked directly after the power is cut off. Unless it is violently broken, there is no way to open it. Open, and I plan to add a feature to the program. Once it encounters a hacker intrusion, it will crash directly after the permissions are changed, and then the door will be powered off. Finally, some weapons are prepared inside the shelter to delay time. Once he encounters an invasion, if he feels that he cannot stop it, then Chen will directly call the police and wait for support inside the shelter. If the criminals run away in the end, then you can make targeted modifications based on their braking methods to improve security. Afterwards, Chen entered the shelter after the installation was completed and then started to build a server group. He first built a computer room, and the room needed to be larger to facilitate future expansion. For now, it is enough to use the fans inside the cabinet to dissipate heat, and with the temperature so low, the temperature in the computer room can be controlled lower to dissipate heat. Chen then used the nano core to optimize the server group. Micro server group within data processing. Manufacturing requires 200 energy points. Manufacturing time, 30 minutes. Expanded area, 2 meters high, 0.5 meters long and wide. Single server performance. Running memory, 32 gigabytes. Storage, 1 terabyte. Energy consumption, 2.5 degrees of energy consumption per day. Description: a microserver group composed of ordinary servers has only one cabinet, but 10 ordinary servers are placed inside. With the addition of 10 servers, the computing speed is greatly improved. Afterwards, Chen first spent 200 energy points to reopen a space and laid a small amount of floor heating on the internal floor. Then Chen made a computer with 20 energy points. After connecting to the server, he began to write with reference to the integrated system of the mall control center. Smart control program inside the shelter. Because the control center inside the mall has staff for real-time monitoring, many systems sometimes require manual control by personnel. This led Chen to change many places used for manual control to program control when making reference. This would free Chen from repetitive work. In fact, if Chen's body and brain had not been developed with nanocores, he would probably have been able to download other people's shelter programs online. But at this time, who knows if there would be a backdoor in this program, in case one was added. I didn't know the backdoor, and then I entered my shelter when I was out and looted all the supplies. I really had no place to cry. Chen did not leave the shelter in the next few days. He used the mall system and spent 5 days through continuous programming and testing to develop an effective shelter system. In the past few days, Chen kept developing programs. Sometimes, as he was writing, he found that the server was not enough. He had to add more servers and then write again. In this way, after several days of intensive work, I finally developed a system that I am quite satisfied with. This is still a reference situation. If I start from scratch, I estimate that it will not be realized in a few months. On the evening of June 7th, Chen sat next to the computer. After clicking to run the program, the equipment inside the shelter began to be taken over by the program. Equipment and facilities such as the power system, water supply system, air conditioning system, planting system, monitoring and security system, and manufacturing system began to take over. In automatic operation state. At the same time, the power reserve inside the shelter has entered the warning value, which means that if Chen does not upgrade the power system, he will not be able to add other equipment in a short time. Chen came to the computer room and looked at the cabinets in front of him. He felt that his efforts over the past few days were not in vain. There were now one row of 5 groups of cabinets in the computer room, which cost Chen 1,000 energy points in total. Through a large amount of data simulation, today's intelligent programs can already stand alone, such as plantations. Now, through the monitoring of intelligent algorithms, through monitoring equipment, intelligent algorithms can analyze plant growth status, such as water shortage, through picture comparison, insect pests, malnutrition, etc., and then through monitoring equipment, the internal temperature and humidity of the planting room, as well as the concentration of carbon dioxide, etc., can be ensured. Another example is the ventilation and temperature system inside the shelter, which uses data related to human comfort to maintain a series of intelligent controls, such as air quality and temperature, in the bedroom and living room areas. By 8 p.m. on June 7th, the nanocore had accumulated a total of 1,620 energy points, and Chen used 800 points to create 4 sets of microservers. Then another 200 points were spent to add a lot of detection equipment to the power distribution room, plantation, water system, monitoring and security system, and air conditioning system. Otherwise, a lot of information cannot be transmitted into the program, and intelligent calculations and instructions cannot be sent. After learning that the power was running low, Chen used 200 energy points to expand the power distribution room and planned to upgrade the generator and increase the power generation capacity after accumulating 1,000 energy points. After all, he had not yet developed and installed the defense system in the shelter, and he did not plan to use traditional gunpowder weapons, but electromagnetic weapons directly, so the more electricity the better. Then Chen walked towards the manufacturing room while thinking, preparing to develop electromagnetic weapons. First, Chen made a dense coil, then wound it around an iron pipe, and then energized the coil, put a projectile on one side of the iron pipe, and then the projectile was immediately launched by the electromagnetic force, but the speed was not very fast. Then Chen kept adjusting the coil for testing. Finally, he found a winding method that could send out a faster projectile. After testing, the initial speed of the projectile has reached 2,000 m/s. There are faster winding methods, but they require a lot of energy. With the current initial speed of 2 kilometers per second, the high-energy battery on his protective suit can only provide 10 rounds of projectile energy supply. He used 50G projectiles, and the coil needs to be cooled every 10 rounds, but the power is still considerable. Basically, high-strength alloy steel cannot block a shot. Finally, Chen input the manufacturing method into the nano core and used the nano core to manufacture a rifle. Homemade electromagnetic rifle, weakened version. Manufacturing requires 100 energy points. Manufacturing time, 30 minutes. Full gun length, 88 centimeters. Projectile initial velocity, 2,000 m/s. Projectile mass, 50G. Clip capacity, 20 rounds. Energy supply method, dual battery power supply. Cooling method, air cooling. Description: due to energy issues, the weakened electromagnetic rifle has reduced the initial velocity of the projectile. Because its coil is not a room-temperature superconducting coil, it takes 1 minute to cool down for every 10 consecutive rounds of projectiles. But if it maintains a speed of 1 round per second, it can be fired until the energy is exhausted. So what would you choose? Guardian electromagnetic rifle, direct power supply version. Manufacturing requirements: 300 energy points with built-in lifting platform. Manufacturing time, 1 hour. Full gun length, 1.5 meters. Projectile initial velocity, 8,000 m/s. Projectile mass, 100 G. Clip capacity ammunition box supply, 10,000 rounds of projectiles. Energy supply method, cable power supply. Cooling method, water cooling. Description: the electromagnetic rifle, a killer weapon built in the shelter, is directly powered by cables and equipped with a circulating water cooling device. Under the condition of ensuring sufficient power supply, it can continuously fire 1,000 rounds of projectiles before cooling is required. If its built-in lifting platform is installed on the top of the building, basically modern armored units will not be able to approach it. Chen looked at his remaining energy and always felt that the nano core calculated his energy to death and left him no energy. But despite all the complaints, these things still need to be made. Later, Chen spent 400 energy points to make 2 electromagnetic guns, and then used the remaining 20 energy points to make a batch of projectiles, including 250G projectiles and 100-100G projectiles. 2 hours later, Chen looked at the 2 rifles in front of him, which looked very much like the guns used by the mobile infantry in the Star Troopers in the science fiction movie. But this is Blue Star, and they're no Zerg. Seeing that he had accumulated another 20 energy points, Chen directly transformed 2 sets of energy warehouses, consumed 4 high-energy batteries, and then loaded bullets to start testing the gun. However, the weight of this gun is still a bit high after it is fully equipped. It is okay for Chen to hold the gun without moving, but it will be a burden if he carries the gun when he goes out, so he still needs to wear protective clothing. After Chen waited until 12 o'clock, he used the 20 energy points he had just accumulated to install the unweakened version of the electromagnetic gun on the roof outside the shelter, and installed a camera to control it with a computer, so that if there were strong enemies outside, He would not have to go out and could directly control the rifle in the shelter to repel the enemy. During the few days when Chen was in seclusion, the national railway reconstruction had been basically completed, and all the locomotives had been replaced with the previous internal combustion engines. At the same time, railways were laid in every official shelter, allowing trains to arrive directly in front of the shelter and unload directly. Based on the number of shelters, railway crossings, and trains in the country, the central government stipulated the departure time and departure location of each train every day in the absence of overall control, ensuring that at least one train could arrive at each shelter every day to transport necessary supplies. As the reconstruction of the railway network was completed and it entered formal operation, a battle in the wilderness was about to begin. The loud noise that Chen heard a few days ago was the prelude, just like everything would have some signs at the beginning. At 10 o'clock the next morning, Chen got up and saw that the energy had accumulated to 100 points. He then used the energy to make 1,000 rounds of 100G projectiles and loaded them into the ammunition box on the roof. Arriving at the top of the building, he opened the lift platform and turned on the function. Chen controlled and aimed at the boulder in the distance. With a short and low sound, the boulder was shattered by the projectile. Chen secretly sighed when he saw the power. "Tong, it's too brutal. Even a tank can't handle it. Now I don't have to worry about others attacking my shelter." Chen then put away the electromagnetic gun and returned to the shelter. Just when Chen returned to the shelter at the border area of Dragon Kingdom, each patrol team buried a small device underground. This device will detect when someone enters the country and then transmit it to the border post. However, generally no one will cross the border in this kind of weather. Those who can cross the border in this kind of environment are not ordinary people, so this device is to prevent these people. In a mountainous area not far from the border, there is an underground military garrison of the border guards. Internal soldiers will wear protective armor and take turns patrolling the border. At the same time, at the space base, a towering launch vehicle has just been refueled and will be launched soon. Now, due to the obstruction of volcanic ash, the impact of high-altitude nuclear explosions and meteorite impacts, communications with satellites have been intermittent. Even electromagnetic communications have received great interference. Only wired communications have not been effective for the time being. Now Lonka Academy has further developed the quantum communication system based on the original quantum satellite MOSI, and also produced quantum communicators, which have been distributed to various military region and regiment-level combat units. The regimental combat units still use the previous communication system. At the same time, due to the previous large-scale transportation operations across the country, supervision outside the shelter was somewhat lax, which led to the birth of a group of criminals. After all, the people who can enter the shelter are ordinary people with innocent backgrounds. Some criminals are afraid of being liquidated, so they huddle together in deserted places to keep warm. Sometimes they even plunder the shelters of some individuals who are not vigilant. Therefore, if the quantum satellite is successfully launched this time, it will directly connect to various local shelters, forming a tight network, and directly send troops to clear out illegal armed gangs in the wild. As time goes by, it has come to the final stage of the launch. It can be seen at the scene that the outer shell of the rocket is very different from before. A protective outer shell has been added to the outer layer. With a countdown, the fire began to rise into the sky. As the height became higher and higher, after the rocket passed through the volcanic ash, the connection with the space base had been interfered with. Turn on the smart program of the rocket and put the rocket into automatic state. Following the chief engineer's order, the staff switched the rocket to automatic state. Half an hour later, the quantum communication system of the space base received the connection request from the quantum satellite. Then, when the staff connected the connection, the picture of the universe was directly displayed on the screen. Report to the chief engineer that the satellite has been successfully connected. Check that the status of each system is normal and the launch mission is basically completed. Following the staff's report, the chief engineer immediately ordered, aim the camera at the blue star and activate all quantum communicators at the same time. Yes. Rotate the satellite and aim the lens at the blue star. 3, 2, 1. The lens rotation has been completed. Turn on the satellite quantum communication activation device. 3, 2, 1. The quantum communication system has been activated. As the staff operated, the large screen in front was divided into two pieces. The left side displayed the satellite monitoring screen, and the right side displayed the map of the Dragon Kingdom. The densely packed communicator points on it had begun to gradually light up, representing all parts of the country. The quantum communication device has been activated, and the equipment buried by the Border Patrol has also been connected to the communication system. Subsequently, the on-site chief engineer connected to the capital shelter reported to the commander-in-chief that the launch mission was a complete success. At the same time, the connected military department handed over the authority of the satellite to the military and government departments, while preparing for the next round of launches. Launch mission. Just after the satellite authority was transferred, the administrative department had successfully connected the shelters in various places and began to coordinate the material reserves between the shelters. At the same time, the railway department has been able to monitor the location and movements of all operational gas locomotives and began to coordinate transportation forces. Finally, the public security department began to issue notices to various shelters, ordering each special police unit to begin on-site crackdowns on illegal armed groups outside the shelters to ensure the control of public security in various places. At the same time, the official shelter trading venues were opened, a credit point system was established, and supplies were after redeeming the credits. You can exchange them for corresponding supplies at the shelter. In the city where Chen was located, the Special Police Brigade was stationed inside the official shelter. With the sound of an emergency gathering siren, the members of the Special Police Brigade began to assemble quickly. Then, the director of the Public Security Bureau Chang Lihua and the captain of the Special Police Brigade Lu Dong came to the team. Director Chang Lihua began pre-war mobilization. Comrades, our superiors have ordered us to start clearing away local illegal elements on the spot. According to the reconnaissance of the intelligence department, a group of criminals located in a shopping mall has been identified. The criminal gang possesses homemade guns, so everyone is acting. We must pay attention to safety at all times. We must destroy this gang and ensure the security around the shelter. Subsequently, Captain Lu Dong issued a combat order. Everyone is here. Bring your own equipment and gather to set off in 10 minutes. Yes. The SWAT team members then went back to collect their equipment and began fighting. Here Lu Chen returned to the shelter and found that the things he could temporarily upgrade had been upgraded. Then he started to count the facilities his shelter already had and which facilities still needed to be upgraded. Electropower system. Small geothermal generator, providing 200 kilowatt-hours of electricity per hour. Biogas generator, newly built, not yet activated due to lack of biogas. It's time to upgrade the power generation, set a small goal, and increase the power of the generator set to 2 megawatt. Water supply and drainage system. The water supply system, based on geothermal generators, can meet the requirement of 5 tons of purified water per day. At the same time, sewage is discharged into the biogas device for power generation and fertilizer use. Become a manure digger, San Yen. Air conditioning and ventilation system. A ventilation system with an industrial oxygen generator as the core can meet the oxygen needs of 10 people. Are you lonely? Boy, maybe you need a partner. Planting room. Automated greenhouse plantation. A planting room that has been automatically run by intelligent programs. Currently, cabbage and lettuce are grown. It can produce 400 kilograms of cabbage and 100 kilograms of lettuce every month. More than enough if you eat it yourself. Manufacturing and processing room. A simple processing and manufacturing room with a metal 3D printer and a multifunctional processing platform, which can process parts with a length of no more than 1 meter. Maybe you need to upgrade it. Security monitoring system. An infrared induction alarm device based on monitoring equipment, with an intelligent algorithm as the core, can detect life forms and large moving objects close to the shelter. Maybe you need to add an air defense system. Chen discovered that with the current speed of energy collection by the nanocore, it would still take a long time to upgrade these systems. Now is the end of the world. Ordinary metals and other materials are easy to collect. However, some special materials are under state control before the end of the world, and they will be even less available after the end of the world. Therefore, energy points can only be used for direct conversion. The mass-to-energy converter inside the nanocore can realize the conversion between energy and matter. However, ordinary matter on the Earth does not have much energy when converted. It is better to rely on its own energy collection device to collect energy by itself. Similarly, using energy to convert matter will also consume a lot of energy. In advanced civilizations, the nanocore converts matter because it has a large amount of energy support, and it is easy for advanced civilizations to extract advanced energy, so it can be used in some places. Chen was planning to go out again to search for supplies. This time, his goal was to find a truck to use as a future vehicle. He was also searching for a large amount of metal supplies. He was also looking to see if there were any other private shelters. Maybe he could reach some deals. Following Chen's departure, the SWAT team also set off. After half an hour's journey, the SWAT team approached the criminal's lair. As the drone took off, using the thermal imager carried on the drone, we could clearly see more than a dozen figures inside the underground civil air defense project. After determining the location of the criminals, the special police began to sneak into the building. Then, with a burst of gunfire, the movement inside calmed down, and then the temporary command post received a report from the Special Operations Team. Command, this is Falcon Team. The situation on site is under control. Command received it. What are the casualties on site? Reporting to the headquarters, no one of our combat personnel was injured, and there were 12 enemy personnel. 8 people were killed at the scene, 2 others were injured, and the remaining 2 have given up resistance. Command received. The headquarters dispatched ordinary public security officers to enter and start cleaning the scene. While the special police were operating, Chen discovered a shelter in Chen. However, the door of the shelter had been destroyed, the materials inside had been looted, and the facilities inside had also been destroyed. After Chen checked and found that there was nothing usable, he continued to set off. When Chen approached the battle site of the SWAT team, he happened to see a group of policemen holding 2 in front and carrying 2 in the back, and they were giving instructions at the same time. The Institute also discovered Chen. Then the SWAT team members surrounded Chen, pointed their guns at Chen, and asked him to get out of the car. When Chen saw the situation, he quickly got out of the car and raised his hands and shouted, "Uncle Policeman, I'm just passing by. Don't treat me like this." When Lu Dong, the on-site commander of the SWAT team, came outside and saw the protective clothing Chen was wearing, he asked the SWAT team members to put down their guns and then apologized to Chen. "Don't be nervous, little brother. We are fighting criminals. It was all a misunderstanding. I was shocked. I just found a destroyed shelter on the way here. It was probably this group of people who did it." After the misunderstanding was resolved, Chen reported what he found on the road to the team leader Lu Dong. "Thanks for the information, little brother. We're still cleaning the battlefield here. If you have nothing to do over there, you should go back to the shelter early. Please pay attention to safety when outside." Then the team leader Lu Dong talked with Chen for a while and then let Chen leave. "Captain, let him go so easily." Watching Chen leave, one of the Special Operations team members asked, "This man is not simple. Look at the protective suit he is wearing. Although it is not as advanced as the protective armor we are equipped with, it is probably not something that ordinary people can make. I observed the way he walked, and there should be a power-assisted device inside. Also, looking at the device on his back, it was probably a battery, and it probably wasn't the same as the mob inside." The captain looked at Chen's leaving figure and explained to his team members, "Besides, we are not sure whether the other party is a criminal. We will not let a bad guy go, but we cannot wrongly accuse a good guy. So based on the current observation, there is no problem for the time being. In addition, let the intelligence department check this person after returning. Although there's no problem now, based on his equipment, this person is not simple. Yes, Then the captain looked at Chen, who got on the car in the distance, and returned to the temporary command post. Here, Chen breathed a sigh of relief after getting on the car. It was too dangerous just now. I almost lost my life. This feeling is too bad. Let's search for supplies and go back quickly and continue to climb the technology in the shelter. Chen started the car and left here. That night, Chen returned to the shelter. He didn't gain much this time. After all, due to the policies of Dragon Country and the cohesion of the nation, a large part of the materials in the city have entered the official shelter. In addition, the official organized another material collection after the meteorite fell. Now there are no materials in the city except some reinforced concrete houses. So Chen planned to start learning knowledge in seclusion after searching for materials this time, and then accumulate energy to upgrade the shelter. At the same time, he started trading with the official after the vegetables matured, and he could also use the technology of nanocore energy deduction as an exchange. However, he didn't have any connections in the official at present, and others would not believe in his technology. So he could use some vegetables and fruits for exchange in the early stage. Chen planned to open a planting room after the energy was sufficient, and then plant low-altitude fruits such as grapes. During the few days that Chen was in seclusion, the nationwide clearance strategy had achieved remarkable results. A large number of illegal armed gangs were eliminated, ensuring the normal security of various regions. At the same time, the official trading area also began to operate. Many shelters that could not survive due to rapid environmental changes exchanged a lot of survival supplies from the official, which enabled them to upgrade and transform the shelters and strengthen their own survival capabilities. In addition, the construction of various production bases under official shelter is almost coming to an end. The planting and breeding bases that are automatically managed by the Fushi Artificial Intelligence of the Lonka Institute have begun to operate normally. After the first batch of livestock is slaughtered and the grain is mature, it will be promoted to the whole country. At the same time, the losses of the Sun Country and the Stars and Stripes Country, where the meteorite fell before, have been counted. Among them, 2/3 of the land of the Sun Country is no longer viable, and all underground shelters in the affected areas have lost contact. It is estimated that they are in great danger. In addition, half of the land of the Stars and Stripes Country has been affected by the eruption of the Yellowstone Park volcano. The surface is no longer suitable for human survival. In addition, the frequent addresses in the area where the volcano erupted have caused a large number of shelters to be destroyed, and the people have to leave the shelters and flee to other areas. At the same time, in Longwa, the capital environmental monitoring center, the alarm suddenly sounded. The staff hurriedly checked the situation and found that there was an extremely cold air moving southward from the north, which was approaching the border of Longwa. The staff immediately reported it, and it was sent to the commander-in-chief's desk not long after. Then the relevant departments were convened to discuss the impact of the extremely cold air moving southward on my country. With the explanation of experts and scholars, everyone learned that according to previous calculations, if there was no southward movement of this cold air, then the average temperature in my country would drop to about -20 degrees 1 month after the meteorite landed, and reach about -50 degrees 2 months later. However, with the southward movement of this cold air, the temperature will drop directly to below -50 degrees in 10 days. If in addition, with the arrival of winter, the final temperature will remain at about -70 degrees, so the situation in the future is not optimistic. Then, the commander-in-chief asked all departments to pass on this news, and at the same time instructed the Lonka Institute to speed up the development of controlled nuclear fusion, and shelters in various places should take insulation measures to ensure the safe and orderly operation of shelters. In the next 10 days, Chen did not go out to look for supplies, nor did he use the energy of the nanocore. Instead, he calmed down and continued his studies. Through these 10 days of study, Chen's brain had been redeveloped, and he basically completed the basic courses of the university. In fact, it was not considered learning, but just consolidating his knowledge. Now Chen can continue to learn more advanced knowledge on this basis. At the same time, As of 10 o'clock on June 20th, the energy in the nano core has accumulated to 2,880 points of energy. After Chen got up, he looked at the energy of the nano core and felt that he could do a lot of things. First, his power system can be upgraded. Consuming 1,000 points of energy can upgrade the small geothermal generator to a medium-sized geothermal generator set, which can achieve the original goal of 2 megawatts of power. This power can generate 2,000 degrees of electricity per hour, which is enough for him to use for a long time. Then spend 1,000 points of energy to start deducing a higher level of high-energy battery based on graphene high-energy batteries. The goal is to be able to store 1,000 degrees of electricity so that the vehicle could be directly transformed to achieve full electric drive. Finally, we will wait until tomorrow to upgrade the manufacturing room and realize a fully automated workshop where we can directly input drawings for fully automatic production. Then, Chen spent 1,000 energy points to create a nano insect nest and put on the small geothermal generator. Then, the nano core started to start, and then the power inside the shelter was instantly switched and began to use backup energy. The shelter entered a low power state. Then, after the small geothermal generator set was upgraded to a central generator set, the power was switched to the main power operation under the control of the intelligent program, and the facilities in the shelter began to enter normal operation. After watching the geothermal generator enter normal operation, Chen checked around and left the power distribution room after finding no problems. Then Chen turned on the nano core, selected graphene high-energy battery in the deduction column, input 1,000 energy points, and started deduction. Chen looked at the time and found that it would take about 5 days to complete the deduction. Then Chen didn't care about it anymore and continued to retreat. The next day, Chen was awakened by a burst of alarms and found that it was the central intelligent program that was alarming. Then Chen turned on the intelligent program and found that the content of the alarm was related to the environment. The information prompt detected a major change in the external environment. The external temperature continued to drop in a short period of time, which triggered the warning value set by Chen in the program, so an alarm was generated. Then Chen logged into the official website of Tingqing Shelter and found a government announcement pinned to the top. The content was that a cold air from the north had arrived in our country. Experts predicted that the temperature would drop to minus 50 degrees within 10 days. At the same time, official shelters have opened exchange channels for insulation materials and coal. If private shelters know that they cannot withstand such low temperatures and do not want to enter official shelters, they can exchange insulation materials and coal resources at the trading place. Later, Chen discovered that the temperature in the shelter had dropped by 2 degrees. This was the value after intelligent program control, and it was only in the bedroom, living room, and plantation. In other areas, the temperature had dropped to more than 10 degrees. Chen thought for a while and went to the power distribution room. He dismantled the biogas generator and relayed the pipes. He spent 500 energy points to build a small boiler and used biogas to heat the boiler to ensure that the temperature inside the shelter was normal. He spent another 100 energy points to enhance the warmth function of the protective clothing. Finally, looking at the remaining 500 energy points, Chen first spent 200 energy points and building materials to expand the original growing room to 400 square meters. Cabbage, lettuce, and tomatoes were planted again on the extra land. Then, Chen used the remaining 300 energy points and building materials to open a new growing room next to the growing room with an area of 300 square meters. After plowing the land inside and adding water, Chen took the rice seeds and started cultivating seedlings, preparing to use this growing room as a planting base for food rations. After doing all this, Chen continued his retreat journey. 5 days later, as the research on high-energy batteries was completed and a lot of energy was accumulated, Chen began to modify his outfit for going out because the vegetables would be ripe in a few days and it was so cold outside that his car might not start anymore. Therefore, vehicles and protective clothing must be modified before the vegetables mature. Then Chen looked at the newly developed high-energy battery. Graphene lithium-ion battery. Manufacturing requirements. 100 energy points / 50 energy points. Graphene battery provided /kg. Energy density. 200 Wh/g. Description. A high-energy battery developed with graphene battery technology has an energy density of 200 Wh/g. Its unique graphene technology brings fast charge and discharge capabilities that can release and charge a large amount of electricity in a short time, which can provide electrical equipment provides large amounts of power and may be directly overloaded. Chen took a breath when he looked at the battery. The 1,000 points of energy were so worth it. You get what you pay for. Each kilogram of the battery contains 200 kilowatt-hours of electricity. This means that if you make a 10-kilogram battery, it will contain 2,000 degrees of electrical energy, which is 10 times more dense than the previous one. Then, Chen saw that there were 1,200 points of energy in the nanocore, and then used 200 points of energy to modify it based on 2 graphene batteries. The energy of the battery reached 800 degrees, and, at the same time, he used 500 points of energy to transform the outside of the protective suit. High-strength fiber materials have been upgraded to high-strength alloy materials. At the same time, the protective clothing is no longer bulky like a spacesuit, but has become similar to the acceleration armor in the movie. The high-strength fiber material inside becomes the lining, which strengthens the shock-absorbing device inside the armor. At the same time, the battery is integrated into the interior of the armor, also on the back of the armor, but now it is protected by the armor. Chen planned to save the remaining 500 energy points for a few more days, and when he had enough energy, he would start to modify his car from using fuel to using electric energy. A few days later, on the last day of June, Chen woke up in the morning and saw the panel outside the plantation showing that the first batch of vegetables was ripe. Chen took the sack and started to enter the plantation to harvest. In the end, he left 50 kilograms of cabbage and 10 kilograms of lettuce for himself to eat. The rest was harvested and put into sacks to be traded at the official shelter. After Chen loaded the dishes, he found that the energy of a nano core had reached 1,500 points, and he could transform the vehicle. Chen came to the garage and used 1,000 energy points to create a modified nano hive. After it was built, he put it in the car and started it. The modification started. Chen saw that it would take some time, so he went to have lunch first. In the afternoon, after Chen finished eating, he came to the garage and found that the car had been modified. The modified vehicle was similar to the Ford Raptor, but it was more aggressive than the Raptor. The rear compartment had become a fully enclosed one. The front became a double-row 4-seater, and the floor became much higher. Moreover, the strength of the tires feels higher than ordinary tires. Chen estimates that they are similar to run-flat tires. The entire car frame has also been strengthened. The load capacity has reached 5 tons, and the power of the car has been increased to about 500 horses. Looking at the big monster in front of him, Chen nodded with satisfaction. The only thing he needed now was the battery. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Chen had 600 energy points in his hand, and he directly used up the energy to start integrating the battery. Then Chen installed the battery in the car and started charging. 1,400 degrees of electricity is enough to drive this beast to run more than 600 kilometers at full load, and the internal insulation and heating are done to the extreme, which can ensure that the temperature inside the car is not lower than 15 degrees in an environment of minus 70 degrees. With the internal oxygen supply device, it is equivalent to a small transport vehicle in the movie, but the space may not be that large. After Chen looked at everything, he loaded all the vegetables into the back compartment, closed the door, and went back to sleep. He had to get enough rest, because he had to go to trade tomorrow. July is usually a pleasant time, but this year's July was so cold that even the bare-legged magic weapon was useless. After getting up on the morning of the 1st, he saw that the energy had reached 120 points, but it was not enough for the time being. Chen planned to use a 3D printer as the basis for the processing room to form a small automated assembly production line, so that the printer could be used to print parts and then use the products. The lines are assembled. However, This Lu Chen needs 1,500 energy points after the nano core deduction. Judging from 240 energy points a day, he will have to wait a few more days. Afterwards, after Lu Chen washed up, he went to the garage to check the condition of the vegetables in the carriage and found that they were well preserved. Lu Chen nodded, then took out the trolley from the warehouse and put it in the car and drove to the official transaction district. An hour later, Lu Chen arrived near the official shelter. As he approached the official trading area, more vehicles began to appear, but many of them were electric tricycles, as well as some SUVs, pickup trucks, etc., and there were more than a dozen vehicles in the distance. There are people sitting in the big truck. Moreover, Lu Chen observed that in addition to those electric tricycles, there were people staying in other SUVs, pickup trucks, and container trucks. Lu Chen felt a little envious when he saw this. After all, he had been living underground alone for a month. If he hadn't been being busy, I'd probably feel uncomfortable too. However, before Lu Chen saw that there were only a few people in the form he was in, he thought that there were not many private shelters. But today he found out that it was not that there were not many, but that he was too homely to look for these shelters. But today he came to the transaction. It's not too late to get there. Then you can see if there are any items or specialties you need, and you could trade them privately later. Then Lu Chen parked the car on the roadside near the trading area, put on his helmet and got out of the car, took out the trolley from the car and placed it on the ground, then unloaded the vegetables on the trolley, locked the door, and pushed the car entered the trading area. As soon as you enter the trading area, you will see a vast room in front of you. The space inside is very large, just like a vegetable market. There are stalls one by one, but the intervals between stalls are still relatively large. There is an announcement next to the door. The sign says, 1. This trading area is a trading place opened by the government. There are 2 trading methods. One is to rent a stall and set up a stall by yourself and barter. The other is to exchange the materials you own into the official shelter. Credit points. Use the credit points to exchange for the supplies you need. 2. Fighting and other criminal activities are prohibited in this trading area. Please abide by the relevant laws and regulations of Dragon Kingdom. 3. Stall rental requires credit points, and materials can be used to exchange for credit points. Afterwards, Lu Chen saw the materials that could be exchanged and the exchange locations written at the bottom of the bulletin board and pulled the trolley to the material exchange office. There's also a sign next to the exchange office, which stated the exchange prices of some regular materials. 1 kilogram of rice equals 1 credit point. 1 kilogram of ordinary metal equals 1 credit point. 1 kilogram of fruits and vegetables equals 10 credits. 10 kilograms of plastic equals 1 credit point. There were some supplies below, but Lu Chen couldn't use them for the time being. Later, Lu Chen exchanged 50 kilograms of cabbage, applied for a card, and had 500 credit points credited into it, and then spent 10 more credit points to rent one. Stall. Put your own vegetables on the stall. What Lu Chen didn't expect was that when the people around him saw that the supplies Lu Chen set up a stall were vegetables, they immediately took a breath of cold air. It was not that no one had set up a stall to sell fruits and vegetables, but they had never sold so many fruits and vegetables to Lu Chen, 300 kilograms of cabbage, and 90 kilograms of lettuce. Maybe it was nothing before the apocalypse, but what is the situation now? Every inch of land in the underground shelter is extremely precious. It would spend a lot of space to grow vegetables. Those who have such a large space usually have strength. Relatively strong corporate shelters and corporate shelters are not just for one person, but for many people, so they generally grow staple foods. Only senior executives and technical personnel can eat vegetables and fruits. They are not available for every meal, and vegetables are not available for every meal. Fruits consume a lot of water resources. Although staple foods also consume water, they also consume water resources, so it is not as good as growing staple foods. A lot of people immediately gathered in front of Lu Chen's stall. Everyone was asking Lu Chen how to trade. When Lu Chen saw that there were so many people, he took out the small sign that he had prepared. It read, 10 kilograms of ordinary metal equals 1 kilogram of vegetables. 1 kilogram of fruit equals 1 kilogram of vegetables. 10 kilograms of rice/wheat equals 1 kilogram of vegetables. 10 ordinary electric car batteries equals 5 kilograms of vegetables. 1 liter of fuel equals 10 kilograms of vegetables. Everyone fell silent looking at the price tag above, and then everyone returned to their stalls to discuss with their own people. Chen was not worried when he saw people leaving. After all, there were so many vegetables here, so no one wanted them. Moreover, Chen's goal is not these individual people. The main target is the official shelter. I believe that even if it is as powerful as the government, it is impossible for everyone to have vegetables for every meal. The police and some officials may only eat vegetables every few days. Once a vegetable, the next target is those corporate shelters. Although the official shelters have recruited a lot of talents, the background of some large groups cannot be underestimated, such as those internet giants and some industrial giants. They need technology and technology. Resources are needed, and now the government has lifted military control of those mines and returned them to their previous owners. After Chen waited for a while, people came to exchange vegetables one after another, but they were all small orders. After a while, a group of people came from a distance and came to Chen's stall. The leader smiled, said to Chen, "Hello, boss. I am the person in charge of the administrative division of Ali Company. My name is Wang Dong." "Hello, I'm Chen." Chen looked at the person in front of him and introduced himself. "Boss, we have collected all of your vegetables, and we are using ordinary metal in exchange. Okay, I have 200 kilograms of vegetables left here. Then we'll give you 2 tons of ordinary metal ingots, boss. Please wait for an hour, and I will notify the company to send someone to deliver them." Chen spent 10 credit points to rent a warehouse and put the exchanged materials into the warehouse. Among them, he replaced a lot of electric vehicle batteries. After all, these things are relatively easy to get, but metals, food, and fuel are basically unavailable. It was exchanged, so Wang Dong's batch of metals came in time, allowing him to save a lot of energy. Then, while Chen was waiting for the supplies from Wang Dong, he walked around the exchange to see if there was anything he could use. After walking around, Chen found that most of the people at the stalls where the items on display were common materials found in the city, such as scrap iron, plastic, etc. In the end, Chen felt that these individuals probably had all the good stuff hidden, and they had to make deals with large companies or officials. An hour later, Wang Dong's truck transporting supplies arrived. After Chen loaded the items from his warehouse onto the trolley, he led Wang Dong and his group to where he parked his car. Then Wang Dong's employees began to unload the metal ingots on the ground. Each bundle of these metal ingots weighed 100 kilograms, a total of 20 bundles. Chen also handed the vegetables to Wang Dong, and then carried a bundle of metal ingots to his car in one hand. "Put up." Wang Dong looked at Chen, who was wearing protective clothing, thoughtfully. Wang Dong still knew about the hydraulic power assist device, but there was no power-assisted device like Chen that could easily lift 400 kilograms. And in order to drive such a huge power, and the style of the protective suit looks a bit like the power armor in science fiction movies, I guess the energy system should be very good. Afterwards, Wang Dong saw that after the transaction was completed, he walked to Chen and started chatting with Chen. "Boss look at your outfit. It's not that simple." Chen looked at Wang Dong and said casually, "Where it is, it's just something I did casually. It's not worth mentioning." "Wang Dong," you said casually. "Boss Lu, you are being humble. If you want to move normally, your energy system is unusual. The protective clothing we are wearing now has a limited activity time and can only last for 4 or 5 hours. It is not as good as going to the mainland. The boss is so persistent. Oh, this means that your battery is not good and cannot store enough power. Yes, it seems that Boss Lu can get high-capacity batteries. If I want to replace some batteries for Boss Lu, I wonder what Boss Lu thinks." Chen looked at Wang Dong and was silent for a while. In fact, he was very happy. He was really dozing off and gave him a pillow. After upgrading his battery, the original graphene battery was no longer used. He was about to find someone to take advantage of. "Can you use this backward product to exchange for some supplies? I didn't expect this Wang Dong to be so smart. After thinking for a while, Chen said to Wang Dong, "It is difficult to manufacture this kind of battery here. The technology is very difficult and the output is very low. Boss Liu, we won't let you suffer. If you have any needs, you can ask us. I'm currently studying the technical difficulties here, but I really have no good solution due to the lack of raw materials. So if you want this kind of battery, you must provide raw materials. According to the quantity of materials you provide, the battery you produce will be you can take away 70%. After hearing this, Wang Dong thought for a while and said, "In that case, Boss Liu, what is the specific performance of the battery you're studying? With the specific parameters, I can report to the company to confirm whether it is a transaction." Yes, this battery uses graphene technology, which can charge and discharge 10 times faster than ordinary batteries. And the energy density is also good, reaching 1000 Wh/kg, which is twice as high as the density of batteries on the market. How about it, Manager Wang? This data is okay. Wang Dong took a breath when he heard this. What did Chen do before? Is it so scary to get a battery? The best battery density for ordinary electric cars is only 300 Wh/kg, and the charging speed is average. Chen's battery parameters would definitely have caused a sensation in the past, but now I'm the only one who knows about it, so I must have a good relationship with it. Wang Dong knew that Chen was not a simple person. He not only had achievements in batteries. Just looking at this armor, he knew that Chen could definitely make weapons if he wanted to. Moreover, the authorities were also eyeing these companies now. So if you want to do something secretly, you must set up a lantern in the toilet to look for shit. Then Wang Dong asked Chen to wait for a moment, and then immediately reported the situation to the company, and then watched what Wang Dong kept saying on the side. On this side, Chen watched Wang Dong contact the company and wondered whether their communicator was made by their company or where he exchanged it. Due to the disorder of the magnetic field in the blue star, ordinary mobile phones were basically unable to communicate, and only wired ones were left. The network was still working, so Chen found it incredible that Wang Dong could contact the company remotely. After a while, Wang Dong came back and told Chen that the company agreed to Chen's plan. Then he exchanged the addresses of their respective shelters with Chen and agreed to send the materials and contracts to Chen's shelter in a few days. After signing the contract on the spot, he handed the raw materials to Chen. Chen also asked Wang Dong about the communicator, and then he knew that it was exchanged from the official, but it was not on the public exchange list. If you know this news, you can also buy it if you ask it personally, but the price is very expensive, worth 10,000 credit points, and ordinary people can't afford it. In addition, the production is limited, so the exchange is not opened. After listening to it, Chen couldn't help but sigh at the strength of the country's scientific and technological power. It's not long since the doomsday, and these black technologies have come one after another. Before the doomsday, 5G was not laid out, and after the doomsday, quantum communication was directly developed. A group of awesome. Afterwards, Chen and Wang Dong and his party said goodbye to each other and began to return to the shelter. In the evening, Chen returned to his shelter, put all the supplies he got today into the warehouse, and then began to think about trading with Wang Dong. When trading batteries, you cannot use original graphene batteries, and you need to follow the data disclosed to Wang Dong to weaken. And you have to have a production line, otherwise you will have to make the batteries yourself, which will directly constrain yourself and prevent you from doing other things. Chen remembered that there was a battery production factory near his shelter. It was run by his boss when he used to work in the factory. It was not far away, about a few kilometers away. He could go there tomorrow to see if he could harvest anything. Then Chen saw that it was late and went to rest early. On the other side, after Wang Dong and Chen completed the transaction, they went directly back to the company's shelter to meet with the boss and reported the specific situation to the boss. The boss came to the research base with the battery data given by Wang Dong and discussed it with the researchers inside. After reading the data given by the boss, the researcher said that if the data is true, then based on this battery, a better protective clothing can be developed and the snow all-terrain vehicle can be directly fully electric, which will consume less fuel. Dependence will also be reduced. The shelter of Wang Dong's company was directly renovated based on a shopping mall. When he got the news about the meteorite, the boss of the company directly spent a lot of money to buy a poorly managed shopping mall. Then a huge amount of money was spent on renovations. After the original 2-story underground parking lot was renovated, 2 floors were opened up. All the glass doors and windows of the 3-story building above were replaced with alloy walls, and the 3 floors above were placed on the ground. The entrance is directly sealed. A large amount of materials were stored on the upper 2 floors, and then the first floor was directly transformed into a planting base. Now the entire shelter uses the company's powerful team of programmers to realize automated production, and weak artificial intelligence coordinates everything inside the shelter. In the 4th underground floor, the upper 2 floors have been transformed into living areas for employees' families. 1/3 of the bottom floor is a power generation device, which uses the daily consumption of the company's employees and their families and the wind turbine on the roof to provide electricity. However, now biogas power generation has entered a self-circulation state. The wind turbine on the roof of the building has been paralyzed and cannot continue to operate in an environment of more than 50 degrees below zero. Half of the remaining space is a water supply system. Water pumps are used to extract underground water sources through water purifiers to supply employees with daily consumption. The remaining half is the data center of the entire company. The huge servers inside support the operation of weak artificial intelligence. Half of the 3rd underground floor is the working area for employees, and the other half is the manufacturing workshop used to produce finalized products. After the company owner purchased the shopping mall, he directly surrounded the shopping mall with a wall. A large garage was built in the open-air parking lot at the back for parking heavy-duty trucks and other freight vehicles. Now, based on the battery parameters provided by the boss, researchers plan to transform some SUVs, pickup trucks, and container trucks into fully electric drives. After all, these vehicles themselves have small loads, and the motor torque that has been developed so far can still drive them. But like those heavy-duty trucks, even if Chen's latest battery is used, it will not be able to be used because it does not have a motor with enough torque. The motor may burn out just after starting. The next day, the researcher who had been busy all night found his boss with dark circles under his eyes. He handed the boss the required battery design drawings and then went back to sleep. The boss found Wang Dong and gave him the design drawings, asking him to give them to Chen when he sent the contract and materials later. After signing the contract, he asked Chen to produce this kind of battery. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Chen got up early. After thinking about it all night last night, Chen felt that if Wang Dong's company had the strength to produce batteries by itself, then it could just produce the cells directly. It is necessary to directly produce finished batteries. After all, my own shelter is not big, and the equipment required to produce battery cells is much less than that of producing batteries, which can save a lot of space. Afterwards, Chen washed up and finished eating, then drove off in the car. 10 minutes later, Chen arrived at the battery factory. He saw that the entire factory area was empty. Chen drove slowly on the road to the factory area. When he came to a workshop, he went in and found that the equipment inside had been emptied. Chen didn't give up and continued searching, and finally found a set of manual production lines in an abandoned factory. It is said to be a manual production line, but it is actually a conveyor belt with single machine equipment placed on the side. The single machine equipment is used to assemble each process. It's like loading and unloading materials change from machines to people. So Chen was very happy after seeing this production line. Chen found the process of producing battery cells and found that there were not many single machine equipment in this part, just 4 machines. The author has never been to the battery factory, so he just made it up. However, the space in the back compartment of Chen's car was not large, so it took Chen 4 times to transport all the equipment back. Then Chen placed the machines in the shelter according to the order of the battery factory. Then, after taking some parts and finished product from the site, we started production using the process flow learned online. After Chen produced according to the process flow, He also had a detailed understanding of the production of battery cells and then directly used 300 points of energy to transform these equipment and added intelligent programs. Using the printer as the core, a set of battery cell automated production lines were connected. At 12 noon, looking at the remaining 80 points of energy, Chen thought that he was originally planning to transform the processing room to manufacture a small assembly production line. But how could he spend less and less energy? On the other side, Wang Dong led the company's employees to start moving materials for trading. According to the list given by Chen, he found that some materials were still not enough and needed to be replenished. Wang Dong came to the mine owned by the company and started transporting raw materials. Using the company's strong programming capabilities, he realized fully automated mining in the mine. There were only 2 or 3 personnel on duty inside the mine, and they were rotated regularly. Daily supplies were provided by the company. In fact, many enterprise-level shelters are working for the government. In many fields, these large enterprise companies can do better. At this stage, they can serve as a good supplement, allowing these companies to ensure the existing low-cost technology. People survive, then the government concentrates its efforts in some key areas and strives to achieve scientific and technological breakthroughs in the shortest possible time, such as strong artificial intelligence, controllable nuclear fusion, robotics, aerospace technology, and other key areas. For example, once there is a breakthrough in controllable nuclear fusion, aerospace technology will also have a qualitative breakthrough, and spacecraft will become possible. Some people at the Dragon Academy of Sciences have proposed that if breakthroughs in controllable nuclear fusion and artificial intelligence technology are achieved, then this kind of ice the lockdown period will not be a concern. We can build a large star port in outer space, then build a colonial base on the moon and immigrate some people there. We can also use the wireless energy of nuclear fusion to build large-scale adsorption devices to absorb volcanic ash in the air. Perhaps the volcanic ash can be cleaned up in less than a year, and a series of things will become extremely simple. That's why the government did not gather all people in official shelters. After all, social wealth is sufficient, and many convenient countries can do it, but the cost is too high and not worth it. It is better to let some group companies below share some of the social pressure. Wang Dong's company received a mining license due to government support, but 80% of the mined ore needs to be handed over, and the remaining 20% is handled by Wang Dong's company. In this way, the government does not have to waste manpower on mining, and the companies below can do a lot of things with these 20% of the ore. Why not kill 2 birds with 1 stone? In the evening, Wang Dong returned to the company with the rotated employees and raw materials and replenished the raw materials. If all these raw materials were used for production, at a ratio of 70%, 1 ton of batteries could be obtained. According to the capacity density parameter of 1000 Wh/kg provided by Chen, 1 ton of battery can provide 1000 kilowatt-hours of electrical energy. You must know that the electric energy of Tesla is only 80 kilowatt-hours at most after it is fully charged. In this way, it can already achieve a range of 300 kilometers. If Chen's battery is used as the energy source, the battery life will reach 1,000 kilometers, so 1 ton of batteries can be transformed into 3 or 4 pickup trucks or 2 box trucks. On the morning of the 3rd, Chen got up and took a quick shower. I won't go out for the next few days, and I don't know when Wang Dong will come to see me. It would be embarrassing if Wang Dong comes to see me after I go out and I am not there. After Chen washed up, he sat on the sofa and thought about it. Then Chen was going to take a vacation for himself, have some fun at home, play games, and keep fit. After all, he had been busy every day for more than a month, and he almost got fucked. Crazy, now that I have nothing to do, just relax first. While Chen was playing games, Wang Dong set off with his convoy. When the convoy arrived in front of Chen's shelter, Chen received a prompt from the SMART program and saw Wang Dong and the others. Then Chen put on protective gear. Serve out of the shelter. Boss Liu, I'm here with the supplies and the contract. If you see if the contract is okay, let's sign it. Wang Dong watched Lu Chen walk out of the shelter and said to Lu Chen with a smile on his face. Lu Chen looked at Wang Dong and said to him, "Director Wang, I have a good idea here. I am only responsible for producing battery cells, and you are responsible for making protective boards and assembling them. What do you think? After all, my production capacity here is limited. If I only produce battery cells, my production capacity will be higher." After hearing this, Wang Dong also thought it was good, but Wang Dong and Lu Chen said, "Boss Lu, this is a good idea. If the company agrees, we can take advantage of this period to build a battery assembly line in the company. However, this time our company continues to use a batch of batteries to make a batch of equipment for going out. So if we want to change the production method, we can only talk about it next time. You see, I have brought the size design drawings of the batteries here. I'd like to ask Boss Lu to do some hard work." After hearing this, Lu Chen thought it made sense. Then he looked at the contract and found that the contract was only for this transaction. If Lu Chen's battery works well after the transaction is completed, he will bring another one with him next time he comes back. Long-term contract. So Lu Chen wasn't surprised by this. After all, it was necessary to be on guard against others. After agreeing to pick up the goods at Lu Chen's shelter in 5 days and unloading the raw materials, Wang Dong returned to the shelter with his convoy, and Lu Chen also transported the raw materials into the shelter and began to adjust the production line to produce Wang Dong's shelter battery required. In the next few days, Lu Chen looked at the accumulated energy and the production of batteries on the other side. He estimated that after 5 days of trading, he would have enough energy to transform the automatic assembly line. On the morning of the 4th, Lu Chen got up and checked the battery production status. He found that a batch of batteries had been produced according to the shapes given by Wang Dong. The remaining batteries were estimated to be completed in another day. Lu Chen felt that it was very wise to use smart programs to control related equipment early on. Moreover, since there was no need to connect to the internet, there was no need to worry about hackers controlling it. Afterwards, Lu Chen came to the planting room. The difference between the later batch of vegetables and the first batch of harvested vegetables was only a few days, so they could be harvested together at the end of July. After observing the growth of the vegetables, he found that they had begun to sprout. Lu Chen plans to reduce the planting area of vegetables after these vegetables mature and increase the planting of garlic, onions, peppers, cumin, ginger, and other condiments. After the energy is sufficient in the later period, Lu Chen plans to expand the planting room. Grow all the common varieties of vegetables and spices so that your life will be enjoyable. But having said that, maybe you can consider brewing some wine for yourself later. You can make some rice wine from the rice. Let's see who has grape seedlings later and exchange a few with them. Ordinary fruit strains can also be used. In this case, spirits are probably only in stock from the past, and no one would have the luxury of brewing low-strength wine with grain or fruit. It's just a big dog like me. Hey. When Lu Chen thought about this, he couldn't help but sigh that he was like a smoke coming out of his ancestral grave. He was able to receive such a great blessing. Lu Chen came to the place where the rice sprouts were grown and found that after a few days, it was ready to be transplanted into the field. Lu Chen planted the rice buds directly into the field and began to raise the seedlings. This time the seedlings were raised, which took a longer time. It took a month. Just after the vegetables were mature and harvested, the rice transplanting could be started. After having lunch, Lu Chen continued to learn programming-related knowledge, hoping to make his smart program smarter. On the other side, Wang Dong returned to the shelter and reported the transaction to his boss, which also explained Lu Chen's thoughts. The boss thinks that such a proposal is okay. Many other types of battery products can be produced using battery cells. However, the boss also told Wang Dong that after the next transaction, he could properly explore Lu Chen's thoughts to see if there was any intention to sell battery technology. If so, he could buy it at a certain price. The boss asked Wang Dong to directly ask the researchers whether the cost would increase if they directly provided the cells and then produced the batteries themselves. If not, just do it according to Lu Chen's idea. Otherwise, just sign a contract with Lu Chen directly and let him produce it on his behalf. Inside the Dragon Kingdom's capital shelter, inside the country's highest command center, a group of big bosses were holding a summary meeting for the past month. The first thing to report is the Transportation Department. Commander-in-Chief, in the past month or so, all major railway transportation arteries across the country have been renovated, and the railway branch lines connecting local shelters and military bases are expected to be renovated next month. In addition, thanks to the support of quantum technology of the Academy of Sciences, the National Railway mobilization has returned to half of the previous level, which can meet the current mobilization of internal combustion engine trains. In addition, the General Administration of Railways is stepping up the transformation of the remaining locomotives. On the other hand, regarding road transportation, due to the onset of the cold wave, the heavy snow on the ground has made it impossible for cars with low chassis to pass in some places. If the snow continues to fall, the highway will be impassable. Regarding this, we have contacted the Lonka Academy to develop a new freight vehicle that can increase the load while ensuring normal driving in the snow. Then, there is the agricultural sector. Commander-in-Chief, in the past month, our Ministry of Agriculture and the Long Academy of Sciences have extracted cold-resistant genes from cold-resistant plants and successfully implanted them into wheat, allowing them to grow normally in an environment of more than 10 degrees below zero. However, the output is expected to be a bit low, so there are no results yet. On the other hand, planting and breeding bases around shelters across the country have begun to put into production. It is expected that a stable food source will be provided by the middle of next year, but now due to the cold, energy consumption has increased and the cost of output is a bit high. So we are working with the Academy of Dragon Science to find a solution, but there has not been much progress yet. Ministry of Education. Shelters in various places have now entered normal operation, and primary and secondary schools in various places have also restarted classes. Some subjects have been adjusted, foreign language courses have been canceled, and the college entrance examination is preparing to resume next June. Dragon Academy of Sciences. Commander-in-Chief, due to some cost reasons, some new technologies have been used in shelters during this period, including new insulation materials, high-strength concrete technology, small-scale wireless power transmission technology, new battery technology, etc. In addition, the Chinese programming we are studying has made a big breakthrough and is expected to be put into use next month. Robot technology has also made a big breakthrough. After transforming some military factory equipment, it has basically achieved full automation. For production, you only need to provide raw materials. Aerospace sector. Commander-in-Chief, the quantum communication satellite we launched before has been able to be used normally. Next, we are preparing to complete the transformation of Tiangong as soon as possible to achieve the conditions for long-term residence of personnel. The long-term plan is to build a small starport based on Tiangong. This has been used as the center to realize the construction of the lunar base. After the Aerospace Department finished speaking, everyone at the scene sighed at the Aerospace Department's boldness. Later, other departments reported one by one. The overall situation is still developing in a good direction. Finally, after the Commander-in-Chief discussed with everyone, he prepared to start a dungeon project similar to that in Wandering Planet. The preliminary construction was carried out first. After mastering the controllable nuclear fusion technology, the corresponding equipment was installed and the dungeon was opened directly. In the future, the underground city will serve as a place for living and living, while the shelter where we live now will serve as a base for production and scientific research. On the 6th, after Chen got up, he saw that all the batteries had been produced and put into the warehouse after being installed. He wanted to make a few drones so that if he needed to search a certain place or trade with others, he could conduct reconnaissance in advance, ensure your own safety, and also add some aircraft model knowledge. Chen plans to build 2 low-altitude drones and 2 high-altitude drones. He also needs to build a high-performance computer as a program carrier and information processing center. However, he can install a set of small servers and an onboard computer in the car. Finally, a drone launcher is installed on the vehicle to launch high-altitude drones. First, Chen used a 3D printer to make a batch of small motors to power the propellers, then the drone skeleton, and finally the camera device and the signal amplifier. In the current environment, If the signal amplifier is not added, the drone will just fly away. Then Chen used the multifunctional platform to assemble 2 small drones. After fully unfolding the 4 propellers, the side length was about half a meter. After folding, the back seat of the carriage could be put down. As for the final high-altitude drone, Chen in the morning, I started to search for information to see how previous large drones operated. After checking the information, Chen found that if the size of the fixed-wing drone is too small, it will not have enough power to take off. It needs to provide a booster for takeoff. This can be done by installing a catapult behind the vehicle, but it requires energy to modify the carriage. So Chen is planning to change his plan. Instead of manufacturing fixed-wing drones for the time being, he will build multi-rotor drones and equip 2 of them on the car. Just put a drone takeoff and landing platform directly on the roof of the car. So it's very convenient to take off and recover. On the other hand, Chen planned to build several large multi-rotor drones, build a drone hangar directly on the roof of the ground floor, and set up a signal amplifier. The drones would be equipped with signal amplifiers, receivers, and cameras inside, storage devices, smart chips, and an electromagnetic gun that can fire 5 projectiles. It uses the latest batteries as energy, controlled by intelligent programs, flies around the shelter regularly for reconnaissance. It can be recharged in the hangar by itself. In this way, some potential risks can be discovered in a timely manner within a radius of 5 kilometers within one's control. Chen then started writing the automatic program for the drone and started manufacturing it after the transformation of the automated production and assembly line was completed. On the morning of the 8th, Wang Dong drove to Chen's shelter. After Chen saw it, he used a trolley to transport the batteries out. Then the 2 of them chatted while watching the employees transporting goods. "Brother Liu, I have reported it to my boss about what you said last time. Our boss agrees in principle. At the same time, our boss is very interested in your battery technology and hopes to get your authorization so that our base can produce it. We will divide the profit generated 50-50. What do you think?" When Chen heard what Wang Dong said, he thought about it and felt that this was also a good idea. If he produced it himself, the output would not be high, and it was just a low-level technology. Even if Wang Dong's company regrets later, their losses will not be big. If they directly withdraw from higher-level batteries, their batteries will be immediately useless, and the production lines they spent resources to build will become scrap metal. "Director Wang, I have thought about your proposal and think it is good. I can provide technology and license it to your company for production, but I don't want a 50-50 split. I only need 4 achievements, but you must give me a heavy-duty truck." "This no problem. Don't tell me you don't have a heavy-duty truck, and give me your communicator." Wang Dong smiled bitterly and said to Chen, "Then wait a moment. I'll ask the boss for instructions." Then Wang Dong walked aside and called his boss. After a while, Wang Dong came over with a smile. "Boss Liu, our boss has agreed. Someone will drive a heavy truck here in a moment, along with a quantum communicator and a new contract. Then you wait here. I'll go down and copy the technical information." After that, Chen entered the shelter and started copying the information. An hour later, Chen left the shelter and informed Wang Dong that the information had been copied. Chatting with Wang Dong again, Chen also heard a lot of things that he had not been exposed to at his previous level. Wang Dong was not that stupid. He knew that with Chen's ability, he would be exposed to these things sooner or later, so why not tell him now? Get him and make a good relationship. Half an hour later, a heavy truck drove over. The driver got out of the car and handed the keys and contract to Wang Dong. Wang Dong gave the contract to Chen. Chen carefully read the contract, signed his name after confirming that there were no traps, and handed the hard drive to Wang Dong, who then handed the key to Chen. Then, Wang Dong and Chen said goodbye and returned with everyone. At 10 o'clock in the evening on the 8th, Chen came to the processing room. Looking at the 1620 energy points in the nano core, he first used 500 energy points to expand the entire processing room to an area of 600 square meters. Then use 1,000 points of energy to create a nanoworm nest. After starting it, It was placed in the center of the processing room. Then the 3D printer and multi-function platform were all wrapped. Then the nanoworm nest continued to expand and soon occupied most of the flight attendants. Then it expands outwards and extends upward to form a processing machine. Finally, half an hour later, everything was over, and what appeared in front of Lu Chen's eyes was a manufacturing concept full of science fiction. I saw a large 3D printer standing in front of me at the very edge, with 3 assembly lines extending out. According to Lu Chen's design, one of them is an energy production line and a battery production line, and the other 2 are parts production lines and power equipment production lines. Above these 3 production lines are some robotic arms, and next to the production line are processing equipment. The 3 production lines finally converge to form a production line. This one is the assembly production line with various robotic arms on it. Lu Chen felt very satisfied when he looked at this production line. Then Lu Chen entered the previously designed programs and drawings into the main control computer of the production line and chose to produce this large multi-rotor drone. After starting up, you can see that the printer starts to eat up the raw materials, and then the inside of the printer is divided into 3 studios, and they start working separately. An hour later, Lu Chen saw that the drone was assembled. This drone was also designed to be foldable. When fully unfolded, the distance between 2 of the 4 multirotors was about 1 meter, and the folded size was half the size. Meters width. Therefore, my car cannot fit at all and can only be used as a shelter defense device. Lu Chen then produced another drone and entered the design drawings of the 2 electromagnetic guns into the central computer. Then he entered the drone program written in advance into the drone and looked at the time. It was early, so Lu Chen went to bed first, preparing to get up in the morning to test the performance of the drone. The next day, at 11 o'clock in the morning, Lu Chen got up and went to the roof of the first floor of the shelter. He used 250 energy points to transform the roof and added a ceiling. The top could be opened for drones to enter and exit. Then a 3-meter-high signal tower towered next to the hangar, and a smart program that had been prepared took over the control of the hangar. Lu Chen transported the drone to the rooftop hangar. After turning on the drone, he ordered the intelligent program to take over the drone. Then Lu Chen asked the drone to start self-checking. After the drone received the command, the multi-rotor bracket began to unfold. The multi-rotor started, and then the drone began to slowly take off, hovering 1 meter above the ground, and then the internal system began to self-check. The first is the monitoring system. Through the tablet that Lu Chen brought with him, the screen began to display. Then on the tablet, Lu Chen saw a simulation diagram of a drone. It showed whether the skeleton was damaged, whether the energy supply was normal, and whether the communication was normal. Then Lu Chen saw the hangar above his head opened, and the drone took off and began to test the extreme flight. When the altitude reached 2 kilometers, the drone's sensor showed that the lift was insufficient and it could not rise, and the signal was still very good. So Lu Chen just set the drone's maximum flight altitude on the tablet to 1,000 meters. Next, the flight speed and distance of the drone were tested. Afterwards, Lu Chen chose a direction to start the test. I saw the drone began to fly in one direction at full speed. The speed of the drone displayed on the tablet began to gradually increase, reaching 150 kilometers per hour in less than a minute. Then Lu Chen watched the drone fly further and further, watching the signal connection between the tablet and the drone getting weaker and weaker without letting the drone return. Finally, 10 kilometers away from the shelter, the signal was completely out, but Lu Chen is not worried at all. In the chip inside the drone, Lu Chen has set a command to automatically return to the starting point without signal, and the built-in intelligent program can use the body's detector to automatically avoid obstacles. So after more than 10 seconds, the tablet computer received the drone's signal again. A few minutes later, Lu Chen saw the drone flying back in the distance and hovering at the location where it had just taken off. The last item is the automatic charging test. When each drone returned, Lu Chen looked at the battery of the drone and found that the battery was still full. Lu Chen knew that a 1-kilogram battery made with an energy density of 200 Wh/g could hold 200 kilowatt-hours of electricity, which is enough to run a drone for several days. Chen began to set in the program to return to the hangar to recharge when the battery was lower than 90%, and let the smart program drive the drone to patrol and fly it around the shelter, while Chen himself returned to the shelter to start eating. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen came to the roof after eating. He saw that the battery was still very high. He couldn't wait that long and watch it charge automatically. Then Chen thought of the electromagnetic gun on the drone and directly ordered the drone to fire a projectile into the open space. Afterwards, he found that the battery power had dropped by 15%. Chen gave up manual control and switched to automatic mode. The drone began to return to the hangar. After reaching the top of the hangar, 3 wheels protruded from the bottom of the drone and landed next to Chen. Then the wings retracted and the internal motors start up. Use the sensor to find the charging area and start charging. Chen nodded with satisfaction when he saw this. The functions he designed were all implemented very well. It can be said that the design was a complete success. Then Chen returned to the shelter and manufactured 2 more. After they were also shipped to the roof, the hangar was immediately full. Chen began to set the parameters. 3 of the 4 drones were hovering in a triangular position in the sky, and the other was parked in the warehouse as a backup. After the 3 drones were hovering at an altitude of 1 kilometer at the same time, this one was a triangular area centered on Chen's shelter is under absolute surveillance. Then when Chen set the battery level to be lower than 30%, the backup drone started. After reaching the replacement position, the original drone returned to charge. It could be fully charged in a few minutes at the charging speed of a graphene lithium-ion battery. This drone arrives at the next low battery drone to take over, and so on. After the last drone returns, it is fully charged and enters standby mode. Moreover, Chen also designed that if the 3 drones outside are shot down, the last drone will be dispatched. And if 3 drones were not shot down at the same time, the remaining 2 drones would immediately enter an irregular flight state to avoid supplies. At the same time, the intelligent program would remind Chen in the shelter that there was an enemy invasion. If Chen authorized a counterattack, the drone's intelligent program would start to counterattack the enemy, or Chen would manually operate one of them. After setting the parameters here, Chen returned to the shelter and began to continue his learning journey. On the other side, Wang Dong returned to the shelter with the information and battery and handed them to his boss. The boss handed the batteries and data to his own researchers, and then the researchers began to study the data given by Chen, and the batteries were directly thrown to the staff below to modify a box truck according to the previously designed plan. As the researcher studied, he came to the boss's office the next day and explained the specific situation. Boss, this kind of battery technology can still be manufactured with our current manufacturing capabilities, and it is not difficult to manufacture. But once we use this kind of battery on a large scale, our power generation capacity will be delayed. So we must either use it on a small scale, plant batteries, or upgrade the power generation system. After thinking for a while, the boss said to the researcher, "In this way, you can build the production line first so that we can mass produce this kind of battery. I will solve the problem of insufficient power." When the researchers heard what the boss said, they felt confident and went back to study the production line and production process. After seeing the researchers leave, the boss here seemed to be thinking about how to upgrade the power system. As for the small-scale use, the researchers said, "Just listen. After all, pure electric power can get rid of dependence on fuel, and most of the fuel is now used. It is in the hands of the government, and there is not much fuel on the market. If I hadn't had some connections to get a batch of fuel from abroad, I probably wouldn't have dared to contract those mines. After all, in the current situation, without vehicles, those mines would be like an enclave." So the boss began to convene relevant departments to discuss plans to upgrade the power system. Half an hour later, in the conference room, after the boss raised the question, everyone began to think. They were all pre-apocalyptic technology masters. The reason why they followed the boss was because living in a corporate shelter was better than living in an official much better. Besides, I don't have the capital to build a shelter by myself, so it's good to work with a good boss. So after the problem of insufficient power generation was raised, everyone began to seriously think about solutions. After a while, everyone started to propose some solutions, but none of them worked. Later, someone mentioned how the official shelter solved the power problem. The boss used his connections to find the official shelter staff, who told him to use it was geothermal power generation technology. The boss then hung up the communication after a few more pleasantries. The boss told the technicians about the geothermal power generation technology. After a while of discussion, the technician said that geothermal generators can be built, but the pipelines to the underground cannot be constructed because the company does not have such technology. Maybe they can apply for official support. The next day, the boss came to the official shelter and found the person in charge of the shelter. He first showed off a high-capacity battery and said that his shelter could mass-produce such batteries. But at the same time, it also explained that the power generation capacity of the shelter is insufficient, and it is hoped that with official support, a geothermal power generation system can be established in the shelter. After the official shelter held a meeting and discussed the matter was reported to the central government. The central government decided to help the shelter establish a geothermal power generation system. The reason for this was because the official also wanted to enter the all-electric era. After all, petroleum is still the raw material for many chemical products. Therefore, using electricity can reduce the consumption of petroleum as fuel, and through the previous high-speed rail technology, the country has also mastered high-torque motor technology. So if this kind of battery can be used, it can completely transform all-electric heavy trucks. If the power is not enough, then build a power plant. So the boss's application will be approved. In the following days, Chen continued his study journey. The infrastructure of the shelter has been improved and survival and safety have been guaranteed. Therefore, Chen plans to accumulate energy while studying and prepare to go there after the vegetables are mature at the end of the month. Traded once on an official exchange. Moreover, Chen planned to start rebuilding the heavy truck and complete the electric drive transformation after returning from his transaction. While Chen was studying, the shelter where Wang Dong was located also welcomed an official construction team. After the construction team arrived at the site, they set up large drilling equipment in the ground parking lot at the rear and began to open the pipeline to the underground. The follow-up plan was to build a power station in the ground parking lot and install a geothermal generator. After all, they did not have one. Chen's plug-in can directly drill that deep into the ground. A few days later, after the drilling depth reaches the required level, a geothermal generator is installed on the spot and a room is covered for protection. Then the production line in the shelter starts to produce new batteries. The output is not very high. 1 ton of standard batteries can be produced every day. Moreover, 60% of this ton of batteries was traded to official shelters, while the remaining 40% was kept for personal use. After the power transformation inside the shelter is completed, 90% of the output can be provided to the official, and the remaining 10% will be reserved for backup and sold externally. Other private shelters can also come to trade if they need it. The quantity is limited every day, first come, first served, and customized services are also provided. Just when the official shelter came for construction, the cold current from the south had already reached this area, and heavy snow began to fall in the sky, and it became heavier and heavier. After nonstop construction, the generator was finally completed before the heavy snow closed the road. After the construction, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. When the construction team returned to the official shelter, the snow outside made it difficult for ordinary vehicles to pass. Here, in the shelter, Chen is concentrating on studying. Since the meteorite fell, Chen has almost studied the materials he downloaded from the internet. Some advanced knowledge cannot be found online, and it is all in the National Reserve, in the library. So Chen was waiting to see if he could make a deal with the country after he finished studying the information here. On the other hand, Chen waited until he could trade knowledge, and after his own in-depth research produced results, He could trade raw materials with the official, which would save a lot of time. Then Chen ended today's study, opened the drone screen, and started to look at the surrounding environment. He found that there was already heavy snow on the ground. It was initially estimated that it was half a person tall. Chen checked the program log and found that the snowfall process was recorded. The record showed that it started to snow on the night when Chen built the drone. At first, it didn't rain very much at night, but starting from the next morning, the snowfall became much heavier. Chen was studying for the next few days, and there was no corresponding reminder in the SMART program. As a result, it snowed for several days without Chen knowing. Chen thought about this and patted his head. He also blamed himself for not thinking carefully when writing the program. Then Chen first modified the settings in the environment program. The previous setting was to alarm when the temperature in the outside air dropped sharply and pollution increased. Now Chen has added warnings for extreme weather such as rainfall, snowfall, strong winds, etc. When the wind exceeds level 10, or there is continuous rain and snowfall, the alarm will be triggered. Chen will be directly reminded to pay attention to protective measures to avoid situations like today in the future. If Chen hadn't used a drone to take a look at the surroundings today, he might not even know it was buried on the ground floor. After Chen modified the program, he left the shelter wearing protective armor and began to clear the snow. Too much snow was not a good thing. At the very least, if the vents are blocked, it will lead to insufficient oxygen supply inside the house, and the area in front of the shelter must be cleared, otherwise vehicles will not be able to pass. The heavy truck itself has not been modified, and only a pickup truck can be used, but now the accumulation of the snow was already half as tall as a person, and the car probably fell directly into the snow as soon as it drove out. After Chen cleared the snow around the shelter, he returned to the shelter and started designing a device that would allow pickup trucks to pass on the snow. Chen had seen a foreign video on the internet before, which introduced a vehicle snow driving device. This device is unfolded and placed on the ground, and then the wheels are stuck on it while driving, and then the vehicle can be driven directly on the snow. The effect is very good, but you need a buffer area when going to the snow, otherwise you will plunge into the snow if the height difference is too high. Chen began to design this kind of device. After completing the design, he went to the processing room to manufacture 4 of them and sent them to the garage. In the garage, Chen unfolded the 4 devices in front of the car according to the distance between the wheels, and then drove the car to the upper area. After installing the 4 wheels, he drove out directly and started wandering. On the snow around Chen's shelter, a pickup truck similar to a Raptor was galloping in the snow, constantly doing some difficult moves, with snowflakes splashing all around. Half an hour later, Chen drove back to the garage. The test just now was still very good. Then Chen added a lateral driving function to the snow wheel device. Using the remote control, he could switch between driving straight or horizontally, which was very convenient. Fast passing case. On the other side, in the official shelter in Chen City, Guangdong's shelter owner Wang Yang was talking with the official logistics equipment manager. An analysis report had been made on the battery sample provided by Wang Yang, and he said that there is still a lot of room for development of batteries, and the storage density of batteries can be increased again, but these reports will not be shown to Wang Yang, because a report was submitted at the same time. This report analyzed the scientific research capabilities of the shelter where Wang Yang was located, including the knowledge reserves and personalities of everyone inside, etc. The report analyzed that this battery technology was invented by Wang Yang and others. The possibility of getting the technology from others is less than 10%, and the possibility of getting the technology from others is 90%. So this time I invited Wang Yang to come to the shelter to have a chat to see if I could get in touch with the person behind the scenes through Wang Yang. Official Logistics Department heads Yang Ming and Wang Yang are talking. Yang Ming, Boss Wang has been doing well recently. Being able to manufacture this new type of battery is worthy of being a high-tech company. Wang Yang, I don't dare to take it. I don't dare to take it. It is only the efforts of my employees that we can achieve today's results. With a few polite words, Yang Ming also directly stated his purpose. Boss Wang, I have called you here today for two things. The first one is about the batteries you produce. We studied it and decided to increase the purchase volume. In the early stage, we decided to purchase 10 tons of standard batteries. We will wait for after the battery-modified equipment performs well, the next batch of purchases will be increased. Thank you, Director Yang, for your trust. I will definitely complete the task with high quality and quantity. When Wang Yang heard what Yang Ming said, he was very surprised and quickly made a promise. Don't be too quick to be happy. The second thing is that we hope that Boss Wang can help introduce the inventor of this battery. Our research institute here is very grateful to the inventor of the battery and hopes to communicate with him. When Wang Yang heard this, he smiled bitterly in his heart. He thought that this battery was not invented by his shelter. Where can he find this employee for you? Besides, Chen didn't know whether his colleagues would agree with it, so he might as well deal with it first and ask Chen later. Let's see if you're willing to contact the official people in the morning. Later, Wang Yang said to Yang Ming, Director Yang, I will go back and ask other people's opinions on the person who invented the battery. After all, I'm a great god for such talents. I cannot offend you. Please forgive me. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming said that geniuses all have their own personalities, so they don't care. Then the two chatted again, and Wang Yang said goodbye to Yang Ming and returned to the shelter. After returning to the shelter, Wang Yang found Wang Dong and asked him to contact Chen to see if he had the intention to contact government personnel. If not, forget it. Wang Dong then used a communicator to contact Chen. After Chen received the news, he agreed after thinking about it and indicated that he could hand over the location of his shelter to the official and let the official people come to his shelter. That's it. Wang Yang then contacted Yang Ming and told him directly and truthfully that he had obtained his battery technology from Chen. Yang Ming said that if he and Chen reached a cooperation, the private battery supply in Anhui province would still be handed over to Wang Yang's company. It is officially only used within the military and government departments. Wang Yang breathed a sigh of relief. This situation was relatively good. After all, he still made money. After informing Chen of the location of the shelter, the two parties ended the call. On the other side, after Yang Ming got the news, he reported it to his superiors. Then his superiors said that experts and government personnel would go to Chen's shelter tomorrow to talk, and notified the special operations team members to send each other. At noon the next day, Chen started communicating with government personnel on the ground floor of the shelter. Then Chen showed the uncensored performance parameters of the first-generation battery to the official personnel. Experts were particularly surprised after seeing this, and said that if this kind of performance can really be achieved, then many fields that use petroleum as power can be transformed into electric drives. Chen said that this battery technology can be handed over to the government, but he does not need supplies, he only needs to trade it with knowledge. This battery technology can be exchanged using theoretical knowledge related to artificial intelligence and holographic projection. After listening to Chen's request, the expert group discussed it and felt that it was still acceptable. After reporting to their superiors for approval, they said to Chen, We have agreed to your request, but our country does not have a lot of theoretical knowledge about artificial intelligence and holographic projection, and many places are blank, so your receipts in these aspects may be very small. You have to be prepared mentally. After hearing this, Chen said that he just wanted to broaden his knowledge and didn't mention anything else. An hour later, the official shelter sent over relevant knowledge, and Chen also handed over the battery technology to the official expert team. After that, the official staff left with satisfaction, and Chen couldn't wait to return to the shelter. Start learning about artificial intelligence. Just when Chen and the official transaction were over, the research on meteorites in the distant capital Shelter Lonka Academy also made some progress. The researchers made new discoveries and quickly reported to the Commander-in-Chief. Commander-in-Chief, through our research on meteorites, We found that there is a sporulation mutation of a kind of bacteria inside the meteorite under the irradiation of nuclear radiation and began to form a spore organism. This spore organism will absorb the basic materials in the surrounding soil to produce a lot of radiation. Moreover, the spores themselves have strong cold resistance. Current research shows that the spores will explode directly after maturity, and the daughter plants inside will float in the wind and grow everywhere. The good news at the moment is that this spore does not like high temperatures and stops growing when the temperature exceeds zero. In addition, experiments have shown that the maturity speed of spores on animal corpses is much faster than that of spores growing in the wild. The commander-in-chief heard this and asked, "What kind of impact will this spore have on us?" The researchers said, "If this kind of spores grows in a large area in the outside world, it will lead to a large increase in external radiation. The existing cold-resistant protective clothing will not be able to withstand such radiation. However, this kind of spore is very cold-resistant. Perhaps the cold-resistant genes can be extracted from it and transplanted to crops to resume production in the outside world." The commander-in-chief then asked, "Have your Academy of Dragon Science found a way to eliminate these spores?" The researcher replied, "Commander-in-chief, unfortunately, we do not have a method that can eliminate these spores on a large scale. However, conventional fire can still effectively eliminate them. But the good news is that the maturity period of this kind of spores is very long, and the temperature is too high or too low, the longer the growth time of the spores is. The most suitable temperature is about minus 30 degrees. At this time, the spores can mature in basically 1 month. Mature individuals will explode directly. If there is no help from the wind, then the subplants can cover a radius of 100 meters after explosion. However, with the outdoor temperature now being minus 50 degrees, the growth rate of the spores has been greatly slowed down, and the estimated growth time has been extended to 2 months. Fortunately, the number of spores produced by the meteorite was very small due to the nuclear bomb explosion, not enough to threaten our living environment. After hearing this, the commander-in-chief expressed that he would speed up the research on this spore organism and find a way to clear this spore from a large area. Just after the researchers reported on the spores, people from the aerospace department also came to the commander-in-chief. "Commander-in-chief, our aerospace department has recently made a new discovery, which is bad news." The commander-in-chief asked, "What is the bad news?" "Commander-in-chief, since we have reconnected satellites in outer space through quantum satellites, although we cannot observe the Earth, we have used the detectors on the satellites to discover that the particle-enriched area not far away from the direction of the solar system is increasing. Big. Previous observations did not observe all of them due to equipment reasons. The latest quantum satellite found that this area has reached the current speed of the solar system. It will take at least thousands of years to pass through this area, and the thickness of the particles is also much thicker than before. And now that we have entered the edge of this area, we are expected to rush in a year. Even if the volcanic ash dissipates in a few years, the temperature of our surface will not rise too much. It can reach minus 40 degrees when we are close to the sun. At about 60 degrees below zero, the winter temperature will not change much compared to now." The commander-in-chief was silent for a while after hearing this. This news really made matters worse. The house leaked and it rained all night. The aerospace department then went on to say, "Through observations of the sun, it has been found that there may be a relatively violent sunspot activity in the near future, which may cause many electronic equipment to be paralyzed. Is there a solution? Yes, you just need to install electromagnetic shielding devices around the shelter, and you have to act quickly. According to our speculation, the sunspot outbreak will occur within this month." After listening to the report, the commander-in-chief immediately asked shelters in various places to prepare. After Chen obtained the knowledge of artificial intelligence, he began to study day and night. After a few days of study, he finally understood the knowledge, and then found that he could not make it, or that he could write weak artificial intelligence. Intelligent. However, the shelter does not have the hardware facilities to operate. The artificial intelligence mentioned above is based on the artificial intelligence of big data algorithms and requires data to support it. However, the servers in the shelter cannot support such huge data. So there are only two ways, either to change the underlying logic and improve the algorithm, or to expand the server, directly work hard to create miracles, and use huge data to support it. In the end, Chen decided to use a two-pronged approach on the one hand to expand the server and, on the other hand, to start researching new algorithms. Later, Chen began to learn holographic technology, preparing to build a holographic work platform like Iron Man. However, after Chen's research, he found that artificial intelligence was still unavoidable. Holographic technology requires powerful algorithms to support it. Nowadays, regarding holographic projection, a breakthrough has been made in the projection light, which can project clear images without interference. But if you want to create a holographic work platform, you need the support of a powerful database and computing power. Therefore, holographic projections like this are only available in some large institutions and cannot be miniaturized. Chen looked at this and smiled bitterly in his heart. Artificial intelligence is the foundation. Then Chen planned to improve the intelligent program inside the shelter based on the artificial intelligence algorithm to make it manage the shelter more intelligently. Just when Chen was about to take action, an alarm sounded from the central computer. Chen quickly ran over to check and found that the outdoor detector detected an increase in ambient radiation concentration, and it is still increasing slowly. At the same time, according to the increasing curve, after 30 days, if no protection is provided, the radiation concentration in the outside world around the shelter will be unsuitable for human survival. Chen felt strange when he saw this. If the radiation was caused by a nuclear bomb explosion, it couldn't have risen just now, so something else must have happened to cause the radiation concentration to rise. Later, Chen thought that the officials should be very aware of this kind of thing, so he immediately contacted the officials and explained the situation. After the official shelter heard about it, they told Chen about the spores and said that they would immediately send someone to send him the drawings of the equipment to detect the spores. At that time, Chen could make and detect the spores by himself and destroy the spores by burning them. After Chen expressed his gratitude, he ignored him and continued his research. On the other side, the official shelter, after receiving the news from Chen, immediately organized personnel to start detecting the radiation concentration around the shelter and found that there were increases to varying degrees. However, because the official shelter occupies a large area, some places have high and some places it was low. After using equipment to detect the specific location of the spores, officials directly used flamethrowers to eliminate the spores around the shelter. Subsequently, the shelter notified all corporate shelters of the spores in the shelters, requiring each corporate shelter to explore the situation around the shelter and keep records, establish a periodic inspection system, detect regularly, and eliminate spores around the shelter before they germinate. After receiving the notice, shelters in various places began to organize personnel inspections. It was found that the radiation levels had increased, which was significantly improved compared with the test records when the shelters were first established. After these data were finally reported to the official shelter, the official immediately organized personnel to escort the relevant drawings for detecting spores to various corporate shelters, and related equipment was still being manufactured in the shelter. Some of these equipment were given to the staff, and the other part was released, traded in the market to other private shelters. After Chen waited for a while to get the drawings, he used the processing room to make a detection device and a simple flamethrower. He also made a radiation-proof lead box and prepared to retain a spore for future research. After the equipment was manufactured, Chen put on his armor and flamethrower and went out to start working. After more than an hour, Chen finally finished his work. Then Chen came to the shelter and started manufacturing for detection equipment. Then he went to the rooftop hangar and installed detection equipment under the 4 drones. After flying them out, Chen returned to the shelter and turned on the computer to start observing the drones. Machine detection results. After the drone arrived at the designated location and turned on the detector, Chen saw the computer screen showing the surrounding situation. Except for the green area that had just been cleaned around his shelter, patches of yellow were scattered in other places in the wild. These areas are where the spores are. Chen improved the drone's program and began to prepare for establishing a safe zone in the future. Chen planned to clear all the spores in the drone detection area to ensure a safe zone for himself. The drone program should add a setting to set fire to destroy the spores when it detects them, and add an incendiary device inside. There are also a batch of small incendiary bombs. When the time comes, they will fly directly above the spores and sprinkle incendiary agents, and then drop an incendiary bomb to destroy the spores. Coincidentally, the official approach is similar to that of Chen. The official approach is to establish isolation zones and shelters and key areas around the city, and then use internal teams to carry out targeted removals. Outside the isolation zone, incendiary bombs are used for regular cleaning to prevent the spread of spores, and then trains and other transportation vehicles are isolated from radiation to ensure personnel safety. At 10 a.m. on the 19th, Chen got up and made a simple breakfast. After 10 days of accumulation, there are now 2,640 energy points in the nano core, which is enough to transform his own heavy truck. After breakfast, Chen came to the garage. Looking at the big truck in front of him, Chen prepared to transform it according to the vehicle in a game. Chen had played a game before called Survival Day, in which there was a task called Mobile City. After completing the task, he would be rewarded with a vehicle called Bellis, which is also a heavy truck, but it uses a nuclear reactor as power, unlimited energy, and can automatically produce 10 bottles of clean water and 10 potatoes every day. Moreover, the pass rate is very high, and it can even walk in water. When Chen was playing, he was thinking that if the end of the world came one day, if there was such a car, it would be invincible. Unexpectedly, things are unpredictable, and it really came to the end of the world, but he also had the ability to make such a car. Since Chen didn't have any abandoned nuclear reactors, he could just use electricity. The truck was so big that it could be equipped with a large number of high-energy batteries, which could be replaced later when nuclear reactor technology was available. Moreover, it was only operating within the city, so the current battery energy density was more than enough. Then the cargo box was divided into two halves. The front half was connected to the front of the car, and a micro-server group was installed inside, as well as a large drone and two small drones. Finally, a small water purifier was added to filter clean water. The cargo box at the back was used to load cargo, which ensured safety and cargo transportation capacity. Then Chen started his transformation journey. He first went to the processing room to make two small drones and one large drone. Then he input the manufacturing drawings of the micro-server into the central computer of the production line, and then started to produce micro-servers. He directly chose to produce 10. Micro-server group in data processing. Manufacturing energy required 200 points. Manufacturing time, 30 minutes. Expanded area, 2 meters high, 0.5 meters long and wide. Performance of a single server. Running memory, 32 gigabytes. Storage, 1 terabyte. Energy consumption, 2.5 degrees per day. Description: the micro-server group composed of ordinary servers has only one cabinet, but 10 ordinary servers are placed inside. With the addition of 10 servers, the computing speed is greatly improved. This data is made using the nano core, but Chen input a single server drawing into it. Then Chen put the 10 manufactured micro-servers aside and started to produce graphene lithium-ion batteries. Graphene lithium-ion battery manufacturing requirements: 100 energy points / 50 energy points, providing graphene batteries / kg. Energy density: 200 Wh/g. Description: high-energy batteries developed with graphene battery technology have an energy density of 200 Wh/g. The fast charging and discharging capabilities brought by its unique graphene technology can release and charge a large amount of electrical energy in a short period of time, which can provide a large amount of power for electrical equipment. It may also be directly overloaded. Chen also input the battery manufacturing drawings into the central computer and then clicked on manufacturing. Using standard batteries as units, a total of 500 kilograms of standard batteries were produced. Then Chen input the permanent magnet synchronous motor design scheme designed in the past few days into the nano core and used the nano core to manufacture the permanent magnet synchronous motor. After all, he did not have rare earth, so he could only use the nano core to manufacture it. Permanent magnet synchronous motor. Manufacturing requirements: 100 energy points. Output horsepower: 400 horsepower. Maximum output torque: 1,380 Nm. Description: the electric motor has been transformed from the high-speed rail permanent magnet synchronous traction motor with high horsepower and high torque output. After ensuring the power supply, it will bring you surging power. Finally, Chen used the nano core to manufacture all the accessories and the vehicle architecture as a whole solution. Pure electric heavy truck. Manufacturing requirements: 1,000 energy points, 500 kilograms standard graphene lithium-ion battery, 10 microservers, 12 permanent magnet synchronous motors, 1 large drone, 2 small drones. Load: 60 tons. Driving distance: 2,000 kilometers. Description: the mobile fortress composed of graphene lithium-ion batteries, drones, central server groups, and permanent magnet synchronous motors is your best choice in the doomsday. Select. Chen was amazed at the data in front of him. The 2,000-kilometer range was enough for him to travel all over Dragon Country. Then, Chen spent 1,200 energy points to make 12 permanent magnet motors, and then transported drones, servers, water purifiers, and other equipment to the side of the heavy truck. Then, Chen spent 1,000 energy points to make a nano insect nest, started it up, and put it in the car. The nano insect nest began to extend, wrapping the surrounding equipment and trucks, and then gradually took shape. Chen saw that it would take a long time, so he returned to the shelter to continue studying artificial intelligence. On the other hand, the nuclear-powered train developed by the high-speed rail manufacturer and the staff of the National Nuclear Energy Research Institute is almost completed. Due to their rich technical experience in building nuclear-powered submarines, a nuclear reactor was built in the last carriage of the train. The entire carriage is used as the reactor's workplace. The train shell is added with radiation-proof materials, and the original high-speed rail permanent magnet synchronous motor traction system is used to transform it to adapt to the current operating mode. Chen Xiangdong, the designer of the nuclear-powered train, received the project after the doomsday. He led a group of researchers to study the project day and night. Finally, 2 months after the doomsday, he successfully completed the task assigned by his superiors. Afterwards, Chen Xiangdong led the staff to start the trial run. When the start button was pressed, the train began to run slowly. The staff began to increase the power. The train began to accelerate slowly and finally stabilized at a speed of 200 kilometers per hour. Next, it began to run non-stop along the railways across the country. It is expected that it will take a month of testing before it can be officially put into production. Although it is the end of the world and time is precious, there are still diesel locomotives as the main means of transportation, so the demand for nuclear-power trains is not so high for the time being. In addition, Chen Xiangdong also reserved a position for Anjua to be able to use nuclear fusion power when designing. Once the nuclear fusion research is successful and miniaturized, it can be directly replaced. The capital also received the information about the test and said that it would pay close attention to it. After all, Longhua is an oil-poor country with very little oil production. The exploitation of marine oil cannot be done due to weather problems. As an important chemical raw material, oil is not just used as fuel, so it is also good to save fuel. At the same time, in the protective clothing manufacturing workshop, using the battery technology provided by Chen, a new generation of protective clothing and protective armor batteries have begun to be manufactured. The previous protective clothing is ready to be sold to the public to recover some resources. The previous protective armor was designed as a standard detachable battery module at the beginning of its design. Therefore, in order to save resources, only new battery modules need to be produced. In addition, due to the increase in battery performance, researchers are preparing to install a heavy weapon platform on it, which can be equipped with a variety of heavy weapons, such as Gatling, multiple rocket launchers, and recoilless guns. On the other side, after Chen finished dinner, he came to the garage. At this time, the heavy truck had been transformed. What he saw could no longer be called a truck. It looked very similar to an RV, but it was much longer than an RV. The appearance of the vehicle gave people a metallic texture, and the tires were as high as a person. There were 2 driven wheels in the front of the cab, 2 power wheels in the middle, and 4 power wheels in 2 rows at the back. So Chen found that the 12 permanent magnet synchronous motors provided at the beginning were installed on the 12 tires in the car compartment. There was an emergency safety door in the front of the cab, which could only be opened from the inside, and the only way to enter the cab was from the car compartment. Then, Chen opened the door. With the sound of gas excretion, the door near the front of the car slid to the side. A step quickly extended out. When it approached the ground, the buffer device began to work, and the speed instantly decreased, and it landed safely on the ground. The whole process took no more than 3 seconds. Then Chen walked into the car and pressed the door closing button. The step quickly rose and slowed down when it approached the door. Then the door quickly closed. When all this was completed, the door began to heat up, and then the door leading to the car opened, and the decoration inside the car came into Chen's eyes. In this RV, there's a foldable double bed, hidden kitchen and bathroom refrigerator, dining table, etc., which greatly saves space. Since it uses a 500 kilograms standard graphene lithium-ion battery, the vehicle can store 100,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity after being fully charged. After full load and full power consumption in the living area, it can provide the vehicle with a mileage of more than 2,000 kilometers. So after calculating this storage capacity, Chen smiled bitterly and found that the generator in the shelter probably had to be upgraded again, otherwise it would not be able to meet the needs of this large electricity consumer. Then Chen continued to check other facilities in the car. The heating is provided by the heaters on the floor and inside the car. Because there is no engine, it cannot be heated by blowing the heat from the engine like ordinary vehicles. However, the advantage is that it does not need to be preheated, and the vehicle does not need to be turned off, and it can be in standby mode for 24 hours. Then Chen continued to check and found that the bottom is a water tank that can store 1 ton of water. The built-in water purifier and ice crusher can break the ice in the river in the current environment and melt it into water. After being purified by the water purifier, it flows into the water tank. In the middle of the cargo box at the back and the living area in the front is the monitoring room, where the micro server group is installed. Position, and there is also a drone operating console and 3 display screens inside, corresponding to the 3 drones respectively. The last is the cargo box. After opening a door, you can enter the cargo box. On the top is a sliding electric hoist that can lift objects not exceeding 1 ton. The door behind the cargo box is also designed to be opened only from the inside. Finally, Chen came to the cab and found that the cab was no longer the same as before. A door separated the cab and the living area. After Chen closed the door, he found that the sound insulation effect was very good. Then, Chen came to the driver's seat and looked forward. The buttons on it have also changed a lot. Except in addition to some conventional buttons, there are also communication buttons, drone release buttons, etc., and the cab is very spacious, with only 2 seats, the main driver and the co-driver, and no back seat like ordinary trucks. Then, Chen found that there was a display screen on the front operation interface, which showed a palm-like shape. After Chen put his hand on it, it showed that the verification was passed. Then Chen saw a 3D display of the vehicle status on the screen. The rear wheels were previously shown to be in a locked state. After Lu Chen's verification, the rear 12 wheels directly changed from the red lock state to the green unlock state. Lu Chen drove the RV out of the garage and found that the tires as tall as a person drove very smoothly on the snowy road. The shape of the front of the car could sweep some of the snow to the sides, greatly reducing the risk of getting stuck in the snow. Then Lu Chen started to drive around the shelter. After waiting for an hour, Lu Chen drove back to the shelter and backed the car into the garage. Lu Chen began to summarize. In general, the performance of the car has met his requirements. Moreover, on the current road, it can reach a maximum speed of 100 kilometers per hour. It is not that it cannot be faster, but the ground is slippery and it is easy to fail to brake if you drive too fast. Moreover, the operation of the car feels very good. Then, Lu Chen prepared to try the comfort of the big bed in the RV and decided to sleep in the RV at night. Anyway, he did not need to turn off the engine and was not afraid of freezing. The next day, after Lu Chen got up, he prepared to upgrade the communication system of the drone. The previous communication system had a short communication distance after adding the signal amplifier due to interference. He happened to have a quantum communicator, so he could use the nano core to study and see if he could make some quantum communicators for these drones. Then Lu Chen took out the quantum communicator, scanned the internal structure with the nano core, and then looked at the information displayed by the nano core. Mass-produced quantum communicator. Manufacturing requirements: 100 energy points. Communication distance: planetary level. Description: the quantum communicator developed by Long with scientists uses the quantum communication satellite in space as a transfer station to achieve global communication. I have to say that your technology is a bit crooked and the communication mode is so advanced. Lu Chen felt a little bit annoyed when he saw the introduction. This technology is a bit biased. You haven't built your spaceship yet, but quantum communication has been developed first. It's a bit biased. Then Lu Chen began to study this quantum communicator and found that it was necessary to build a quantum device as a switchboard and then use this quantum device as a basis to connect other quantum communicators. There is also a capacity limit. Lu Chen can use 200 points of energy to create a quantum device that can accommodate if a device with 100 quantum communicators talking to each other is used as quantum communication. It can support the use of 50 devices. Then, Lu Chen took a look and found that he had 2,640 energy points at 10 o'clock yesterday morning. He used 2,200 energy points to make modified nanohives and 12 permanent magnet motors. Then at 12 noon today, he had accumulated 2,640 energy points plus the remaining energy. 700 energy points. Lu Chen then spent 200 energy points to create a quantum communication device and installed it in the shelter, and then spent 500 energy points to create 10 quantum communication chips for a total of 5 large drones and 2 small drones. Were installed separately in the RV. The cost of this kind of quantum chip is half that of the quantum communicator, and there is exactly one left as a spare. After the installation, Lu Chen started to debug the communication. After everything was adjusted, he found that the drone could use the shelter switchboard as a benchmark to locate other devices with quantum communications. So you can launch the drone directly while driving to detect the situation ahead in advance. On the 25th, the day the RV was renovated, Lu Chen received a notice from the official, reminding everyone that there was a possibility of an electromagnetic storm breaking out and reminding everyone to take precautions in time to avoid unnecessary losses. Then Lu Chen checked online. I took a look at how to protect electrical equipment under sunspot activity and found that the things mentioned on the internet are all specious, but there are still useful ones. One method uses lead as protection, and the other method uses a Faraday cage for protection. However, Lu Chen did not choose in the end. Instead, he used nano cores to produce nano insect nests to wrap the main body of the entire shelter. This would also have a protective effect because the activity of sunspots could not affect the nano insect nests. Then, Lu Chen checked that as of 12 noon today, he had accumulated 1,200 energy points in the past few days. Then, Lu Chen spent 1,000 energy points to create a nanoworm nest. After opening it, the nanoworm nest began to extend the package shelter, including the ground garage and other ground facilities. Chen quietly waited for the arrival of the electromagnetic storm. The next day, Chen was searching for information on the internet. Suddenly, the page refreshed and showed that the network was interrupted. Chen estimated that it was a sunspot outbreak. Later, Chen discovered that quantum communication was also affected and became extremely unstable. It should be the same. Interference was received. Chen also found that the lights inside the shelter were also flickering. Although it was protected by the nano insect nest, it was still slightly disturbed. According to Chen's understanding, the sunspot activity this time was much greater than before. Basically, satellites in space will be cold if their anti-electromagnetic capabilities are not strong, and the power and electronic facilities in the evacuated cities on the Earth are probably all exhausted. Although the previous low temperature has damaged some facilities, this time the sunspots of this time can already push mankind back to the pre-electrical age. Chen then waited patiently in the shelter. After a few hours, Chen found that quantum communication had become stable. Then Chen put on protective clothing and left the shelter with a powered electronic device. After staying for a while, he found that the electronic equipment in his hand was not burned. Chen estimated that the electromagnetic storm had passed. Chen then returned to the shelter and built a micro-drone without a quantum communication chip installed, then connected it to the electromagnetic wave communication band previously used by the shelter, and then released the drone to prepare to see the impact of this magnetic storm on electromagnetic wave communication. Previously, Chen's test data showed that the communication distance of the drone was 10 kilometers. After flying the drone this time, the drone signal could not be received directly from a distance of 200 meters, and the drone returned automatically. Chen then installed the last quantum communication chip in the drone and began to test whether the quantum communication was normal. Later, after releasing the drone, Chen saw that the quantum communication signal was always at full capacity, and the drone kept flying forward. The distance between the drone and Chen was displayed in real time on the screen. Finally, the distance at 15 kilometers, Chen gave the order to return. After recovering the drone, Chen returned to the shelter. The network was now interrupted. Fortunately, he had downloaded a lot of basic information online. Although he had finished studying, these are all the crystallization of civilization. So in the future, in addition to exchanging knowledge and materials with others, you will have to rely on your own research. So Chen plans to expand a research laboratory for his own research. On the other side, on the evening of the 26th, in the underground shelter and central conference room of the Dragon Kingdom capital, the commander-in-chief and department heads were receiving reports on the consequences of this magnetic storm. The specific situation was quite good because they knew it in advance through satellites. Because of this sunspot activity, under the National Emergency Mobilization, emergency protection was carried out for important facilities and official shelters in various places, so the losses this time were not large. Only some unfinished places were destroyed, and the shelters, all of them, have been saved, while 90% of other facilities have been saved. In addition, most of these facilities are newly built production bases, which do not take electromagnetic protection into consideration. Therefore, some production bases are not protected in time, resulting in internal heating failure. Crops and animals were frozen to death, but these bases themselves have been built. All they need to do is replace the equipment again. As for output, in fact, the early supplies are still sufficient, so these bases are to ensure the supply of resources in the later period. Sometimes losses are still acceptable. Others, such as military facilities, have strong anti-interference capabilities and are protected, so there is basically no loss. However, the power grid is now in a state of one city in one city. Without finding a way to break through the cold, it is temporarily impossible to unify the national power grid. After reporting on their work, people from the Long Academy of Sciences, the military, and the security department were retained. Recently, while they are busy with domestic construction, the military and security departments have not forgotten their work. Security Bureau, Commander-in-Chief, We have reached the other side of the ocean by sending personnel carrying quantum communicators through the northern strait. We have made contact with the comrades staying there and got the general situation there. Commander-in-Chief, that's really good news. What's the specific situation? Security Bureau. According to reports from the comrades left behind over there, the Yellowstone Park that hit them when the meteorite came caused a large-scale volcanic eruption. The degree of damage there was much more serious than ours, and most of the country fell. The situation there is very chaotic now. Because of the government's inaction, a large number of people can only build shelters in their own homes. Due to the drop in temperature, many shelters are directly unusable and a large number of people cannot survive. Then the crowds start to gather, attacking the official shelter. Our personnel have been able to survive until now because of the secret investment in the early stage. However, due to the extraordinary period, Easterners are not welcome. So if we're a few days later, we may not be able to persist in our follow-up. The support is coming. And now, because of the volcanic ash, the aircraft cannot fly. So we have launched the outpost plan to establish multiple secret outposts along the way to establish an intelligence line through the self-sufficiency of internal facilities. Commander-in-Chief. Well, the plan is very thorough, and we must ensure the safety of our comrades. The situation now is very similar to that of decades ago. The ancestors at that time paid an unimaginable price to achieve today's prosperous age, so we cannot let the efforts of our ancestors go to waste. We must be a good shield for the people. Security Bureau. In addition, according to our intelligence, the neighboring country has only one Hokkaido left because the meteorite hit their sacred mountain, causing volcanoes to erupt and causing major earthquakes. Except for Hokkaido, other areas have sunk to the bottom of the sea. At present, because we are across the sea, we are temporarily unable to contact the notification in the area. After hearing this, the commander-in-chief couldn't help but lament the uncertainty of the world. Then the commander-in-chief said, "We must find a way to log in to Hokkaido as soon as possible and get in touch with our comrades. I will ask the Dragon Science Academy and the military to find ways to provide necessary equipment to assist you." Past. The leaders of the military and the Dragon Academy of Science, next to them, nodded together to express their full support. They also said that a lot of new equipment has been developed and should be able to meet the demand. Subsequently, the Security Department reported on the situation in other areas. After summarizing it together, it was found that the surrounding situation was not optimistic. The biggest enemy was the severe cold, so the commander-in-chief also urged the Lonka Academy to solve the energy problem as soon as possible. As the Security Department's report ended, the military personnel began to report on the recent situation. Military, Commander-in-Chief, with the support of the Dragon Science Academy and the Equipment Department, the Special Operations Forces have completed the change of equipment, which can ensure normal operations on the ground. In addition, the border control has been completed. Recently, many neighboring countries in the southwest have all the criminals who crossed the border were discovered and eliminated on the spot, which tested the reliability of this system. In terms of other equipment, thanks to the recently acquired battery technology, through research, the battery technology we are studying has achieved a qualitative breakthrough, and we have basically eliminated our dependence on petroleum as a fuel. In terms of combat vehicles, thanks to high-performance batteries, electric tanks can reduce the weight of the vehicle while maintaining other performance. A life support system is installed simultaneously inside, which greatly enhances the crew's ability to fight on the ground. Armored vehicles have also been modified. After the armored vehicles are electrified, a lot of space can be expanded, more equipment can be installed, and the wheel type has been changed to a crawler type, which can ensure normal driving on today's ground. There are also logistic support vehicles have also been modified accordingly. In addition, we use the recently developed new battery as energy source. The actual combat test of the first-generation individual combat armor has been completed. The armor codenamed Z1 has been tested and can operate continuously for 3 days under high-intensity combat conditions, allowing our soldiers to conduct long-distance attacks, and can support 7 days under normal standby conditions. There are many systems integrated into the armor, such as auxiliary aiming systems, night vision devices, thermal imaging, motion detectors, electromagnetic jammers, quantum communications, etc. So we are stepping up production and preparing the first batch to equip the Special Operations Brigades. But now, if the security department needs it, we can give you a batch for emergency use. Wei Donglai, the head of the military, finally looked at the head of the security department and said, Chang Jian, the head of the security department, expressed his gratitude to the military for its support after listening. Wei Donglai continued to report. For Special Operations troops, we designed an electromagnetic sniper rifle based on the Z1 individual combat armor. After being equipped with a 15x mirror, the effective range reaches 5 kilometers. With standard manufacture battery blocks, each battery can provide the energy required for 10 rounds of projectiles, while the newly designed magazine can hold 100 rounds of projectiles. Therefore, we can effectively ensure the safety of our snipers, while other Special Operations team members use new electromagnetic rifles. After reducing the range, the energy required is greatly reduced. Within a range of 1,000 meters, through the standard battery module, can provide the energy required to launch 50 rounds of projectiles. However, both guns require the support of the Z1 individual combat armor. Not only is the weight a problem, but also some auxiliary aiming systems are integrated into the face of the armor. After our actual combat testing, the special features of these equipment are the fighting team can directly defeat 5 teams of the same level. For ordinary combat units, we plan to reduce the internal systems of the armor, such as electromagnetic jammers, auxiliary aiming systems, motion detectors, etc., and ordinary combat units currently only use the previous gunpowder weapons and will not install electromagnetic series weapons for the time being. The commander-in-chief nodded after hearing this and felt that this was a good idea. Wei Donglai continued to introduce the situation of other military services. Currently, the Air Force is temporarily unable to take off due to volcanic ash, so we are currently working with scientists from the Dragon Academy of Sciences to find a solution. As for the Navy, it has towed each warship back to the naval port and docked to begin nuclear power transformation. Since there is no need to consider cost issues, it is expected that the first batch of transformations will be completed in as soon as 2 months. And because of the breakthrough in battery technology, we are preparing to manufacture a new batch of drones. After being equipped with new batteries and quantum chips, we will temporarily use drones to monitor the coast and ensure the safety of the motherland's waters. After Weidong finished speaking, Zhou Wenwu, the head of Lonka Academy, was responsible for the next report. Zhou Wenwu, Commander-in-Chief, there have been no major changes in the controllable nuclear fusion of our Academy of Sciences for the time being. However, through recent research on quantum science, we have some clues about quantum radar and are preparing to organize personnel to study it. In addition, we have successfully conquered some key technologies of the ion engine, which has greatly improved the thrust of the ion thruster. As for nuclear fission technology, we have successfully improved the nuclear power technology on submarines, which basically enables trains to have nuclear power conditions. In terms of electromagnetic technology, we are planning to select a ship for simultaneous installation of electromagnetic guns during the nuclear power transformation of naval ships. Now we can use the small nuclear power on the train to launch the electromagnetic guns. Because of the severe cold outside temperature, on the contrary, there is no need to consider the heat dissipation problem of the electromagnetic gun. If some low-temperature superconducting materials are used as coils regardless of cost, the energy loss will be lower. On the other hand, we used existing low-temperature superconducting materials to conduct nuclear fusion experiments on the ground. The results showed that the nuclear fusion lasted for 10 minutes, so we are preparing to dedicate a part of our people to study superconducting materials that can be used in the existing external environment. Conductive materials, while strengthening research on electromagnetism. The commander-in-chief felt like he had finally heard a lot of good news when he heard this. Zhou Wenwu then reported, Commander-in-Chief, we have another breakthrough in technology. I don't know if Commander-in-Chief has ever played Red Alert. One of our researchers likes to play some standalone games. Recently, he suddenly played a game during his break. I wonder if the electromagnetic technology of the Soviet camp can be realized in reality? So we started to do research on our own. We didn't take it seriously at first, but we didn't expect to actually develop something for him, which led to a breakthrough in our magneto-electric power generation technology. At present, we have organized a group of people to see if we can follow this direction. The vision in the game cannot be realized. After hearing this, the commander-in-chief felt very happy and quickly asked, "What benefits would it have if this magneto-electric power generation technology could be completed?" "Commander, if we can realize the vision in the game, then electricity will no longer be a problem. On the ground, we can directly build such a power plant without using fuel. As long as the magnetic field of the blue star exists, the generation of electricity can be guaranteed. However, judging from the current data, the power generation capacity of this power generation equipment will be much smaller than conventional power generation, so several groups of this equipment can be established around each shelter as a backup generator." The commander-in-chief nodded, and then asked the confidential secretary to record the matter, and then Zhou Wenwu continued to make the report. In addition, some progress has been made in the project to deal with volcanic ash. It has been possible to achieve low-efficiency adsorption of volcanic ash, and it consumes a lot of energy. Therefore, we are also continuing to research and improve to find efficient and cheap adsorption methods. At present, we plan to solve the efficiency problem first. After the research is completed, we can first use this high-energy consuming and efficient adsorption method. My report is complete. The commander-in-chief nodded, and then said to Zhou Wenwu, "I know that your tasks now are very heavy, but for this country and this famous family, we have no choice but to move forward bravely. People across the country are counting on us to lead them out of this predicament, so we must not relax." At the end, the commander-in-chief also looked at Chang Jian and Wei Donglai. "Yes, Commander-in-chief, we will go all out." Immediately, everyone stood up, saluted the commander-in-chief, then bid farewell to the commander-in-chief and continued busy. On the 30th, Lu Chen got up and went to the planting room and found that the vegetables were ripe and ready for harvest. Due to electromagnetic storms these days, the network has been interrupted, so we can no longer chat in the forum as before. So Lu Chen, who had nothing to do, had to fly around with a drone. Large drones could not enter some buildings, so he changed to a small drone. He used the drone to bring some electrical components back to study and found out these electrical equipment are finished. Only some basic electrical materials can still be used, such as wires, coils, etc., and those chips cannot be seen from the outside, but have been broken down by a large number of electrons inside and cannot be used. But the good news is that while shopping, I found a small warehouse with a lot of daily necessities, such as some oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, toilet paper, towels, toothpaste, and toothbrushes, etc. Although these things may not look like much, they could be effective. Improve your quality of life. For example, toothpaste and toothbrushes are all products of the modern industrial system. In today's situation, where all production is for survival, these replaceable items are rarely produced. Even if they are produced again, it will be a long time later. Another example is the salt that is necessary for the human body. Nowadays, much of it is produced from sea salt. However, due to temperature reasons, the original salt drying places have been abandoned, and the salt mines can only be reused to extract salt. The cost is much higher than before, and it is no longer like we are as rich as before. Lu Chen continued to search for available supplies in the city, and finally found tons of fabrics in a garment factory. These should be raw materials used to produce clothes. For some reason, they were not transported away. Lu Chen planned to go to the site. After I brought it back, I happened to have my RV remodeled, so I went to take a walk. After Lu Chen set up the drone to return automatically, he came to the nursery. After checking, he found that the seedlings were ready for planting. Then Lu Chen tied up all the seedlings in batches, threw them into the paddy field in the planting room, and then took them off. Put on your shoes, stack up your trousers, and start planting rice. After a long day of hard work, all the seedlings were finally planted into the field. Lu Chen looked at the messy seedlings in the field in front of him and couldn't help but smile bitterly. A novice is a novice. This field is simply unsightly. It's so ugly. It's not like other people planting rice seedlings. All neat and tidy. Forget it. As long as you can survive, it doesn't matter whether it looks good or not. Lu Chen could only comfort himself in this way. Seeing that it was still early, he was going to go out and pull back the daily necessities and fabrics he found to avoid others getting there first. Moreover, after the solar storm, it was estimated that all the surveillance cameras had been scrapped and there would be no one there. Knowing that he took it himself, the worst he can do is compensate the owner of this batch of materials later. Lu Chen put on protective armor inside the shelter, left the shelter, and entered the RV. After closing the door, Lu Chen took off his helmet and drove the RV out of the garage toward the city. An hour later, Lu Chen came to the place where he found the daily necessities. It was a small bungalow next to a shopping mall. It should be a rented warehouse for the supermarket inside the shopping mall. The materials inside should be used as emergency supplies to deal with large-scale events. When the goods are insufficient, after putting on the helmet and getting out of the RV, he came to the warehouse door, pulled the door handle, and pulled it back, deforming the door. Finally, he held the door with both hands, pushed back, and removed the door. Lu Chen nodded. The strength of the armor was good, and it saved a lot of time. Then Lu Chen entered the room and looked at the neatly arranged items. Lu Chen smiled happily. Get in the car and aim the back of the car towards the warehouse door. Then get out of the car and enter the warehouse to start moving materials. After more than an hour of transportation, Lu Chen loaded all the materials in the warehouse into the car. Then Lu Chen got in the car and continued to go. Garment factory. An hour later, Lu Chen arrived at the garment factory and found that the factory door was closed. Then Lu Chen climbed over the electric telescopic door and found that the motor had been burned out. He could only use his armor to force the door open. Lu Chen drove to the warehouse and broke the U-shaped lock of the warehouse. After opening the door, he found that many of the shelves inside were empty. There were also a few shelves with fabric on them, and they were near the window, so there were no when the human machine is observing outside. It will think that there is still a lot of fabric, but in fact it is only 1 or 2 tons of material. Lu Chen drove the car into the warehouse, loaded the materials into the car, and began to return to the shelter. On the road, Lu Chen looked at the scene outside the window while driving. The originally bustling city was covered with snow and was covered in silver. If it wasn't the end of the world, this scene would still be very charming, but now it just makes people. Feeling lonely makes people feel lonely. Lu Chen shook his head to dispel this feeling. After arriving at the shelter, Lu Chen transported the supplies into the warehouse and entered the shelter. Lu Chen divided the growing room into growing room 1 and growing room 2. Planting room 1 was where vegetables were originally grown, and room 2 was where rice was grown. Lu Chen went to growing room 1 and observed the growth of the vegetables inside. The situation is that the cabbage and lettuce are already mature, while some of the other ingredients are ready to be picked, some are not yet ripe, and the tomatoes have just grown out. Lu Chen weighed the lettuce and cabbage after harvesting them. He found that the cabbage weighed 600 kilograms and the lettuce weighed 200 kilograms. Then Lu Chen called Wang Dong. Director Wang, I have another batch of vegetables that are ripe here. Do you need them over there? Boss Lu, thank you for thinking of us. How much do you have over there? I'll see if we can eat it. I have 600 kilograms of cabbage and 200 kilograms of lettuce here. Can you eat it over there? No problem. Boss Lu is really good. He can grow so many vegetables. We want them all. How about I pay with credits? After Lu Chen heard this, he thought for a while and said, it's definitely not possible to use all the credits. Let's do this. There are 800 kilograms of vegetables in total and 8,000 credits. You pay 7,000 credits and the rest can be used in ordinary metal. Then, as Boss Lu said, we will drive to Boss Lu's place later. Please ask Boss Lu to wait for a while. Lu Chen responded, packed all the vegetables, and prepared for the transaction. Lu Chen calculated, a total of 800 kilograms of vegetables can be exchanged for 7,000 credits and 10 tons of ordinary metal. In this way, there will be no shortage of ordinary metal for the time being. I will use the credits to exchange for a batch of rare metals from the official later, and then see if I can exchange for some equipment and instruments so that I can set up a research laboratory. After Lu Chen waited for a while, the drone detected a convoy approaching. After Lu Chen confirmed that it was Wang Dong's convoy, he transported the vegetables out of the shelter. After the convoy arrived, the transaction was completed, and Lu Chen spent some time. It took 10 tons of metal to be transported back to the shelter. 31st, the last day of July. The end of July is usually the time when the streets are full of beautiful scenery. But Lu Chen drove on the road and saw only a vast expanse of white. This morning, Lu Chen installed the spore detection device sent by the official shelter last time on the car and the vehicle-mounted drone. While driving and looking at the detection screen, he found that there were very few spores in the city, and only sporadic spores were distributed in some corners. However, when Lu Chen left the city, he found that the spores in the wild began to increase, and many of them were in pieces. Lu Chen estimated that it was due to the previous official cleanup. After all, there are many things in the city that can be dismantled and reused, and the things in the wild, except for the mines, have become frozen soil and can no longer be used. Lu Chen continued to drive. When he was about to reach the official shelter, Lu Chen found that a high wall blocked the way. There was a gate under the wall for cars to pass through, and next to the gate a small door was opened on the side, which should be for pedestrians to pass. Lu Chen drove close to the gate and saw two soldiers in protective clothing guarding with guns. When they saw Lu Chen's car, they immediately signaled Lu Chen to stop. After Lu Chen stopped the car according to the prompt, the guard walked to Lu Chen's car. "Hello, please show your ID card." After hearing this, Lu Chen took out his ID card from the card bag and handed it to the guard. After the guard looked at it, he returned it to Lu Chen and said, "Hello, please keep the car still. We need to check for spores before letting it pass." Then Lu Chen expressed his cooperation, and then the guard took out an instrument from the booth, like a minesweeper, a long tube, a display screen in front, and a detector behind the screen. The guard took the detector and began to check around Lu Chen's car. After several laps, no spores were found, and then Lu Chen was allowed to pass. While the guards were checking, Lu Chen was observing the wall. According to Lu Chen's observation, there was a device extending from the wall at intervals. He didn't know what it was used for. The wall was about 4 meters high, and the length was endless. After the inspection, the guards opened the gate, and Lu Chen started the RV to move forward. After passing through the wall, Lu Chen found that the official shelter was not far ahead. Then Lu Chen found that the spore detection device on the car could not detect the existence of spores inside the wall. Lu Chen thought about it and felt that it should be the function of the wall, otherwise there would be no need to build such a thing. Afterwards, Lu Chen parked the car at the entrance of the exchange. The people who stayed behind in the surrounding vehicles took a deep breath when they saw Lu Chen's car, because Lu Chen's car was so domineering. The body is larger than ordinary RVs, which can accommodate more equipment and goods. The wheels as high as a person can run unimpeded in the ice and snow today. It made very little noise when it drove over. It is estimated that it has been modified to be electric. It is simply a small mobile base, and there are some other facilities on the roof. It is estimated that with this RV, as long as there is enough food, there is no need for a shelter. Everyone watched Lu Chen get off the car and enter the shelter, envious, but some people also had a different light in their eyes. Just when these people were envious, Lu Chen locked the car door with his card bag and entered the shelter. He first walked around the stalls in the exchange to see if there were any good things. After walking around for a while, Lu Chen also found a lot of good things. There weren't many supplies, but some people were very creative and actually started selling knowledge. They used the storage of basic and some high-end knowledge downloaded before the meteorite fell for trading. It was a zero-cost business. At most, they could exchange more storage devices at the official shelter. Lu Chen picked and chose in front of this stall and chose advanced knowledge in chemistry, physics, and biology. Then Lu Chen found that there were actually people selling puppies. Lu Chen thought that he sometimes felt lonely in the shelter alone, and it would be nice to have an animal to accompany him. Lu Chen came to the stall and chatted with the boss. It turned out that the boss was a local rich man who contracted several mountains in the countryside and started a planting and breeding business. Unlike Li Ji could only be considered a small-scale business, while this boss was a big-handed one. Later, when the disaster came, the boss's son was still very capable. He studied mechanics, and his family was rich, so he built a shelter directly in the middle of the mountains he contracted. Now, using the technical materials provided by the government, he has successfully rebuilt his own breeding farm on the ground and is now one of the official meat suppliers. These puppies were born by the dogs he raised at home. Although there were abundant resources, too many would be a burden, so he wanted to see if he could find a suitable buyer. Lu Chen happened to meet him. Lu Chen looked at the puppies and chose a black dog with white hair on all 4 feet. The boss asked for 100 credit points. Lu Chen really liked it and did not bargain. He completed the transaction directly. Lu Chen put the dog in his arms and prepared to go to the official trading point to start purchasing bulk supplies. After Lu Chen arrived at the material trading point, he told the staff his purpose. After reporting, the staff took Lu Chen to the logistics manager Yang Ming. When Yang Ming heard the report below that someone wanted to buy supplies in large quantities, he was still thinking about who was so generous. After seeing Lu Chen, he suddenly realized that it would not be surprising if it was Lu Chen. After all, he is a genius, so he can get some credit points. It's still very relaxing. Yang Ming began to entertain Lu Chen. What kind of supplies does Brother Lu want to buy? I can give you a discount here. Thank you, Brother Yang. This time, I mainly want to buy some rare metals, as well as some instruments for researching materials and biology. I wonder if Brother Yang has any here. Brother Lu, you have found the right person. You should know that we have introduced branches from many universities in the past few years, so there's still many types of research instruments. And we have also expanded a Zhongguancun Science and Technology Park here. So, the manufacturing capacity is still okay. Brother Lu, let me know what you need directly, and I will see if I have it here. But friendship is friendship, and business is business. Brother Lu still needs to pay for these equipment. Please forgive me. At most, I will give you a discount here. After hearing this, Lu Chen said that this was appropriate. After all, problems that can be solved with money are not big problems, and it is difficult to pay back favors. Lu Chen spent 2,000 credits to exchange for 2 tons of rare metals, and then spent 5,000 credits to exchange for some basic instruments for researching materials and organisms. These instruments only had analytical capabilities. Lu Chen planned to use them first. For now, it is enough to be able to analyze. Lu Chen took this batch of supplies and his dog in the snow and started to rush back to the shelter. What Lu Chen didn't know was that on his way back, a small group of people followed him. Just as Lu Chen was driving back in his RV, a car quietly followed him in a motorcade outside the exchange. In the motorcade, several people were talking. Brother, this guy is really rich. Looking at the car he drove and the goods he loaded after coming out of the exchange, he has at least several thousand credit points. Yes, brother, the second brother's right. I don't want to think about the past now. Thousands of dollars were not money before, but now these thousands of credits are very valuable. Look at that kid bought a lot of instruments and metal supplies. If we can get that car, the materials inside will be worth a lot of money if resold. Second and third, you haven't considered this yet. If this guy can afford to drive such a RV, he must have a lot of strength behind him. I just asked the 5th and 6th to step on the plate. Let's wait for news from them. How are you doing over there, 4th? Brother, I have already calculated it. The current communication system cannot communicate with the outside world without special equipment. In addition, we need to collect materials to make thermite. The current shelters are all made of steel doors. If you trick the door into opening, you can melt it directly with thermite. The boss nodded and then asked everyone to rest in the car, recharge their batteries, and wait for the 5th and 6th children to come back. As mentioned earlier, official shelters only allow those with innocent backgrounds and are not fugitives to enter, and if they commit another crime after entering the shelter, they will be directly expelled from the shelter for minor crimes and shot on the spot for major crimes. Therefore, this group of people is the same as before. They are fugitives online, and they are also repeat offenders. They are a group of gangsters who specialize in kidnapping. The boss, Liu Yi, once served as captain of the Foreign Legion team abroad. He is proficient in rifle shooting, good at fighting, and powerful. The second eldest brother, Shun Feng, is a small gang leader. He is ruthless and brutal. He is wanted. The third son, Li Ergu, was a land scoundrel in the village. After getting into trouble with someone in the village due to some quarrel, he secretly sneaked into the other person's house at night to retaliate because of his grudge. After stealing some finances, he set fire to the house, intending to kill the person. Later, due to the timely rescue of other people in the village, no casualties were caused, but the property damage was huge, and he was wanted by the police before the end. The fourth child, Gao Jianming, is a top student in a key university. He was deceived by his senior sister because he was dull. Later, he threw himself into a river because he couldn't think of anything and was rescued by the boss Liu Yi. After going through life and death, he came to a complete enlightenment. With the help of the boss Liu Yi, the student who deceived his feelings was after my sister was sold abroad, she followed Liu Yi wholeheartedly. Lao Wuwang Wen and Lao Luwang Wu are two people they have recently admitted. These two people were refused entry to the official shelter because they became Lao Lai. So they used their own houses to build a small shelter because the surrounding area, everyone knows their virtues. But no one is willing to trade supplies with them and exchange what they need, which makes it impossible to survive in the shelter after the severe cold comes. Finally, after meeting Liu Yi, he joins Liu Ye's team. While Liu Yi and the four were resting in the car, Wang Wen and Wang Wu were far behind Liu Chen. Liu Chen was so excited after the transaction was completed that he forgot to put away the drone that he had put away for inspection. They came out to be on guard, so Liu Chen didn't notice these two people until they arrived at the shelter. After watching Liu Chen enter the shelter from the telescope, Wang Wen and Wang Wu found a relatively tall building. After entering, they began to observe the environment around the shelter. After a while, the two people drove. I followed this road in a circle and headed back. On Liu Chen's side, he felt that the 3 fixed-point drones that he had previously set to alert the police whenever there was movement were a bit too sensitive, so he adjusted the alarm mechanism. In addition to directly attacking the drones, if the computer calculated that the movement trajectory was towards the shelter, the police would only be called if they came directly, so Wang and Wen's careful cooking deceived the computer. So Liu Chen didn't know that someone was following him for the first time. Here, after Wang and Wen came back, a group of people returned to a temporary shelter of their own. It was an abandoned shelter, but there were still some usable things in it. After some transformations by Gao Jianming, the fourth child, after that, they could be allowed to stay temporarily, but due to the lack of supplies, they could not hold on for long, so they planned to grab a shelter directly. Gao Jianming used the knowledge he learned to design a simple signal enhancement device that could ensure that for normal communication within 1 kilometer, there is also a special signal shielding device, which can ensure that people inside cannot call the official police, while others can use the signal enhancement device normally. But I didn't expect that the arrival of the solar storm disrupted the plan. I had to protect people and vehicles first, so I didn't implement it for the time being. I didn't expect to encounter a fat sheep like Liu Chen, and traditional communications were destroyed, so we are not afraid that the other party will call the police at the official shelter. Afterwards, a group of people discussed the plan and decided to see how many people were inside Liu Chen's asylum. Finally, the boss Liu Yi said, "If Liu Chen is the only one, then find an opportunity to break in directly, 6 against 1. Absolutely no problem. And if there's a family inside, first find a way to trick one of the hostages into being a hostage, ask for the shelter to be handed over, and guarantee that they can be given a car to take refuge in the official shelter, and then leave 2 people behind. Ambush on the road, kill the weeds, and clean up the scene afterwards. Don't let the officials find out. Tomorrow, the fourth child and I will go to the site to see the specific situation. The fourth child brings some supplies. We will find a hidden high point nearby to observe for a few days and confirm the situation before taking action. The second child and the third child, these two God, you can teach me how to use firearms, and I will ensure that I'll be able to fight with them when the time comes. I got it, brother. After everyone listened to Lu Ye's arrangement, they had no objections and expressed their understanding. Then everyone started to prepare their own guys. After Lu Chen put the supplies into the shelter warehouse, he came to the passenger elevator, selected a cardboard box, and put some of his old clothes and some scraps of fabric in it, and then Jiang Taksha put them in it. After the guy came to a strange environment, he was shivering all the time. After entering the nest prepared for him, he found that there was no danger, so he started to stick his head on the cardboard box and look around. Lu Chen then went to the kitchen and took an iron bowl. He got some warm milk in it and handed it to Ta Shui's nest. He then took it out and placed it next to the bowl. Ta Shui called out to Lu Chen twice and asked. After asking Lu Chen, he was attracted by the aroma of milk. He got closer and smelled it, and then started to drink it. Lu Chen looked at Takshu drinking milk, touched its head, and said, "Takshu, I want you from now on. Come with me, it's delicious. It's very cold outside now. Don't run around. You need to go to the toilet to pee or poop, do you know?" Perhaps because he thought Lu Chen was nagging him. After eating the milk, Tu Shue prepared to go back to his home to take it with him. However, the cardboard box Lu Chen prepared was a bit high, and he couldn't jump in with his current small body. He rushed to Lu Chen aside in a hurry. Calling, Lu Chen looked at this little thing and felt angry and funny in his heart. The little thing ate me, slept with me, and got angry with me. Finally, he put Takshu into the nest. After arriving at the nest, Ta Shui quickly fell asleep after eating and drinking. Lu Chen also felt a little sleepy, so he went to the bathroom to take a shower and went to bed. On August 1st, the army day of the Dragon Kingdom, early in the morning, Lu Yi took Gao Jiaming to the vicinity of Lu Chen's shelter and found an abandoned, unfinished building in the distance. Then the two of them took tools, and materials came to the highest floor, ready to use the tools at hand to build a temporary shelter that could provide a shelter for oneself. After more than an hour of work, he finally used a bedroom in the room as the basis and installed all the windows. Seal it, and then put foam glue on it to keep warm. Then I took out a stove from the car, connected the pipe to the outside, and then took out the coal and burned it. After half an hour, the room finally became warm, and then the temperature started to rise. Jiaming set up a secret telescope in the direction of Lu Chen's shelter. After connecting the camera, he connected it to the computer indoors. Since power was unavailable in the wild, he also prepared several batteries, which could last for 7 days. Run. Lu Yi initially wanted to rob the freight teams of those companies. After some investigation, he found that there were guards sending each other to each other, so he gave up the idea and spent a while to find out the locations of several corporate shelters in the city, and found that these companies almost transported supplies once a week or so. So Lu Yi knew that Lu Chen's shelter was at best a family-based shelter, so he could still get it with the strength of a few of him. It's time to let the 5 and 6 people be cannon fodder. Anyway, the other 4 look down on these 2 people, and they'll be gone if they're gone. At 12 o'clock at noon, Lu Chen got up in the morning, washed up, prepared a hearty breakfast for himself and his dog, and then prepared to start building a biology and materials laboratory. Lu Chen planned to build 2 laboratories because biology was not good enough. Certainly, it would be bad if a virus or something happens, so a biological laboratory with high protection standards needs to be built, and the materials laboratory can just expand a room and put in instruments. At 12 o'clock at noon, Lu Chen took a look at the energy he had saved these days. There were 2,880 points. With this amount of energy, he could do a lot of things. First, Lu Chen spent 1,000 energy points to expand 2 rooms. And one of the rooms was it took 500 energy points to replace the door with 2 airtight doors with good sealing. Finally, there was an independent ventilation system inside. Then Lu Chen moved some simple instruments that he had exchanged into it. Because of limited funds, Lu Chen, they asked for carbon dioxide incubators, biological safety cabinets, analytical balances, centrifuges, inverted microscopes, etc., and also asked for a complete list of equipment in the cell laboratory. There are a lot of equipment listed above, and these equipment occupy a large area. It is large, but there are still many types. So Lu Chen plans to use the technology derived from the nanocore to directly exchange laboratory equipment with the country, not just for biological laboratories. Because there are many types of biology laboratories, and Lu Chen is going to study spores. And spores are cellular structure organisms. So Lu Chen prepared a cell biology laboratory. But Lu Chen can make many of the equipment himself, such as ordinary balances and centrifuges, machines, ovens, low-temperature storage boxes, and other equipment. Then Lu Chen came to the processing room and made ordinary balances, ovens, and low-temperature storage equipment. As for the centrifuge, Lu Chen dismantled his washing machine and built a larger washing machine and a centrifuge. Lu Chen installed these equipments one by one in the biology laboratory. Then Lu Chen started the fume hood and began to discharge the dust. After waiting outside for a few hours, Lu Chen wore protective clothing and came to the middle of the two doors. Then he started dust removal and disinfection, and then entered the laboratory and begin comprehensive disinfection to reduce the presence of microorganisms. Then exit the laboratory and start the air purification system to begin comprehensive purification of the air inside the laboratory. After Lu Chen saw that the air purification system in the biological laboratory was running, he began to install the instruments in the materials laboratory. After an hour, Lu Chen finally placed these instruments in the laboratory and divided the interior of the two laboratories. After the power of the instrument was turned on, Lu Chen saw that he was almost busy, so he prepared to go to the monitoring room to check the situation outside. This was an irregular operation every day in order to eliminate some safety hazards. Lu Chen himself has a nanocore, so he can use nanohives to form materials with very good performance, but it will consume a lot of energy and cannot be mass-produced. Therefore, Lu Chen needs a metal materials laboratory to analyze the characteristics and molecular structure of the material. In this way, mass production can be carried out directly in the future. The biggest idea in Lu Chen's mind right now is to create a convenient robot assistant so that he doesn't have to do many things himself, which can save a lot of time. Therefore, it is better to prepare early than to prepare late. After Lu Chen arrived at the control room, he controlled the drone and began to patrol the surrounding area. When the drone was moving, it was captured by Gao Jiaming's equipment. Only then did he realize that there was another drone floating in the sky. Fortunately, because due to the snowstorm, the drone flew relatively low, and they came from the blind spot, so they were not discovered for the time being, otherwise they would be in trouble. After Lu Chen inspected here, he didn't find much change. In addition, Lu Yi drove the vehicle into the building, and the room was disguised, so Lu Chen just ignored it. After finishing all this, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Chen looked at what equipment needed to be upgraded with the remaining 1,400 points of Energy Thinker. Then Lu Chen took the lead in thinking of adding a Hidden Guardian electromagnetic rifle to the RV. The battery capacity of the RV can still be taken with you. Providing the energy of 100 rounds of projectiles would have no effect, but Lu Chen thought of the detection instruments that the guards in the trading area took yesterday. They were so powerful that they even detected drones. Lu Chen felt that it was better not to do this for the time being. It's not too late to install it again after reaching an agreement with the country. Then Lu Chen thought about his own processing room. Currently, he was processing small items. If he wanted to make a large item one day, he probably wouldn't be able to transport it out yet. Thinking of this, Lu Chen decided to build an elevator inside the workpiece, which could quickly transport the objects inside to the ground. Afterwards, Lu Chen came to the processing room with a nanoworm nest made with 1,000 points of energy, then activated the nanoworm nest and threw it in the innermost part of the processing room. After waiting for a while, the lifting platform in front of him was completed. Lu Chen, after putting on the protective armor in the morning, I started the elevator on the platform. I saw a crack in the ground and slowly opened it. Then the platform rose to the ground and was steadily level with the ground. Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction, then lowered the lifting platform to the ground again, came to the studio, and prepared to upgrade the aiming system of the Guardian electromagnetic gun on the roof. Lu Chen had watched a movie about Operation Certain Sea before, and he was interested in it. The aim of the close-in defense guns of the battleships inside was very envious, so Chen designed it according to the pattern. When the weapon system was connected to automatic control, he could manually add targets and attack. Then Chen tested it, and the response was very fast. And then Chen added this algorithm to the drone system. On Liu Ye's side, Lao San brought Wang Wu to this temporary shelter, preparing to take over from Liu Yi and Gao Jiaming. When Liu Yi returned, he was more cautious than before, fearing that Chen would find out and the plan would fall apart. But he was lucky. It was obviously a good thing that Chen didn't notice this, and Chen didn't know that an attack almost broke through the shelter a few days later. On August 5th, Liu Yi made a temporary base. After a few days of observation, Liu Yi found that Chen was very homely and rarely came out. Therefore, Liu Yi was not sure about the real situation inside Chen's shelter, but Liu Yi was not sure either. I plan to postpone it and plan to take action tonight and break through the door directly. In the past few days, Liu Yi and others were not just monitoring Chen. The 6 people were divided into 3 groups and monitored in turns. After each shift, Wang Wen and Wang Wu received training from the 2nd and 3rd eldest children in the shelter. Now let's not talk about where to hit. At least it won't deviate too much. You can still hit people at close range, and you won't be surprised by yourself like you did when you first started shooting. The 4th child, Gao Jiaming, used his free time to start making thermite to prepare for the next breakthrough. After these few days of observation, Liu Yi also understood the ground layout of Chen's shelter. The shelter where Chen was located only had a building built by Chen's family. The ground floor was a bungalow, and more than half of the roof was covered by a metal semi-cylinder. In the past few days, I have also seen a situation where the drone was running out of power and was replaced, so I knew that the top is a drone hangar, and the bungalow is surrounded by a circle of walls, and there's a power grid on the wall. So climbing over the wall means getting killed, and there's a house next to the bungalow inside the wall. In front of it is a 2 open metal gate. It is probably a garage. The RV I saw before should be inside. Liu Yi looked at the layout and felt that Chen was pretty good. He thought of using drones to monitor the surrounding situation, so he needed to get rid of the drones before starting the war. Otherwise, he would be discovered as soon as he entered the open space in front. There is no need to consider the power grid. Prepare to melt the door directly from the front, so not being discovered is the key. Liu Yi then asked Gao Jiaming to make a strong electromagnetic transmitter, which can generate an instantaneous over-frequency electromagnetic wave in a small area, destroying all surrounding electronic products. Speaking of which, Gao Jiaming is also a pitiful person. As a high IQ talent, he's been the child of others among the people around him since he was a child. He is born with superior intelligence and can learn everything quickly. When he was in college, he was included in the National Key Talent Base. In the reserve list, if there's not that senior sister, he will probably reach the peak of his life soon. However, life is unpredictable and dramatic, which makes Gao Jiaming go astray, so a small electromagnetic bomb is still a big deal for Gao Jiaming. Very easy to solve. First, Gao Jiaming collected some electric mosquito swatters, then removed the circuit boards inside, made several circuit boards into a hole, then pulled out the coils inside the motor, rewound them, and added a few pieces from the official asylum with the high-performance battery purchased as energy source and a power amplifier. Chen's drone that Gao Jiaming saw should be able to be shot down. Then, after calculating the detonation time based on the standby height of Chen's drone near his shelter, this simple electromagnetic pulse bomb was ready. Later, at 12 o'clock that night, 6 people from Liu Yi gathered together. Then, according to the locations found a few days ago, the 3rd, 4th, and Wang Wu dispersed and approached the drone. Then at the same time, 3 electromagnetic missiles, the pulse bomb, was launched. When the bomb was approaching, the drone sensed an object approaching quickly and was ready to evade it. However, just after completing the evasion, the pulse bomb approached and exploded directly. After that, the drone was seen shaking a few times in the sky. It started to fall, and there was still smoke inside the fuselage. Afterwards, the 6 people quickly approached the outer wall around Chen's shelter. When they approached the outer wall, Lu Yi took out the launcher he carried and fired a pulse bomb to hanger on the roof. He saw that it was about to rush out from inside. The drone was also hit by the pulse and fell directly from a roof to the corner of the bungalow on the ground. What Lu Yi didn't know was that there was a Guardian electromagnetic rifle on the other side of the roof. As a result, it was affected by the pulse bomb and was also hit by the pulse bomb. Paralyzed, the moment the 3 drones went offline, the central computer inside the shelter sounded an alarm. When Lu Chen heard the alarm, he was a little confused for a moment. He quickly realized that something was wrong, and then came to the control room. Someone was seen intruding through the surveillance, but when Lu Chen saw it, he was already close to the shelter. When Lu Chen was about to raise the electromagnetic rifle, he saw one of the people coming to the roof with something. After one shot, all the surveillance screens were instantly disconnected and the electromagnetic rifle could not be controlled. This let Lu Chen know that the enemy was prepared this time. At least he knew the situation of the drone above him. He must have been observing it for a long time. Later, because he couldn't see the situation outside, Lu Chen put on his battle armor, then took the weakened version of the electromagnetic rifle he had made before and turned down the power a little so as not to damage the facilities inside the shelter, and then carry Texu to the innermost part of the shelter, prevent him from running out, and go behind the door of the shelter, waiting for the enemy to come in. Outside, Lu Yi placed the thermite on the gate of the fence. With a hissing sound, the gate gradually melted. Then Lu Yi kicked the gate open with his foot and shouted in a low voice, "Quickly! Quick! Move quickly! Don't give the people inside time to react." Then he repeated his old trick and broke the door on the ground floor, then came to the elevator and took the elevator to the underground. Lu Yi looked at the thick door in front of him, feeling grateful that he had brought enough thermite, and then began to break open the door. After waiting for a while, Lu Chen found that the enemy hadn't come in yet, so he fell out of the surveillance camera in front of the shelter's gate. He happened to see Lu Yi and others coming down on the elevator. He couldn't help but feel annoyed. The power above was cut off, and then there was someone. After seeing that he was about to break the door, he found that it would not break open for a while, so he immediately opened the nano core and saw that it had 1,460 energy points. He immediately used 300 energy points to install a hidden electromagnetic rifle on the top of the passenger elevator at the door. The doors to the living room and bedroom were waiting for Lu Yi and the others to come in. On Lu Ye's side, seeing that the door was so thick, the thermite would not be able to melt through the door for a while. The people inside probably knew that someone had invaded, so he shouted directly at the door, "People inside, listen, we are here. There are 6 good fighters who have experienced hundreds of battles and killed without blinking an eye. Come out and surrender as soon as possible. I can give you a good time. Otherwise, when we go in, we will definitely let you know what pain is." Lu Chen heard the shouting outside and ignored him, but Lu Yi shouted for a while and found no response. He felt very embarrassed, and then used more thermite directly on the door. Soon, the door was melted through, and the 6 people stood aside to prevent being attacked by the people inside. Then Lu Yi asked Wang Wen and Wang Wu to go up first, but Wang Wen and Wang Wu had no choice. After all, they were all desperados. If they wanted to join them and let them see what they are capable of. Later, Wang Wen and Wang Wu rushed in first, and when Lu Chen saw someone coming in, he subconsciously opened fire, killing 2 people with 1 shot, and took away the 2 of them. When Lu Yi saw this situation, he knew that the people inside were ready. He took out the smoke bomb from his tactical belt, threw it inside, waited for the smoke to start, and rushed in. When Lu Chen saw the smoke bombs thrown in, he knew that he couldn't get rid of it for the time being. He immediately took out his tablet and controlled the central computer to turn on the strong exhaust system. At the same time, he activated the electromagnetic rifle hidden in the living room, switched to free attack mode, and then switched from the bedroom. He took out the identification friend or foe equipment and took it with him, hiding behind the bedroom door to observe the situation. After Lu Yi rushed in, he made a tactical roll and hid behind the sofa. Lu Yi had already reacted. The gun inside was not bad. He didn't even hear any loud gunshots. He saw Wang Wen and Wang Wu being killed instantly. So he hid when the smoke came in and found the right opportunity before taking action. The second, third, and fourth brothers had not received formal military training, so they rushed in directly. After being captured by the electromagnetic gun on the top, they immediately 3 shots were taken away, but Liu Yi hid behind the sofa and was not discovered because of the angle. And Liu Yi finally saw what kind of weapon was so powerful. It turned out to be the legendary electromagnetic weapon. Then Liu Yi took out the last pulse bomb and detonated it directly. In an instant, the lights in the living room went out, and the gun on top also directly drooped down. When Liu Chen saw this situation, he knew that there was another person who was not dead and was locked behind the sofa. Then Liu Chen turned off the lights in the bedroom, adjusted the gun power to the maximum setting, and swept directly towards the sofa. And after Liu Yi saw that the lights went out, he was about to change places, but he was shot as soon as he stood up. After a scream, Liu Yi lay on the ground, waiting for Liu Chen to come over, preparing to fight back. However, Liu Chen looked at the dark living room in front of him and was not sure whether the enemy had been eliminated. After a stalemate for a while, Liu Chen slowly retreated. In the bedroom, I took the micro-drone that I had tested before and then quietly started the drone, then flew to the living room to observe the situation. I saw where Liu Yi was, and Liu Yi also saw the drone, and he was heartbroken. Full of despair, he picked up a gun and shot at the drone. After Liu Chen discovered Liu Ye's location, he immediately gave up operating the drone and fired several shots at Liu Yi. Finally, unwilling to accept it, Liu Yi fell. And Liu Chen also used the drone to confirm that all the invaders were destroyed, and then began to clean the battlefield. Liu Chen walked into the living room and saw that the electrical equipment in the passenger elevator had been destroyed by the pulse bomb. He felt a little distressed. Then he spent 500 energy points to repair the facilities in the living room. After the electrical equipment in the living room was repaired, Liu Chen turned on the light and saw the specific situation inside the passenger elevator. The door of the shelter had been scrapped, and a large hole as high as a person had been melted on the door by thermite. The entire door was almost completely melted, so Liu Chen was ready to rebuild it. Change the door, and then there are 5 corpses lying near the door. Further inside is Liu Ye's body. Liu Chen thinks that this person should be the boss, with good skills and good tactical awareness. If he doesn't have these equipments, I guess he is the one who died. Liu Chen then moved the corpses out of the shelter. After leaving the shelter, Liu Chen saw that the ground floor and the courtyard door had been destroyed. It seemed that there was a highly intelligent person among this group of people. Otherwise, ordinary people would not thinking of using thermite. Even if you knew how to use thermite, you wouldn't know how to do it if you didn't pay attention to it. So after Liu Chen put the corpses outside the shelter wall, he returned to the shelter and took out the drone to start looking for these people, the hiding place of the crowd. As the drone took off, Liu Chen controlled the drone to patrol around the shelter. After a while, he discovered 3 drones emitting black smoke in the distance. Then Liu Chen checked the location several times and continued to search. Finally, Liu Chen discovered the hiding place of these gangsters in an unfinished building in the distance. After Liu Chen noted the location, he returned to the shelter and spent materials to rebuild the gate of the wall and the gate on the first floor. He got up, then came to the shelter, spent 200 points of energy to repair the door of the shelter, and then spent 300 points to renovate the living room and added another door. So it was a double alloy. The gate can effectively block the enemy and give yourself time to react. After what happened just now, Liu Chen began to prepare for the worst. If there was a strong enemy that he could not stop in the future, he would have to find a way out. Later, Liu Chen left the shelter and came to their temporary shelter. After entering, he found that the inside was very simple, with only a table and a bed. There was a thick laptop placed on the table, and there were a switch was connected to a cable leading to the outside of the shelter. Liu Chen followed the cable and found the monitoring device connected to the telescope. He saw the door of the shelter directly facing him. Afterwards, Liu Chen collected the computer and some materials inside, returned to the shelter, and then took back the drone from the field and the rooftop, found the damaged electrical components inside, and then came to the processing room to transfer the corresponding electrical components are remanufactured. After finishing his work, Chen looked at the automatic manufacturing in the processing room, then went to the studio and opened the computer he found. After turning on the computer, he found that the computer still required a password or fingerprint to open it. Chen didn't want to bother so much and started to crack it directly. I thought the password would be more complicated, but I didn't expect that the password Gao jamming set was very simple, which was 12345678. It was cracked in less than a minute. Afterwards, Chen began to browse the contents of the computer to see if he could gain anything. As Chen browsed, he found that there was a lot of information in it, and it was relatively cutting-edge scientific and technological knowledge, including Lear and artificial intelligence, cloud computing, big data, driverless technology, and other network technologies, and there was also a relatively sensitive item. The cutting-edge technology is fast neutron reactor technology. When Chen saw this, his heart beat faster. Chen had also heard about fast neutron reactor technology. In the final analysis, this technology is still nuclear fission technology, but this technology will not produce nuclear waste with a long radioactive cycle. I heard that Longhua had already implemented the experiment of this kind of device in 2014, but Chen's level did not have access to this technology. I didn't expect that there were such talents among this group of people. It was a pity. Chen then quickly downloaded these technologies to his server and then continued to browse the contents. Chen found another diary in it, which wrote down the experience of the owner of this notebook. After reading the contents, Chen found out that the owner of this notebook was named Gao Jiaming. He was a genius and was already studying with a tutor in the university. Later, I started doing research, but I didn't expect to be dazzled by the so-called love and hurt by it. Although I finally succeeded in getting revenge on the senior sister, I also embarked on a path of no return. Then, under the instigation of Lu Yi, Gao Jiaming simply chose to treason without doing anything else. Before the matter was discovered, he ran to the laboratory and downloaded some research materials, and then prepared to use these materials to find a good employer. It was a good place to go. Unexpectedly, after the senior sister's affairs were discovered not long after, she was directly hunted down by the security department. During the escape, the downloaded data was also taken back. But after all, she is a person with high IQ. Later, after he escaped, due to the meteorite apocalypse, he reassembled a high-performance computer and recalled some of these techniques through memory, and then recorded them in the computer. When Chen saw this, the feeling of regret that had arisen before was immediately thrown away. Such people have such poor mental qualities. They go to extremes at the slightest setback. They are extremely small-minded and have a strong desire for revenge. They also think of treason. It's not a pity to die, it's just a pity that God gave him the brain. Later, Chen continued to check the diary and discovered the whole story of the attack on him. It turned out that he had leaked money. The RV he owned was already something that many people wanted to own, and he could still use so much credit. However, most people only envy and hate in their hearts because of their previous education and will not dare to challenge the laws of the country. Only such desperados will take action. Seeing this, Chen felt that there was no good way. It cannot be said that in order to keep a low profile and the quality of his life would be reduced, he might as well increase his investment in scientific research and research a more powerful security system to ensure his own safety. Then, Chen looked at the time and saw that it was almost morning. He took out his quantum communicator and called Yang Ming, telling him that his shelter had been attacked and several wanted criminals had been killed. After Yang Ming heard about it, he also attached great importance to it. With the high-performance battery technology developed by Chen, it had already entered the eyes of the country. After all, no country has much spare time for such high-level talents. So Chen didn't want to come to the official shelter. So this happened. Subsequently, Yang Ming notified the Public Security Department, which immediately organized criminal police and special police to rush to the scene. 20 minutes later, helicopters and infantry fighting vehicles arrived at the scene, and Lu Chen heard the noise outside and left the shelter. Then the Public Security Bureau Director Chang Lihua, Special Police Captain Lu Dong, Yang Ming, and Lu Chen gathered together, and then Lu Chen told what happened. Subsequently, several people came to the place where the corpses were placed. The accompanying personnel turned on the facial recognition system. After uploading photos of several people, they confirmed that these people were fugitives by comparing them with data from the Ministry of Public Security. Later, the three officials said that because Lu Chen was the invaded party and was in legitimate defense, and the personnel were dangerous persons with guns, they would not be held accountable for the killing of several people by Lu Chen and would also be praised. However, because he was in a special situation period, so there may be no material rewards, but Lu Chen said that these things don't matter. Lu Chen then handed over the firearms and computers used by several people to the police. Then the police took away the bodies of several people and began to close the team. Yang Ming also said that with Lu Chen's talent, he could join the official shelter. The Research Institute does not need to build a shelter by itself. It is not safe yet, and Lu Chen said, I'm used to freedom and I can't stand restraint. But if I can't survive anymore, I will defect to you. Don't disagree. Yang Ming had no choice but to give up when he heard what Lu Chen said, and then said, You are a talented person who defected to me. It's too late to be happy. How could you disagree? But you should pay attention to safety when you are alone outside now. Like today in this case, you can definitely notify us to come and provide support. Lu Chen expressed his gratitude for the country's favor. After saying goodbye, the police took the things back and Lu Chen returned to the shelter and began planning to upgrade the shelter's security system. Lu Chen woke up on the afternoon of the 6th. Because of the attack, he didn't fall asleep until 6 a.m., so Lu Chen slept in the dark during the day. So at around 5 p.m., Lu Chen felt dizzy after waking up, and then he leaned on the bed. After a while, I got out of bed, went to the bathroom to wash up, then went to the warehouse to get a can of luncheon meat and a cabbage from the refrigerator, made a dinner, and started eating. After eating, Lu Chen felt like he was alive again. Although he was not injured in the early morning battle, he was still mentally stressed. After all, he might have died. After everything was over, he was mentally relaxed. It makes people even more tired, but now I have finally recovered a lot. Then Lu Chen came to the processing room and saw that the parts for the drone had been produced. Then Lu Chen took several drones to the processing room and started replacing parts. While Lu Chen was sleeping, the matter regarding Lu Yi and others was not over yet. After the police dragged the body back and conducted an autopsy by a forensic doctor, they discovered the pellets inside the body. After research by researchers from the Institute, they found the initial velocity of this kind of projectile in Lu Ye's body is still relatively weak, and the fatal wounds of several other corpses are large, just like a direct hit from a sniper rifle at close range, directly shattering the internal organs in the body, causing personnel kill. Here, Chang Lihua and Yang Ming, who received the news, chatted about Lu Chen. Chang Lihua learned some information about Lu Chen from Yang Ming, including that the high-performance battery they're using was also invented by Lu Chen. Old Chang, look at this autopsy report. This Lu Chen also had a lot of good things. Looking at the power of this weapon, it is almost as powerful as a large-caliber sniper rifle, and the one in Lu Ye's body is even weaker. Not to be underestimated. Lao Yang, what do you think we should do? I don't have much contact with Lu Chen. I don't know what his personality is like. Will he be anti-human and anti-government? Do you think such a powerful weapon is in the hands of someone like him? Is his hand really good? Oh, old Chang, you just haven't completely changed your thinking. What time is it now? The era of catastrophe. At this time, the country is doing its best to ensure that civilization can continue normally. Survival is the first factor. Besides, this kind of weapon is based on my experience. Generally speaking, I think it should be an electromagnetic weapon, but it should be relatively rudimentary, otherwise it would not be so powerful, and it might not even be able to penetrate tank armor. I don't know how Yang Ming would feel if he knew that Lu Chen weakened the kinetic energy of the electromagnetic gun this time. Yang Ming continued, as long as Lu Chen doesn't treason or commit crimes, then you don't have to worry about him. I invited him to join our research institute before. Although he refused, he also said that he can cooperate. In addition, he can produce such high-performance batteries, which shows that he is still very capable. And you have also seen what happened this time. Our government is not equipped with this kind of electromagnetic weapon, which means that he designed it himself. This is enough to show that Chen is a genius. He is not treasonous. And in criminal situations, be sure to maintain a good relationship. Old Yang, I understand, but is it dangerous for such an important talent to be alone outside? If a genius like Chen you mentioned has an accident outside, then we will lose an important person. Are you a genius? Yang Ming looked at Chang Lihua and said, Old Chang, you don't have to worry about this. It's not like you don't know the current external environment. If you don't have a certain amount of capital, you can't survive independently in the outside world. So look at what we have done recently. Many fugitives have begun to surrender, and many of them are guilty of crimes that will not lead to death. After surrendering, as long as they are reformed, they may not be able to turn over a new leaf. Therefore, those who are still wandering outside today are some ruthless gangsters and the like. Their lives are at stake. These people also know that they will still die after surrendering, so they want to take a chance. There are not many such people. You ask your special forces to patrol the area around Chen's shelter. Just include it in the patrol scope, and after this incident, I believe that Chen will definitely put enough effort into his own safety. Yang Ming looked at Chang Lihua and continued with a smile. I'm going to report the whole incident to my superiors first, and then see if I can ask my superiors to exchange some of our conventional technologies for Chen's electromagnetic gun technology. If I agree, then you go with me. Do you believe that this attack method will not work on Chen next time? Chang Lihua looked at Yang Ming's confident smile and could only smile helplessly. Just as Yang Ming guessed, Chen replaced the internal components of the 4 drones and reconnected the system. Watching the screen on the tablet reappear, Chen shut down the 4 drones again. During this attack, Chen discovered that there were still many loopholes in his shelter security system. The strongest fortresses were breached from the inside, just like the shelter's monitoring and protection due to the previous electromagnetic storm. The electromagnetic storm from the outside was unable to penetrate the protective facilities on the wall. Unexpectedly, the internal explosion of the pulse bomb directly paralyzed the entire system. Therefore, Chen planned to install electromagnetic protection devices on drones and surveillance equipment, and add a protective door at the door of each room inside the shelter. If the protection is unstoppable, one can retreat to a room at the back. Inside, lower the protective door and buy time to wait for official support. Chen then input the electromagnetic protection device drawings into the central computer of the production and assembly line in the processing room, and then clicked on production. Then Chen looked at the time. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening, looked at the nano core, and had 600 energy points. Then he went to the rooftop and spent 200 energy points to repair the hangar and the guard electromagnetic rifle on the rooftop. Then he went to the shelter and modified the elevator from the first floor to the underground shelter. Chen designed a bracelet and put it on his hand. When it detected that someone without the bracelet approached the elevator would be powered off and could not be used. Then he spent another 300 energy points to install a hidden electromagnetic rifle on the top of the elevator, ready to ambush people. Then, Chen looked at the remaining 100 energy points and simply used them up. He directly produced 2 nano nests and strengthened the gates of the wall and the first floor, so that he could last longer when encountering thermite. After finishing all this, Chen returned to the shelter. Seeing that a batch of electromagnetic protection devices had been manufactured, he took these devices and upgraded the 4 drones, the hangar, and the 3 electromagnetic rifles to ensure that they could withstand the explosion of the electromagnetic pulse bomb. Then Chen reconnected the 4 drones to the hangar system on the roof. Seeing the 3 drones flying back into the air, Chen felt that if they were fixed in one place, they would be easily targeted. So Chen improved the movement system of the drones, allowing the drones to patrol the area at irregular intervals, and then fly around the shelter 400 degrees based on the original fixed position before fixing it. Then Lu Chen went to the processing room and saw that all the protective devices had been produced. He collected them and put them away first, then dismantled all the damaged cameras outside, replaced them with new cameras, and installed the electromagnetic protection devices one by one. After all this was done, Lu Chen looked at the time. It was almost 12 o'clock, so he washed up and went to bed. Official shelter. After Yang Ming finished talking with Chang Lihua, he returned to his office and called his superior to report the whole thing to him, and emphasized the importance of Lu Chen and the speculation about the electromagnetic rifle. On this side, after receiving the report, Yang Ming's superior felt that this matter was also quite important, so he submitted it to the central government intact. Afterwards, the military also received the news and prepared to send an action team to contact him. On Yang Ming's side, after a brief meeting, his superior informed Yang Ming that he could contact Lu Chen again to test whether there was any intention to trade electromagnetic guns. After receiving the order, Yang Ming prepared to talk to Lu Chen tomorrow. The next day, Yang Ming drove to the shelter where Lu Chen was, and Lu Chen was also prompted by the central computer that someone was approaching. After watching the surveillance and knowing that it was an official, he immediately put on protective armor and came outside the shelter. Here, Yang Ming looked at the new outer wall of the shelter and the drone in the air, thinking that Lu Chen's strength might be stronger than he thought. He completed the restoration of the security system in such a short time. He really didn't show his face. Then he saw Lu Chen leaving the shelter and immediately walked forward with a smile. "Director Yang, do you have anything to do today? Or do you need my assistance with yesterday's matter?" "Lu Chen, I came here to talk to you about something this time. Is it convenient for you to go in and talk?" Lu Chen thought about it and felt that Yang Ming probably came here this time because he found that the fatal injuries on the bodies were abnormal. Instead of hiding, it is better to show his strength generously so that he can get the attention of the official. Then Lu Chen said, "Director Yang, that's not right. I didn't greet him well. Let's go inside to talk." And then Yang Ming and his group came to the shelter with Lu Chen. After entering the shelter and coming to the living room, Yang Ming and Lu Chen sat on the sofa and started this conversation. "Lu Chen, I came here to ask you some details about this invasion." "Director Yang, tell me. I will tell you everything I know." "Okay, then I will tell you directly. After we took these bodies back and dissected them, we found that their fatal injuries were very strange. Our people speculated that they were caused by shooting with electromagnetic rifles, so we want to verify it with you, Lu Chen." After hearing this, Lu Chen fell silent, and Yang Ming saw that the atmosphere was a bit awkward and hurriedly said again, "Of course, Lu Chen, you don't have to be nervous. I'm not here to ask for punishment this time, but to seek cooperation." Lu Chen thought about it, looked at Yang Ming again, and then said, "In this case, then I will tell the truth. I did kill the criminals who invaded this time with my electromagnetic rifle. But because of the energy problem, my gun only a standard energy supply battery can provide the energy required for 10 shots, and in the current low-temperature environment, there is no need to cool it down." After hearing Lu Chen's admission, Yang Ming said excitedly, "Then can I know the specific performance of this gun?" Then Lu Chen thought that since he had already said it, he could just tell the data of the weakened version of the electromagnetic gun. Homemade electromagnetic rifle, weakened version. Manufacturing requires 100 points of energy. Manufacturing time, 30 minutes. Full gun length, 88 centimeters. Projectile initial velocity, 2000 m/s. Projectile mass, 50 g. Clip capacity, 20 rounds. Energy supply method, dual battery power supply. Cooling method, air cooling. Description: due to energy issues, the weakened electromagnetic rifle has reduced the initial velocity of the projectile. Because its coil is not a room temperature superconducting coil, it takes 1 minute to cool down for every 10 consecutive shots. But if it maintains a speed of 1 shot per second, it can be fired until the energy is exhausted. So what would you choose? This is the data I made at the beginning. As my knowledge improved, Lu Chen made some modifications on the original basis. Without changing the energy, he improved the data. Homemade electromagnetic rifle, Weakened version. The manufacturing energy required is 100 points. The manufacturing time is 30 minutes. The whole gun length is 88 centimeters. The initial velocity of the projectile is 2000 m/s. The speed can be adjusted from 1000 m/s to 2000 m/s. The mass of the projectile is 10 g. The magazine capacity is 500 rounds. Energy supply method, dual battery power supply. Cooling method, air cooling. After hearing this data, Yang Ming was very excited and said that the official needed this kind of equipment. He also asked Lu Chen what conditions were needed to exchange the manufacturing technology of this equipment. After listening to this, Lu Chen, after thinking for a while, he said to Yang Ming, "Director Yang, I can exchange this technology, but I hope to exchange it with robot technology." Yang Ming's excitement quickly calmed down after hearing Lu Chen's answer. After thinking for a while, he said to Lu Chen, "I have to report this to my superiors. I will report the parameters of this gun and your requirements. I will come back as soon as I have news." Lu Chen saw Yang Ming say this and knew that robot technology was sensitive, so he couldn't easily give him a guarantee. Then he said that he understood Yang Ming's approach and that he could wait for news in the shelter. Yang Ming also thanked Lu Chen for his understanding. Then Yang Ming left the shelter and went back to report. And Lu Chen also returned to the shelter to wait for news after Yang Ming left. After Yang Ming returned to the shelter, he reported the situation to his superiors. Then the superiors started a meeting to discuss, and the military also participated. The special team was notified to stand by at the official shelter in Lu Chen's city until the outcome of the discussion was reached. Take action again. After a day, the results came out. A group of big guys above agreed to Lu Chen's request. In fact, Lu Chen's electromagnetic gun was not worth enough to exchange robot technology with the country, but from the previous battery technology and the current electromagnetic rifle technology is enough to prove Lu Chen's intelligence. So this is also the country's attempt to win over Lu Chen. As for some people who said that Lu Chen would be directly forcibly recruited to enter the National Research Institute for research, the proposal was rejected because Lu Chen was after analysis by the think tank. If you take the soft rather than the hard, it may have the opposite effect. If Lu Chen is forced to go abroad, the gain will outweigh the losses. Moreover, the relationship with Lu Chen is developing well now. This relationship must be destroyed. So the next day, Yang Ming came to Lu Chen's shelter with the official information on robotics technology. Lu Chen also knew that his electromagnetic gun was not worth the price. This time, Yang Ming tested Lu Chen. But isn't it Lu Chen's attempt to test the officialdom? Seeing that Yang Ming actually came over with the information, Lu Chen also lamented the official's determination to invest heavily in talents. However, Lu Chen also felt that he was taken seriously and decided to deepen cooperation with the country in the future. After all, it is easy to enjoy the shade under the big tree. I don't intend a treason, so it's good to cooperate with the country. After Yang Ming returned with the information and handed it in, the Dragon Academy of Sciences developed land-based and ship-based electromagnetic guns based on the principle of the special coil provided by Lu Chen and began to gradually replace the traditional large-caliber artillery. Due to the cost of electromagnetic guns, the guns began to be deployed on a small scale with all members of the Special Operations Force and snipers from the Special Police Department. Because the projectile only weighs 10 grams, the Special Forces can carry more supplies and ammunition when fighting, which greatly increases their survival and combat capabilities. Moreover, because it is powered independently, it does not consume the energy of the armor. After Lu Chen got the robotic technology, he couldn't wait to start researching it. Looking at the advanced robotic technology and theories, Lu Chen felt that he really made a lot of money from this transaction. Then Lu Chen began to practice in seclusion. Prepare to have a thorough understanding of artificial intelligence and robotics technology and become a few assistants.